Senate will come to order. Welcome everyone in the gallery. Good to have you with us. For whatever reason you're here, welcome. I knew they'd start coming out when we gavelled in. If you would stand in the gallery and on the floor for the invocation by Pastor Daniel Alavluk from Sweden, but he's been in America for 10 years. We just talked about Sweden a little bit, to give us the prayer. Welcome.
Thank you. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, I thank you for each of the senators in this room. And as they are called to serve the people of our great state, today I stand with them and pray for them. I pray that you will give them the wisdom needed to lead our people, the humility required to do so with integrity and strength, to lead us in unity and prosperity. I pray today for their families, their children, their grandchildren. Protect and strengthen them, and bless their marriages and homes. Help them in their personal needs and struggles, and touch their hearts today. And today, I pray for our state, our cities, towns, villages, and our great people. As we ask, God, what is on your agenda? May your will be done in this room today. God, we ask you to bless Texas. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
This is a wonderful prayer, Pastor. Hang on for a second. I want to give you a little parting gift. Members, you may not know this, but Sweden has more islands for a country of 10 million people than any place in the world. I've been there a few times, so we were talking. They have over 200,000 islands. You'd never think about that in Sweden. 200,000 islands. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You all may be seated. Mr. Doorkeeper, she's back.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Mr. Messenger?
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate.
Thank you very much. Senator Campbell, recognized to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I want to introduce the Doctor of the Day. His name is Travis Simmons. He got his degree, he's from New Braunfels, got his biology degree at A&M, went to UTSA for his medical school, then went to Denver, Colorado for his family practice residency, and then came back to Texas as soon as he could. He has a practice that he shares with some other family practice doctors. If I say practice a number of times, there's a purpose for all of it anyway, that he has in New Braunfels, close to Green, and then he has direct patient care, direct family practice medicine, which is more what we're familiar with, the concierge type, where he's the doctor for a group of individual patients. We want to welcome you today. Thank you for choosing this as your place to have a Doctor of the Day. Members, help me welcome Travis Simmons, family practice, New Braunfels, to the chamber.
Chair recognizes Senator Flores for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's my honor to recognize the Texas Wildlife Association, who are in the gallery today to celebrate their 40th anniversary. And if you please stand and be recognized. The Texas Wildlife Association is committed to serving Texas landowners and protecting the state's natural resources. With over 7,000 members, TWA advocates and defends the rights of landowners to act in the best interests of their families and businesses. The TWA also oversees hunting initiatives such as the Texas Youth Hunting Program, Adult Learn to Hunt Program, and the Texas Big Game Awards Initiative, which contribute to the preservation of our valued Texas hunting traditions. Over the past 4 decades, the Texas Wildlife Association has contributed instrumentally to fostering an admiration for habitat and land resource conservation and is more than deserving of recognition as they celebrate these 40 years of service. Mr. President and members, please join me in welcoming these leaders to the state capitol.
Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Flores, thank you for recognizing this great group, Texas Wildlife Association, been around for decades, and we appreciate what you do. Those are all volunteers up there. And I want to give a shout out to a special one of those volunteers, Jim Kolkhorst. Thank you for being at your state capitol today, probably one of my most important constituents right there. But what y'all do is really important, and you have the voice of lots of landowners across the great state of Texas, as well as people that recreationally hunt on our state lands, and it's such an important voice for all Texans. So blessings to y'all. Thank you for walking these halls, bringing to our attention the issues that are out in our district so that we can work on them here during this 89th session. Thank you, Senator Flores, for your long service to the state of Texas in Texas Parks and Wildlife, and for working with this group. And I know Senator Perry as well. A lot of this legislation comes through that committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you all for being here. And Jimmy, I just want to point out that you now have a rare opportunity to say how you vote. Never mind. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to the Texas Capitol. The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 29 by Gutierrez, recognizing February 5th, 2025 as Maverick County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Senator Gutierrez for a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out Senate Resolution 29 honoring Eagle Pass and Maverick County Day. We have people on the west end of the gallery. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. From the Waterworks, we have Jaime Quipuros. Jaime, thank you for coming. Benjamin Rodriguez, Johnny Ruiz, Jorge Flores, and Jorge Barrera. We also had the county judge here earlier today, Ramsey Cantu, and we appreciate Mayor Rolando Salinas. You know, Eagle Pass is in Maverick County, members. It as you talk to these folks, and they'll be going around to your offices, understand the importance of this community when it comes to border security. Understand the connection between Maverick County and Webb County as we talk about border security that I know that we all on some level appreciate. Let's think about infrastructure on how we connect those two important counties, because that's very important. As we talk about what Senator Perry always discusses, the importance of water and how we deal with water with our neighbor to the south, as well as developing our communities. We got to think about what these folks are doing. They're certainly water challenged, but they also do a very, very good job in making sure that they have access, and that's why we have the members of the Waterworks here with us today. So I want to thank them here for being here and honoring our county and Maverick County, one of my 16 counties. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming, and we appreciate you so very much. I move adoption.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming. We have Senator Miles. You would speak on the resolution? Okay. Is there objection? Without objection? So ordered. Resolution's adopted. Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Recognition. Recognition.
So, you're recognized, Senator Miles.
Thanks, Senator. Members, would you please help me in welcoming the students and faculty from Booker T. Washington High School on the north part of Houston, Texas, who are visiting their state capital for the first time today. Booker T. Washington.
Thank you for being with us. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 28 by Birdwell, Senate Resolution 34 by Nichols, Senate Resolution 35 by Sparks, Senate Resolution 36 by Sparks, Senate Resolution 37 by Sparks, Senate Resolution 38 by Eckhart, Senate Resolution 39 by Eckhart, and Senate Resolution 40 by Johnson et al.
Any objection to the adoption of the resolutions? Hearing none, resolutions are adopted. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Creighton? Senator Creighton, you're recognized on a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise to make a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2. Members.
Excuse me. Members, it's down to business. If we can keep the conversations at least softer and behind the rail non-existent and in the gallery softer as well. Thank you. Continue.
Members, I rise today to present Senate Bill 2, the Texas Education Freedom Act. This chamber's debated and passed similar bills multiple times before. In 2023, 4 times off of this floor. We all understand the advantages of expanding school choice in Texas. That should not be a surprise. There are many reasons why families search for various opportunities in education. Safety, serving their student that has specific needs and disabilities, academic reasons, certainly family supports. We've all seen the recent numbers and the NAEP scores nationally and the Texas scores within those NAEP scores, and that those scores are falling. So on the academic side, we understand why families many times across this state are constantly searching for opportunities for a path in education for their specific student and a customized path that fits their students' needs. And we certainly all respect that. A majority of Texas 3rd and 8th graders are not performing on grade level in reading and math across Texas public schools. Despite the hard work of our teachers that we value and respect so much and the billions of dollars we spend in our state budget, many students are feeling left behind and they're performing in a way that leaves them behind. That is unacceptable. This weekend, Governor Abbott declared school choice once again an emergency item for the session. Last week, President Trump signed an executive order encouraging school choice nationwide and announcing a plan to allow federal dollars to flow eventually to the states to enhance and support education freedom and school choice opportunities. The momentum for education freedom and the supports for our moms and dads and our guardians looking out for their kids and their students in their path in education and what's best for them, that momentum has never been stronger than today. But the most important voices in this debate are not ours. They belong to the people of Texas. Many of these students are trapped in public schools or education environments because of a zip code, and that's just not right. Grandparents raising a grandchild with special needs, struggling to find the right supports. Parents working hard to give their kids the best possible education that they work for and fight for and save for and sacrifice for daily. And let's be clear, Texans overwhelmingly support education freedom and school choice opportunities. Last week, the University of Houston released new polling showing that a supermajority of Texans support school choice. This mirrors every other poll conducted over the past 5 years. Texans want this. But here we are in 2025 having this same debate once again. Right now, 32 states across America offer expanded school choice. If this were truly the end of public education, as some claim, those states would be repealing those programs that exist under Republican and Democrat governors and legislatures. Instead, they are expanding those programs because they work. And here's something we don't talk about enough. Texas, of course, already has choices in education. Since the 1970s, the legislature has funded Texas tuition equalization grants, allowing students to use state dollars, taxpayer money, public school students, in their efforts to attend a private university. Members, this body has approved the SSES program to provide support and resources for special education students. So if school choice already exists for college students and special education students, why not for K through 12 students? Where Senate Bill 2 is different is that it will serve more students with more funding than any previous proposal in Texas history. This program will serve 100,000 students with education savings accounts, ESAs. It's not a voucher, members. Florida and many other states offer ESAs and vouchers because they are different. The wonderful design and model of an education savings account is that it can be tailored on the services provided specifically for the student based on their needs. That would make this the largest school choice program in the nation's history in its first year. And if Texas is following any other state in offering education opportunities, which we should never have followed any state in this regard, creating a plan and launching a plan, we should have the best plan, and we should have a bold plan, and we should have the largest launch in American history, and we will. Senate Bill 2 builds upon our previous Senate Bill 1 from recent special sessions, retaining and strengthening key safeguards, anti-fraud protections, mandatory criminal background checks for any vendors, and strict reporting requirements and data security. Also, members, this is a fully universal education savings account program, meaning all eligible students can apply. In fact, if applications do not exceed available revenue, then all students applying would be accepted. But we're very clear in the legislation who we are prioritizing if applications do exceed available revenue. 80% of the positions are reserved for low-income, income vulnerable, and students with disabilities. Members, as you're talking to your public school stakeholders, have you mentioned that? Have your public school stakeholders all been informed that 80% of the program since 2023 in January of that session has been designed for the most vulnerable in this state? With 80% of the program being for special needs and income vulnerable students, we have a remaining 20% of the program distributed by lottery to all other eligible students. All students accepted into the program will receive a minimum of $2,000 annually. So picture a homeschool opportunity. Families who enroll their students in an accredited private school would receive $10,000 per year for assistance attending that private school, or $11,500 per year for students with disabilities. Just like in the previous Senate Bill 1 from 2023, all program participants must take a norm reference test annually and report these results with confidentiality to the program. Some opponents might claim that school choice harms public schools, but members, if that were true, again, the majority of the states in America would not have expanded school choice, and certainly would have reversed them and repealed them as policies for those states. I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Patrick and the members of the Senate Education K-16 Committee for your leadership on the subject and for the incredible time that we've spent in hearings listening to all stakeholders in Texas. This last hearing, members, we had 362 witnesses offer testimony to the committee, either in person or in writing. At the end of the day, it's time to deliver for Texas students. And members, Texans want expanded school choice. Just a few reminders, members, for your constituents back at home. This program will serve 100,000 students out of 5.3 million public school students. This program in the bill is capped at the number of students served, and so are the dollars. This program prioritizes the disabled and income vulnerable students. The funding does not come from public school funding, it comes from the surplus. So as we provide and bolster our Texas electric grid, as we continue to secure our border and work towards the future with funds from our surplus to provide border security, as we provide compression dollars to buy down local property tax rates for our hardworking Texas families, all of these different initiatives, including investing in water and infrastructure, this program is funded from the surplus. It does not come from public education dollars. If the argument is made that it comes from public education dollars, then every funding initiative we provide in state government arguably comes from public education dollars. We could solve no other problems, address no other issues, fund no other emergency critical challenges for this state. And I would put this work today that we're considering in that emergency column, just as the governor has. ESA recipients submit to be a choice and chosen from a lottery selection. So with scarcity, members, even though we're launching the largest program as a launch in American history, scarcity of dollars have to be considered, and fairness has to be applied in how the ESA recipient would be considered to be chosen. States across the country, by and large, have shown a net gain for their public education dollars and state budgets with school choice implemented. For 51 years, we've been using tax money, members, again, for public school students to attend a private education opportunity. 51 years. Public schools will see a funding stream this session of $96 billion and counting, and over $8 billion in new money. The trend across our bienniums is an average of new dollars going into public education between $1.7 and $2.4 billion a biennium. We're going to be north of $8 billion. There are many states in America that don't have a total state budget that is the equivalent of the new dollars alone that we're investing in public education. Members, this information has been well published, well documented, and well covered, not just this session, but since early 2023, again, for any of your public schools that have had any apprehension about the fact that in harmony, we can lift up our public schools and our public school teachers like never before in historic ways, and we can provide education opportunities that fit the needs and are customized for our individual Texas students. We can do both of those at the same time. Those aren't warring provisions or concepts unless we allow stakeholders to manufacture a narrative that supports such a division, such chaos, such a lack of harmony. Anyone familiar with that? Members, we have an incredible opportunity in Texas to provide expanded school choice. Our Lieutenant Governor has led on this issue. Many members on this floor have led on this issue. Our governors established it as an emergency item. And our president supports a national footprint, considering this bill, among others, as a model. The Senate has already approved it several times. With that, members, let's get this done for students, not institutions, not politics, not those that control narratives in the media and among stakeholders and lobbyists. Let's get this done for who this plan actually serves, students in Texas that need help the most. Mr. President, I move suspension, but prior to that, I know we have several members with questions and possible amendments.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Huffman, for what purpose?
Permission to question the author of the legislation.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. Senator Craitman, thank you very much for bringing this legislation. I look forward to voting for it. But before we get there, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the fiscal implications of the bill. There's been a lot of chatter, right? And as you say, discussion, and some of it accurate and a lot of it inaccurate about the fiscal implications of the bill. And I think some of that confusion was caused, of course, by the fiscal note and the fiscal note that worked on projections, correct?
That's correct.
You agree with me? Okay. So both the LBB and the TA had projections. They were different because they used different assumptions. Is that correct? About the potential use of the program.
That's correct. It appeared that they extrapolated growth in the program on participants and the cost.
But actually, this bill is in how it will be implemented is subject to appropriations, correct?
That's correct.
And we have $1 billion per year in the current, I believe, in the budget, and what you are anticipating as you put forward this legislation, correct?
That's correct.
So to make it clear, the comptroller cannot authorize any more ECAs than can be funded by the $1 billion per year that the legislature will appropriate if they choose to do so.
That's right.
And there are no new entitlements that are created in your legislation. So there's no constitutional obligation, no obligation in the education code to provide a certain number of ESAs. It's based simply on instructions to the comptroller that you can fund it to the point of $1 billion, however many subscribers that may be, following the instructions of what we set up. And there's no truing up at the end like we have to do for, conversely, with the foundation school program.
That's
Is that
exactly
correct?
right.
All right. So I also see a lot of people comparing the amount of funding per ESA that you've laid out in your presentation to the basic allotment, and they use this number of $6,160, which, as you know, we provide significant funding to students in ways that fall outside the basic allotment. And the latest numbers from TEA, as we look forward to FY27, is actually, and SB1 is filed, is actually $15,642 per student. I'm going to say that again. It's $15,642 per student when you look at all the funding mechanisms that are in place that are outside of the basic allotment formula. And I'm sure you're aware of that, which of course is less than any of your ESAs would provide. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's consistent with the numbers we're working off of.
Okay. So secondly, let's talk a little bit about the pension impact that could possibly or not have any impact upon the TRS pension fund. You know, we've been very protective of this fund in prior legislative sessions. We contribute significant amounts of money to make that actuarially sound. When I say significant, many, many billions of dollars, and we have kept that up. And we will, it's my commitment to continue to guard that fund. Every member in this body has voted for that and is very protective of our retired teachers. So we want to look at if there could be any impact. I see that TRS is independent, and it's independent actuaries, that's important, did an analysis, and they state that it is very unlikely to cause the pension fund to no longer be actuarially sound if some teachers were to leave the system to go to private schools or any new private schools that may be established. So that's correct. It appears from the actuary there's not going to be any harm.
That's exactly correct, Madam Chair. You've led for many, many years on protecting TRS, as many members have followed your leadership. We're all aligned there. We would never design a program that would put TRS at risk.
And I think when the actuary looked at the Florida system, it's been in existence in a very universal type of system. They didn't see any harm. And in fact, I had my staff look at the Arizona system as well, since that was another big, it's not as big as ours will be, but a big system to look at. Actually, their pension fund improved under it. Exactly why could just be investment returns, but there was certainly no negative impact on the Arizona fund as well. So I'm sure that we can give anyone listening our commitment, you and I's commitment. I think every person in the body, if they could raise their hand and vote on this, would say yes, that we will continue to monitor the pension system to make sure there's no negative effect, but there's absolutely no indicators that would cause us concern at this point that we were jumping into something that would harm our retired teachers. Is that fair?
That's correct, and not only fair, but in recent budgets and many others through the bienniums under your leadership, we have bolstered TRS and under your plans have created more and more protections and strength for TRS, and we will all continue to be aligned in that effort. So thank you, yes, for clearing that up.
Thank you. That's basically what I wanted to set out as we start the debate today, because people may have opinions, but it's very important to have the facts about the fiscal implication. I think we get much better debate and much better honest discussion about something like this if we're working with the facts. So I was hoping to establish that as we get started.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Huffman. Senator West, for what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Of course. Yes, I yield.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Senator Creighton. We know what the vote's going to be. Democrats will vote against this again. Republicans will vote for it. But I just want to make sure we put everything in context and kind of look at this bill compared to the last one from a historical perspective. You would agree that we've got to look at history in order to inform what we do in the future. Would you agree with that?
First, I'm hoping to be more persuasive today, Senator West, than just that party line vote. But yes, I would agree in what you and I have discussed and worked on in committee in many, many hours, and the points that you have also made related to history.
I too am trying to be more persuasive today. But you would agree. And let's just talk about the genesis of the concept of choice vouchers, that particular concept. You would agree that this concept came out of segregation and racism. Would you not agree with that?
We had obviously different historical perspectives provided by witnesses in committee. That was certainly one of them. So yes, I would agree that's definitely one of the origins.
What are the other origins?
Well, you and I listened to the testimony together. It was just talking about need in general for students to have opportunities to serve their particular customized needs that they weren't finding elsewhere. So there were different plans established, and from Reconstruction all the way until the 90s with Milton Friedman and others coming up with these different plans that look very different in scope and nature and who they serve.
But you would agree that this whole concept started during Reconstruction, right after the Civil War. Would you agree with that? When there was a fact that Caucasians didn't want to go to school with Black and Hispanic kids. Would you agree with that?
I already did, yes.
Okay. Yeah. And so they ended up going to churches to get away from minorities. Okay. That's how it started. And I agree with you. Over the years, there have been different iterations of it. And then we go to Brown versus the Board of Education, And we see Friedman involved in that scenario where we ended up having different iterations of choice. We see Texas through John Shepard, who was the Attorney General of the state of Texas back then, basically saying, slow down, Supreme Court, in terms of overturning separate but equal. How, sir, do we make certain, and I know, let me just say this from the very beginning, I know where you are in terms of what you're trying to do, the lieutenant governor and also the governor, making certain that parents have choices. Not the private schools have choices, but the parents have choices. So from that perspective, I have this conversation with you about questions. When we look at this concept, and historically, it looks like it's always been previously, in order to maintain a segregated school system. Am I wrong about that?
About the
But if you look at the facts, look at the facts. What the system has done, we see more in our, when I say system, I'm talking about the public school system, the charter school system, and any other system of education that's been established in this country. We have a constitutional duty to have a free public school system, right? In the state of Texas?
That's right.
Okay. When we look at our public school system, haven't we seen more and more Anglos leaving the public school systems in the state where it's now an overwhelmingly minority? Is that a true statement?
It could be, yes.
Oh, I want to deal with the facts. Is that true? You don't know whether it is or not?
The data I have is on school choice and how integration has worked and how the numbers look today, so.
Okay, so in terms of our public school system, it's predominantly minority now, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and when you begin to look at our private school system, it's predominantly white right now, is that correct?
It may still be.
Well, I'm trying to get with the facts so we can make decisions based on facts.
Yeah.
I suggest to you that the facts that I've been able to glean suggest that that is the case right now. The fact is that probably 80% of our public school system is white. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
It's close. The numbers I have are a little bit lower.
How close is it?
Yeah.
How close is it?
In the 70 percentile.
70 percentile?
Yeah.
So we are about to fund an education, a component of this state's education system being private schools that is currently 75% white. Is that what is about to happen?
Well, what's about to happen, Senator West, and I appreciate your points, certainly respect them, is we have a lottery selection where 80% of the program is weighted and prioritized for disabled students and income vulnerable students. So in that lottery selection, obviously we have to know who's applying, and then the fairness of that lottery selection will tell us exactly how those ESA slots are awarded. What we do know, and I'll finish with this, is when we look across all programs, and this is 32 states, 74 programs, we find that choice students in private schools are less likely to be white, more likely to be Hispanic, and significantly more likely to be black than private schools without choice programs. So not only that, but in Florida's tax credit ESA program, so we're talking about not just choice programs, but their ESA, participants were most likely to be Hispanic, 39%, Black, 28%. The third most common group was white students at 27%. So my contention is that school choice is something that, based on your arguments of history and what we see in the demographic breakdown of public schools, would be better.
Okay, stay right where you are.
I will.
How did you get that information?
Well, we use Florida's ESA tax credit program statistics, and then we also have relied on studies from EdChoice that not just cover academic performance and overall student and family advantages and disadvantages on surveys, but we also cover the integrated and demographic related components within those studies, and it's based on several different states of a footprint.
Okay, now what I'm hearing you say is that the methodology that was utilized in order to get the information, part of which was surveys, and then from the education assistance organizations that I would assume got the information from the private schools. Am I correct? Is that the methodology that you're using to make the statements that you're making?
Florida's information, their arm of state government, like we have the comptroller building the framework, is tracking and following this information just as your amendment to the bill in 2023 would require. So I'm trusting their arm of tracking information just as I'm trusting your amendment to our bill that's still in this version. So yes, that's how they get the information, and we would have to trust those studies that are well documented, published, validated, and confirmed, unless you have studies that show different.
Well, I have studies now that shows that in the state, what's happening in the state of Texas. But my deal is this is gonna pass. But again, what I've heard you say is that you will be insistent that we're able to track the information to make certain that we're not setting up another segregated component of public schools in the state of Texas. Is that correct? Not trying to make this an all-white thing.
That's correct. In fact, I would say the opposite would be our results in a school choice program, that if kids are trapped in any all-white school, all-black school, all-Hispanic school, as they might have been segregated 60 years ago, this plan today allows them not to be trapped by zip code, but to have opportunities at many different education environments.
And I understand it, and I understand exactly where you are.
Understanding that is the impetus behind why this bill's even on my desk.
But see, here's the piece: we've got to be able to see transparency in the information. Your goal is a laudable goal, okay? But what I'm saying is, I've got to be able, years from now, or whoever's sitting in these seats, have got to be able to look at the evidence to make certain that we're moving forward and we're not moving backwards.
Absolutely, and I respect that completely. You and I.
And so what I'm asking you, the question, Mr. President. Oh, okay. That I'm asking. We've got to make certain, as it relates to this particular bill, that a methodology is in place in order to get the information necessary to assure that we're not propping up and providing state dollars to a system that will be segregated. You agree with that?
I agree completely.
All right, now, let's kind of go through the bill. As it relates to, hold on for 1 second. As it relates to accountability, what we have in the bill, well, as a general topic, what's in this bill compared to the bill that we had last session, we prioritize families that were in, I think, 185% of the poverty level. In this one, we're defining low income differently. What's the difference between the definitions?
The difference in the threshold for the qualifications and eligibility, Senator West, were very consistent on the income vulnerable side. So we start at the lowest income levels, and this is within 80% of the framework of the use of the dollars. And then it's up to the 500% of the poverty level, which would be a middle class cutoff of a firefighter and a teacher with 3 or 4 kids at home.
And what's that amount, say a family of 4?
For a family of 4, that'd be 160. For a family of 3, that would be 124.
Okay, now, are we prioritizing persons within your definition of low income, or all of them equal? You understand what I'm asking you?
That framework is up to that threshold. So
right, I understand that. That's why I'm asking, are we prioritizing?
Yeah.
I mean, if we have a family that's 100% within the poverty level, does that family, based on where their income is, get priority over a family that's within 400% of the poverty level? Or are they treated equally?
They are, and they are because of the selection process.
So if you have a family that's in a zip code of a low-performing school, are they treated the same as someone within 500% of poverty?
Well, it's not DNF-rated categorization. It's truly special needs and income vulnerable students.
I hadn't gotten to that one yet. So all of those categories, if they're in the low-income category, are treated equally, and they have to go into a lottery.
That's correct.
And if they are chosen, then that's one thing, but if they're not, it's altogether something else, right?
That's correct.
If indeed what we're trying to do is, based on what you said, is to provide educational opportunity, shouldn't we be prioritizing those persons within the lower income, as you've defined it, in terms of awarding them these scholarships?
Well, Senator West, I mean, we are prioritizing because it is an up to cutoff, $800 million for prioritization for low income that all can apply in those thresholds from 100% of the poverty level up to that middle class cutoff. So what we don't want to do is exclude within a gigantic program that a state like Texas can offer with the dollars that we have available. We don't want to exclude the middle class of a firefighter and a teacher and a few kids from that prioritization, but the bulk of it will be income thresholds down to that 100% of the poverty level on those applications.
So to answer my question is all of them, regardless of their circumstances, economic circumstances, educational circumstances, geographical location circumstances, will all be treated the same in the low income category. Is that correct?
They absolutely will be.
But you know, let me go back to history. You've been advancing this particular legislation for a long time. And I've consistently heard you say in the past that we want to make certain that we take care of the kids in the disadvantaged schools first. This doesn't do that. This puts them into a group with everybody else. And if it's your luck of the draw, you may be able to get a scholarship. But if it's not, then you don't get a scholarship. Isn't that correct?
The applications in the 80% category, Senator West,
I'm talking about,
will cover all walks of life, all income vulnerable students and students with disabilities in many different categories, but they may not be in a school that's rated D. They just may themselves personally not be thriving in that school, or there may be a safety concern, a fentanyl concern, a bullying concern, some other reason of grandmother that doesn't live in that district that has to offer them supports or guidance.
Senator, with all due respect, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But that's not the question that I asked. I thought in the past that you've articulated that the priority should be going to kids that are in low-performing schools and impoverished communities. But what I'm hearing you say, as a result of the language in this particular bill, is that they can get in a lottery, and just like, you remember that, what was it, $5 billion lottery the other night? Did you get a ticket? I didn't get a ticket the other night.
No.
But I had a 1 in a probably billion chance in order to win that lottery. And so what you're saying now is that these kids have the same sort of chance, those in those circumstances I just articulated, have a chance of getting a scholarship, even though your previous arguments have been based on those should be the ones that get the priority.
Well,
how do you justify that?
We have your framework that you offered to the bill in this version, Senator West, which will, all of our members with oversight over this program will be able to assess the demographics from an economic standpoint across many different types of demographics to establish it and learn exactly who is a recipient within this plan. But the facts show that all across the nation, these ESA plans that are offered help the most income vulnerable students in that particular state, and that will be consistent with this plan as well. You voted against the bill that limited to D and F rated schools 4 times, so I took that as a signal that that was not important to you.
Well, you know what? Let me put it this way. You're giving those students that you were advocating for a chance based on a lottery,
yes,
to be prioritized in getting a voucher. That's what you're doing. But if that's what you want, and then you say we can assess it, assessments occur after the fact.
Yes. Yes, I did not want someone, a legislator, to be able to call a buddy that knows a dad and say, hey, let me help you get into this plan because I know you're low income. I want them to have a true chance, a true shot at gaining acceptance and being eligible for one of these ESAs. And then when we review the success of the program, which that's what it will be, successful, we can decide for the future how we want this program to look.
Okay, so let me close out this question. Am I right or am I wrong that a child in a low-performing school has a random shot at, let me back it up. If there were parents of a child in a low-performing school, their chance of getting a voucher is the same as a child that comes from a home that's making $150,000, $160,000. It's the same chance.
Well, we see when we drop the maps of low-performing schools over income vulnerable areas of the state, we see overlap in those exact areas of interest. So we're gonna, yes, you're in that 80% category with it being up to a teacher and a firefighter with 4 kids at home having a chance, just like someone that is also income vulnerable, but more so, yes, those chances will be equal within that 80% pool. But that's a gigantic pool of selection, and that's how we show our commitment as Texas legislators to put special needs and income vulnerable as the highest commitment and priority within this program.
Income vulnerable being up to 500% of the poverty level. Okay. Great.
Up to that.
Up
yes.
to, I understand, up to, but
Yeah.
they're not given a priority. They're in a group of students that have the same opportunity in order to get a voucher. Okay, let me move on. Let's talk about the difference between the vouchers, and homeschools. All right, now, I understand we're setting up these education assistance organizations, which frankly are already set up in other states, and they're going to be coming here in the state of Texas. I think they're already here because they've been having input into the decision-making process of this particular bill, okay? Am I wrong about that? Have we been talking to those education assistance organizations to structure this particular bill?
Yeah, we've researched as much as we can from other states on who they rely on and best practices, yes.
And so they'll be here in the state of Texas trying to get the contracts also from the comptroller's office. Isn't that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
I would bet you they would.
We don't even have, if this plan keeps getting rejected, I don't know why they would even.
Well, it's not going to get
I don't even know why they'd land a plane here because you keep voting against it.
But politics, you got the politics now. You got the politics. And I mean.
I don't know, but I don't, honestly, genuinely, I don't know about that.
Let me assure you that they're going to be here. Would you object, sir? Let me ask you this. Do you believe that we should have pay lobbyists with state dollars?
Paid lobbyists with state dollars?
Yes.
Like teacher organizations that are paid for by?
I'm just talking the general concept right now.
Oh, general. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm for Senator Middleton's ban on taxpayer-funded lobbying, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Taxpayer-funded lobbyists. All right, who's providing the dollars for this particular program? Taxpayers, right?
Correct.
And so you would you agree to an amendment that a where's Middleton? Is he on the floor? Okay, would you agree to an amendment that no taxpayers' dollars can be used to lobby?
I think that rather than insert something into the ESA program, Senator West, we'll consider Senator Middleton's bill when it gets to the floor, and I don't think it will carve out the ESA program if and when it passes.
So the answer to the question is no?
That'd be no. I think we should do that as a blanket
so
policy.
If that bill doesn't pass, then it will be okay for those organizations that are currently working in other states to come here, use dollars appropriated by the taxpayers in order to lobby us for additional dollars, changes in the law, and also regulations, if Middleton's bill doesn't pass. Correct?
Absolutely. There's 5,000 registered lobbyists in Austin. I imagine next year there'll be 6,000.
All right, so y'all heard that. Taxpayers' dollars will be able to be used in order to lobby us for this particular program, and all of us have been against that in a long time. In terms of homeschool, now, we don't regulate our homeschools. Homeschool families will be able to get $2,000, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, before we go there, let me finish up with the 80%. We're talking about education assistant organizations, and that these schools, private schools that participate, have to be a part of an association. Is that correct?
Private schools that participate need to be accredited. That's
right. And how many accrediting agencies? You specifically named one in the bill. Is that correct?
TEPSAC.
Are there any others other than TEPSAC?
There may be after this session.
I bet you there will be if those lobbyists can get to it.
But yes, the Texas Education Agency also.
And so, is that will it take an amendment of the bill to add additional accreditation agencies?
Again, Senator West, I actually like where you're going there, but I would rather that travel through separate legislation that will be filed this session.
No, that wasn't a question. I said, will it take an amendment to the bill to include other associations similar to that one?
I like where you're going with that, Senator West, but I would rather that policy be considered in another bill that's traveling this session. That's my same answer.
Okay, so we'll take another another bill. Okay, so we have accredited schools and non-accredited schools that would be able to participate in this particular program, right? If it's an accredited private school, you'll be able to get $10,000, $11,000, depending upon the characteristic of the student, be disabled or otherwise. But if you're not an accredited school and students participate, you can get how much?
$2,000, that would be the homeschool opportunity.
Now, is that only the homeschools or just a student in general that goes to a non-accredited
It can apply it can apply to a micro school that's, let's say, that's not accredited yet, but there's incentives in the bill for them to work towards that 2-year accreditation.
Then you bring up the other point. How long does this private school have to be in existence before they can participate in this program? Can it be fly by night? Can it be online? Can I set up a school tomorrow and be able to accept students? How long?
Yes, there will. I'm not sure about the time, but there will be new schools, just as we're seeing in Florida. There's a 74% increase in rural parts of that state having more private school opportunities over the course of the program.
I'm glad you picked Florida.
But it took 20 years.
I'm glad you picked Florida.
Yeah.
When those schools came online, were there any problems when they first came online and were able to begin to accept students? What problems did they have?
There's always problems with startups. That's why the accreditation process is strict.
And that's why I'm asking the questions.
Yeah.
Don't you believe that there should be a minimum number of years that those schools should be in existence to prove that they are worthy of accepting these students and not wasting taxpayer dollars?
I believe across the nation, Senator West, we have really good information that shows that if you're talking about the approvals and the requirements and the framework of a private school compared to other schools, it's just as rigorous, if not more, in many categories. For the accredited school, it's 2 years. For the non-accredited school, it can be a new school.
You've kind of gone a different direction. That was good, though. That was very good. You're talking about the accrediting agency. I'm talking about the school itself. The accreditation process probably takes up to 2 years to go through one of those organizations that's in your bill.
That's right.
But my question is this: shouldn't those schools be in existence for at least 3 years? And it can be a part of the accrediting timetable too, to see exactly what type of school we have, as opposed to a school pops up online and begin to accept students. Shouldn't there be, members, a timetable for those schools to be in existence before they're able to accept students?
Well, better than...
many of us talk about transparency all the time and accountability.
Yeah. Better than government, Senator West, moms and dads are going to police that, right? I mean, there are homeschool opportunities every day, and this is why...
I'm not talking about homeschools there.
But I am, just for a second, because I'll segue and it'll make sense. This is why the lower threshold of $2,000 is the qualifier for a school that's working to be accredited is set as it is, rather than the higher $10,000 amount for the ESA. And obviously they have incentives to work fast towards that accreditation, but there will be new schools, there will be new homeschool opportunities, there will be micro schools, and to require a 3-year track record on those would put strings on homeschool opportunities that don't currently exist.
I mean, in terms of, I didn't say anything about homeschools. What is a homeschool? Make sure everybody knows what a homeschool is.
It could be a family teaching at home. It could be a pod.
Okay.
Yeah, it could evolve into, a bigger entity, depending on who they're serving and how they're serving. Could be in their neighborhood, could be in their community.
So suffice it to say that, so we can move on because I know other people have questions also. Suffice it to say that there should not be a minimum time period that a school needs to be in existence before it could take advantage of having students receiving vouchers as a part of their student body. There should not be a minimum time period.
Well, the time period for pre-approval, it includes some incredible safeguards already, Senator West. Comprehensive background checks for all employees, verification against the state's do not hire registry, a review through the interagency reportable conduct database. from the perspective of the education code, homeschooling is functionally no different than an unaccredited private school. That's why they're at the lower threshold. But the bill incentivizes them to work quickly towards accreditation. That's going to be tougher, but there's great incentive for them to get there because all their students would qualify for that higher amount. We're going to have some new schools that you and I don't know about that will be the best schools in Texas for a generation from now. I mean, these opportunities are a good thing for Texas students and moms and dads. That's why we have a school choice bill.
I need some apple pie now, okay?
You and I together.
Again, my question was,
yes,
you do not believe that taking into consideration everything that has to be done in the certification process, that timeline, there shouldn't be, and we don't even know what that timeline is going to be with the comptroller. That's number one. That a school should not be in existence a minimum period of time before participation in this program. Given what's happened in other states about early entrances into these type of programs and some of the fraud and abuse that has occurred.
No, I would trust the families to make the decision, and then if there is a fraud allegation, that is reported by private contract. It's policed and investigated and turned in to the local district attorney for immediate enforcement action, and that ESA could be suspended on the spot.
I'm not talking about the ESA, I'm talking about the schools.
Well, all associated with it.
All right, so I think you've answered the question. No, you don't believe there should be a minimum time requirement for a school to be in existence before receiving tax dollars in this particular program. That's the answer to your question. And there's a differentiation between accredited and non-accredited homeschools versus private schools. And it's a different amount as it applies to how much students get in homeschools or unaccredited schools and accredited schools.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Chairman, I have a series of other questions, but I know other members have questions also. And what I'd like to do is how do I do this? I want to yield the floor at this point with the ability to come back and ask further questions after other members have had their ability to do so.
Senator West, that sounds fine.
All right, thank you.
Senator Hall, for what purpose?
Oh, just a couple of questions for the author.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Creighton. I think Chair Huffman made a good point about some of the misinformation out there. And I would like to follow up on that and kind of talk about two aspects of it. One is the misinformation that has a lot of people asking the questions that they've been asking. And that's been put out is purposely put out by those who would be opposed to this just because they don't like it. And one of them that she pointed out was the disparity that would appear to be between the $6,000 and some odd dollars that is the basic allotment that goes to the public schools versus the $10,000 that is going to be going to the private schools, which is way off because by any way you calculate it, when you look at the total taxpayer dollars that's coming either from the federal government, from the state, or from local, that number is more like $16,000 over there. So the real comparison is 16.
That's correct.
To 10,000 in there. So it's not giving more to the private school than what we get in the public school.
That's correct. That argument and those charts circulating on social media were just manufactured to create division and chaos that hurts kids.
No, absolutely. And then they seem to be concerned that the private schools can discipline children, dismiss them if they misbehave, start a fight, beat up a teacher, and that's a problem. I'm not sure I see that as a particular problem in the private schools, but it certainly is a shortcoming that we may want to shore up in our public schools to lower the increase in discipline problems that they're seeing.
That's absolutely correct, Senator Hall. Across 32 states, families surveyed, kids and students in ESA and expanded school choice programs report feeling safer in a private school environment and report a better learning experience with better outcomes. That's not saying that there aren't incredible opportunities in public school classrooms and environments that could also exceed others. It's all working in harmony. We're addressing issues in different categories because just as we have reforms that will lift up public schools and teachers, we're also working today to help students that need education paths that are customized for them, and that private school experience could absolutely provide that.
Okay. And then, of course, a couple of other issues. One is, brought up the question of certification. I think we got about half of our teachers now in our public schools are not certified teachers, and there's not a requirement that they be certified to teach in the public schools.
That's correct, Senator Hall. Many of our public school districts, year after year, are asking for waivers on the requirement for the certified teachers that they have within their personnel, and they're receiving and being granted those waivers.
And then the other concern is the private schools don't offer transportation, which we know that possibly do, that they can raise tuition rates, and no spending mandates, but that's why it's school choice. The students are there by parents' choice, and if there's no transportation, that's within their decision-making process.
That's correct. The cheap shot allegations that this is some billionaire bill to bolster private schools, whoever's saying that hadn't looked at the books on an average private school these days. It's not a gigantic profit center. It's there to help kids. And so, yes, you're absolutely right. And there are also public schools that can charge a tuition bump. Yes, a public school can charge a tuition bump increase and higher academic performance requirements on a public school to public school transfer. And that exists today in state law, and it exists in practice.
Right. You know, there is not much that we do as a society that's more important than the education of our children.
Absolutely correct.
And if you think about our society as it is today and where it came from, when folks first came here and we formed this great nation with a constitutional republic of a government of the people and by the people, we fostered really the beginning of a true free enterprise system. And that free enterprise system had a lot of competition in it. And that competition brought us what we have today in food and clothing and transportation. Would you not agree that we would not be where we were if we had had all government developed transportation, clothing, everything?
Absolutely correct.
And so competition has never really hurt any place, and it's helped. But in our public education, there has been no competition.
Senator Hall, to that point, Florida schools were near the bottom of the list, public schools in ranking, until school choice passed. And now in many different metrics, they are #1 in the nation.
And that's
in American history, to your point, there has been no greater incentive to increase the value of a service than the ability for a consumer to exit using that service.
And what we've
competition matters.
Absolutely. Experienced over the last 10 years, our scores have dropped in math and in reading, 5%, 5.5%, over 3%. Our spending is way above inflation. and student population growth. Student population is barely up 6%.
Repeat that again, I'm sorry.
Our spend cost per student is up significantly, like 23%.
Our spending, our funding for public school students?
Yes. Population hasn't grown. Now, school spending and how they choose to spend the money has up. Some 30% increase in administrative positions, non-teaching, outside the classroom. So if those who are wondering why teacher pay is not necessarily rising, because our school districts do have essentially complete control of teacher pay.
That's correct. Yes, over 10 years, the hiring of administrators in Texas public schools has increased over 70%. The hiring of teachers is right at 7%.
Okay, so competition already demonstrated that it improves outcomes where the students win, and that's what this is about. But just to make sure for the other things that people are concerned about, for clarification, I'd like to ask you a few questions now about the intent and what would happen with this bill.
Of course.
And one big concern is about strings being attached. Now that we're going to have government money going into the schools, will this bill open the door for any government agency through regulation, not necessarily through legislation, but through regulation, to attach strings to our public schools? Or to our private schools?
There will be no strings passed on to private schools.
Okay. And the question about parents and the money. Will there be any circumstance in which parents would be given money and they get to decide how it's going to be used, what they could use it for household things as opposed to education?
There are no examples of that. That would be a voucher, Senator Hall. This is not a voucher bill.
This is not a voucher bill.
So anyone that continues to call it a voucher bill is choosing to call it something that it's not. And the reason it's not is the money does not flow to the family. The ESA is set up and it works so incredibly well across the nation as a model because it's designed with specific services and education opportunities that families can choose from and exclude the rest. It's really based on what does that student need, and on approvals, our framework would distribute the dollars directly to that service provider or that education provider, but the family gets no refunds, no discretion over taking a balance of those funds somewhere else.
Okay. Just to summarize and make sure people understand that this bill is, there will be no strings attached, no new requirements being laid on private schools or agencies being able to say, oh, now that you're taking government money, you have to do this.
That's correct. On page 23 of the bill, it covers exactly that. No agency or state official may adopt a rule or take government action related to the program and a certified educational assistance organization that limits or imposes requirements contrary to the religious or institutional values or practices of that provider.
Okay. And there are no circumstances in which the state will be sending money to the family for their discretionary spending. It will all be going for education directly from the comptroller's office to the provider.
That's correct.
So to call this a voucher bill is an absolute total misnomer.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Mr. Chairman, appreciate you bringing this bill forward in the shape that it's in now.
Thank you, Senator Hall, for your questions.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Just to ask a few questions.
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Of course, I yield.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for a couple things. And I want to be real clear here. I don't want to deviate from anything that's not a fact here. And so I do have some concerns, but first I do want to thank you for one thing. You incorporated, we had this thing about 4 times last session in different special sessions, and we had a conflict of interest provision that no elected official would be able to utilize this, no state senator, no state representative would be able to use this for their own children or their grandchildren, and you incorporated that into the bill, correct?
That's correct, Senator Gutierrez. It's consistent among the members that they want the recipients, those that need help the most, to be the first eligible, first in line.
That was a good amendment, I thought, so thank you for putting it in there. But I'm not quite done. I have a few questions that we've prepared prior to this, but as I listen to some of the rollout that we've heard, I have other questions. And so I'm going to start here from Senator Hall's questioning of you, where he said that there would be no strings passed on to private schools. And you indeed confirmed that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also said something, and I want to be very clear that this is a fact, that this statement is, I don't know if you said it was something about a poll, that that private schools are safer, or that there's a perception that they're safer. Which one of those things did you say? I want to be very clear.
I could use either reference, Senator Gutierrez. It was polling that came from families in Wisconsin talking about their use of an expanded school choice program and their experiences from public school and private school, which part of it had to do with violence in the public school, but other parts of it had to do with civic engagement, a learning environment that was, free from disruption. It had to do with one-on-one teacher supports. It had to do with the availability of services. So across the board, the feedback in the polling was that families indicated a better experience, and that's just one poll. So I'm referencing that because it's positive, and it was relevant to Senator Hall's comments.
And you suggested that some of the reasons were for safety. You mentioned fentanyl,
Yes.
One-on-one teaching, school shootings. We've talked about that in the past, right? There's this perception.
Gun violence and fear from that. One of the schools reported in Wisconsin, one of the public schools, led all schools in the state on the number of students that had brought a firearm to school.
The Tennessee school, the Episcopalian school, where 3 children were shot dead, that was a private school, right?
That's right.
So you have no evidence one way or another that private schools are safer, more safe than public schools. No evidence, correct?
Just family feedback. That could be, inaccurate feedback. They could not be telling the truth. I'm just reporting on studies that are well documented, confirmed, and published.
So let me go back to the no strings attached piece. We all know last session I was focused probably singularly on Uvalde, and it had a significant effect on those families for certain. Yes. And I think on a lot of us in the state of Texas. We felt it impacted in a real way. So much so that this legislature, this Senate, appropriated more money than we ever have appropriated ever to school safety.
That's correct.
Over $100 million. Are my numbers correct?
That's correct.
And part of that was funding the School Safety Commission. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, and in the School Safety Commission, that's a commission that is there to ensure that our public schools are providing high measures of school safety, windows, doors, locks, emergency mechanisms to call the police and so on and so forth. And of course, keeping the audits of our public schools to ensure that they are providing those types of safety measures, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. And yet, in the no strings attached portion of your back and forth between you and Senator Hall, public schools will not be required in any way to comply with any part of the School Safety Commission's audits, findings, investigations, research, inspectors. In other words, they will not be inspected by the School Safety Commission at all, correct?
No, they'll have to commission their own inspections, and they will be responsible for keeping their own campuses safe.
Is that in the bill?
It's not in the bill, which keeps it status quo that they have to do what they continue to do now.
So are you suggesting, because you're not suggesting to us that they're safer than public schools. We've already determined that. We've said that that's a poll in Wisconsin, that people perceive them to be safer. So, and we know that school shootings happen in private schools as well, because we've seen it in Tennessee twice in private schools. And so you're suggesting to us that these private schools do not have to comply with anything that is a prerequisite of the School Safety Commission that we dropped over $100 million to ensure that our children were kept safe.
That's correct, and there will be 11,000 other bills filed this session before the end of the day and the filing deadline, and that could certainly be one of them, but no, it's not in the ESA bill. I mentioned the Wisconsin study, but I wasn't excluding others. We have 8 different studies across the country examining educational school choices' impact on school climate, safety. 8 found positive outcomes. That's 8 out of 8. I mentioned the Milwaukee program findings where there were 56% fewer drug convictions amongst school choice ESA recipients in a private school experience. There were 86% fewer property damage convictions, and there are a total of 100% positive outcomes for those studies on students feeling safer overall.
Yeah, I'm not trying to conflate two things, and I appreciate your ability, and that's what you want to respond to and so on. I don't even know what you just said, to be honest with you.
8 out of 8 studies say students feel safer in a private school with an ESA.
All right, fair enough. And you just said before that there could be some other bill that would require these ESA schools to be subject to the School Safety Commission. Why not put it in this bill?
Senator Gutierrez, with all the work we've done over the years, we haven't had in all the testimony in our committee process concerns presented about the need to place additional safety requirements on a private school with a private school budget. So because that private school has to come up with its own funding and it has its own board, they have to make decisions based on their safety for their campus, just like many other components that we're not delving into in this bill on their behalf.
But now we have public school funding towards those private schools, and you're saying that they are not subject to the same requirements, no strings attached, like you said earlier, and therefore these kids that are using public school money in our private schools now are somehow less safer, even though you want to tell us that they're more safe. I get it, by some virtue of some polls and whatnot. But you don't want those private school kids that are using public school funding to be as safe as the kid in the public school down the road, because you don't want them to be subject to the School Safety Commission.
Yeah, Senator Gutierrez, I want every student in Texas to be safe, but just as you and I have joined together to vote for Texas equalization grants that allow private schools to be the beneficiary of a public school student using tax money, Texas taxpayer dollars, to end up at that private school, TCU, Baylor, whatever the private university might be. We have not, as we've joined together to vote together on that tax money being used by a public school student in a private school setting, we have never placed any safety requirements on those private universities. I don't think you have that bill this session.
I'm glad that you mentioned Texas equalization grants, and we'll get to that down the road. You know that I represent about 16 counties, the vast majority of them rural, correct?
That's right.
I don't want to conflate or misrepresent your bill one way or another. And so when people say, oh, this benefits 100,000 kids, it might be a little bit more than that, right? Because you've got this $2,000 for the homeschool kids, so we get a few more kids.
That's right.
So give or take, not take, but 100,000 plus kids. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay. And we got 5.1 million kids in our school system, correct?
North of that.
North of that.
Close to 5.3, 5.4, yeah.
5.3, 5.4. But 100,000 or so lucky ones. Is that right?
Senator Gutierrez, if you want to expand the plan from $1 billion to more than that to cover more students, I have not seen that amendment up to this point, but we're launching a plan that Arizona started with 300 students, Florida started with 17,000 students, and we're starting with 100,000 students. So yes, in a lottery situation weighted towards the disabled and low income, I'm thinking it is fair.
Well, hell, let's do it for all the students then. Let's give everybody in Texas. Let's vote on that right now.
That would be a $53 billion one-year expenditure, so we have to do some planning as appropriators. I think it's probably more responsible to launch a plan with a best in practices in the nation framework like we have today, and then weigh the success of the plan on behalf of these students, and then accept your amendment if you so choose to have it apply to 5.3 or 4 million students. That's not my bill.
Well, okay. Well, let's talk about your committee structure and what's it called. Now you've changed the name. The name has been changed now to K through 12, right?
K through 16.
K through 16.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you.
It's the combination of higher ed and K through 12 together, as we did last session.
Right. And I'm not suggesting that you're being disingenuous. I just want to go through some facts and some bill analysis questions.
Okay.
A whole bunch of people want to ask questions. I don't want to take too much of your time. How many students are estimated by TEA to leave public schools for private schools in fiscal year 2027?
One more time, I'm sorry.
Under the bill analysis, how many students are estimated by TEA to leave the public schools for the private schools in 2027?
Well, at capacity maximum, this legislation would serve 100,000 students out of, let's say it's 5.3 million public school students, it'd be 100,000 served. That would be 1.7, 1.8%, which again is why I don't understand why our public schools would even have concerns over a program that helps 1.7%, 1.8% of all public school students.
Well, I promise you, my rural constituents, Republicans, Democrats, have real big problems with this bill because they don't have private schools in their counties.
Nationally,
rural Texas gets screwed on this deal.
Not at all. It's actually a rural Texas bill. And in the state of Florida, private school opportunities increased 74% over 10 years in Florida, in rural Florida.
It's a rural Texas bill. I'll let you go. I'll take you down to my counties, and you can go talk to my county judges.
I'll be happy to. I need the invitation.
And you can tell them how this
I'm just
is a
working
rural
off the
Texas
data.
You can tell them how this is a rural Texas bill.
There's a perception because we don't have it. There's data across the nation over decades and decades that's irrefutable.
Yeah, I don't want to speak over you, so I appreciate the same not being done to me.
Absolutely respect your line of questioning. I'll defer and yield.
My question was, in 2027, how many students does TEA suggest will leave for private schools in fiscal year 2027 from the public schools to the private schools? More specifically, what's capacity in 2027? How many seats available for these first tier, the 80% tier? It's on the bill analysis, page 3.
I don't have those numbers. I just gave you a maximum. The maximum is 1.8% of all public school students could be served.
All right. Here's my question. TEA, the Texas Education Agency, says there's 24,500 seats available in fiscal year 2027. 24,500 seats.
In private schools?
Available in the private schools in the year 2027. Do you have any?
We show 74,000 in our data.
Okay. On page 3 of the bill analysis, sir, it says, it assumes that 24,500 students would leave public schools for private schools in 2027. That's what the bill analysis says.
Okay.
Is there any reason for me to be wrong here on what the bill analysis says?
The testimony in committee from private schools across Texas is triple that. So through TEPSAC, we have data through our committee hearings in 25 and back in 23 talking about 74,000 open seats and tens of millions of dollars in philanthropy for scholarships.
Well, I don't know about those other agencies, but TEA, the Texas Education Agency,
yes,
appointed chairman, the commissioner appointed by Greg Abbott, the Republican governor, says it's 24,500 seats available in 2027, increasing to 98,000 in fiscal year 2030. Is there any reason to suggest that they don't know what they're talking about here?
Yes, it's inconsistent with the data from the actual private schools that offer the seats. So instead of the Texas Education Agency's extrapolation on that, I would defer to the data offered by the private schools themselves.
Okay, so you want us to believe, because we get a bill analysis from Ledge Council, correct?
Correct.
And they go to agencies and everybody comes in and they find out how to be able to do this bill analysis, because what's in the bill analysis supposedly are facts and not innuendo, not the testimony of some witness that might benefit from this thing. This is what TA is saying, and that's all I want to know.
And I feel for you on the validity and veracity of the data. For instance, we had an LBB report that this bill would cost billions and billions of dollars and would grow at 20% out to 2029. We don't have anything in the bill that grows the number of students served or appropriates any additional dollars than $1 billion. So from the LBB to your information in the bill analysis, Senator Gutierrez, they may just be lacking information.
Okay, so the TEA in the bill analysis that each senator has before them suggests 24,500 seats. You disagree with that because your testimony, your witnesses, your quite frankly partial witnesses say otherwise. And so let's just go with the bill analysis numbers that have been reflected in my line of questioning.
Go ahead.
If you fill up all of the seats in the bill analysis suggestion, 24,500 seats, that only, and let's just round up, that only makes 25% of your available approximate 100,000. I say approximate because there might be a few more. We've already discussed that. Is that fair?
On those numbers, yes.
On those numbers, yes.
Yes.
And so therefore my question is this: what then happens if all of the seats are filled? Let's just take a different number. Let's say it's 50,000 seats are available, just for the sake of argument. Not the 80,000 that you anticipate. 50,000 seats get filled tomorrow like that. Public schools transitioning to the private schools. Now all of the seats are full, the butts are in the seats. There's no more room. What happens to the other 50%? In other words, does it escheat to the kids that are already in private school and in the home schools? In other words, do more private school kids that are already sitting in those seats get access beyond your 20% allotment?
No, I mean, to your first point on the numbers, let's answer them two different ways, right? Both great points. To your first point on the number of available seats in private schools being less than the demand of the receiving ESA recipient, we don't know yet how many applications there will be in this program. We don't know that there will be 100,000 applications. If there are, based on your hypothetical, we're not sure how many will be in a micro school. We're not sure how many will be in a home school. We don't know among the variety of choices, this is a school choice bill, how those students will request and direct their preferences for available spots and to apply the ESA dollars themselves. So if capacity is less than the demand, which very well could be the case, then there would not be seats available within those requests. There would be a no when that application comes in, just as if 100,000 ESA holders, if they all ask for a private school slot, my data shows there's 74,000 seats, not 80, but that demand could exceed supply. We just don't know what kind of applications are coming.
Okay, let's assume that capacity is 50,000 for the sake of argument. TEA says it's much, much less. I'm simply asking you then this. Your 20% universal category, which is kids already in homeschool and already in private school, correct? Is that correct?
That's correct in the 20%, yes.
Okay. And if we've attained capacity at 50,000 kids, if we've attained capacity at 50,000 kids, sir, does your 20% category automatically boom up to 50%?
Yes,
because
it could grow.
It could grow.
Yes.
That's my point.
Okay.
So
yes.
Private school kids, in your bill, you're telling all of us that 20% of the private school kids already in private school get to be able to have access to the chance are eligible to be part of this program. Of the 100,000 kids, 20% are in the universal category, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And the rest of the 80% could become part of that population as well. I mean, that's not just the 20%, but like, for instance, in committee, we had a family, a firefighter and a teacher from San Antonio, and the firefighter was killed battling a fire. That left a widow who had 2 kids, and they were doing everything they possibly could under that dual income to provide them a private school opportunity, because the test scores in the public school that they were zoned to were, I think there were barely 34% were achieving grade level in every single grade. So instead of going back to the public school, that widow sold everything she had, including their home, and bought a much, much older home with 1 room to keep those 2 kids in a private school opportunity. And so they were already in a private school, and they would be part of this 20% that grows based on capacity that you're mentioning.
I don't want to overcomplicate your bill. Your bill is a complicated bill, so we have to try to simplify it in ways that people understand. The 20% universal category has no income requirement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's clear. You could have 100,000. Well, you could be over $160,000, and you would still be able to qualify for one of these ESAs.
You could. It's poverty level up to no ceiling.
Or $1 million.
That's right.
All right. My question is, if I've reached capacity on the 50,000 seats that are available in our hypothetical, TEA says it's 25,000. You say it's 74,000. Who knows? If I reach capacity in my hypothetical at 50,000, I got 20,000 reserved for the millionaire kids, from 0 to millions. The other 30,000 kids that are already situated in that private school, they're eligible for these ESAs regardless of financial income, correct?
Yes, it's a fully universal population. It could be the lowest income to any income.
That's my point.
Yes.
Your universal population in this scenario can exceed the 20% and go to as much as 50% in this hypothetical, correct?
If there's no seats available, we know there's a tremendous number of seats available, but yes, you can build a hypothetical to show that my universal population grows. That could be a positive for many on this floor, but it's clear that the universal population is 20% of the program, 80% serves more, unless your contention is correct that there's just not enough seats available to in any category.
Well, I'm not. Let me get a hold of my emotions here sometimes.
It could be a tremendous number of homeschool families. It might not be a private school issue.
I'm not making up the numbers. This is the Texas Education Agency says there's 25,000 seats available.
And I'm using the Texas Private School Association for the entire state that has better numbers than any stakeholder that could testify.
All right, so the millionaire kid, beyond the 20% threshold, you've already said yes, so I'm just kind of repeating it.
Yes.
That universal section can increase to as much as, if TEA is right, as much as 75% if TEA is correct. Is that not correct?
It's not if there are more homeschool applications than private school applications. We just don't know.
Okay.
But what other states show across 32 school choice plans in America is that the wealthiest of wealthy are not the school choice recipients being served. It is income vulnerable and special needs related students that are served the most among these plans.
Well,
that's how ours is designed. It's clearly the prioritization set to put $800 million of a $1 billion bill, 80%, towards that structure to help those kids that need help the most. I understand hypotheticals, but Senator West's line of questioning was about new schools that aren't quite accredited yet popping up everywhere. So which is it? Are we going to have too much supply on the seats available? Are we going to have not enough supply? We have plenty of supply based on private school testimony, but at the end of the day, who are we fighting for? We're fighting for these students that need help the most, not designing a program to say we should kill this program because it might be some billionaire boondoggle. That is manufactured narrative at its worst.
No, it's not. These are the facts. I can tell you who you're not fighting for. It's the other 5.2 million kids. That's who you're not fighting for.
We can't. We have fiscal restraint here. We have to balance our budget. We can't appropriate a $53 billion one-year deployment of funds for all the students that you support, and you don't have a bill to do that. So I can't genuinely think that your line of questioning is leading us towards you thinking that's a better program.
Well, my line of questioning is simply stating the facts that TEA says there's only 25,000 seats available, and so therefore your 20% universal category is not true. It'll expand to as much as 75%.
Senator Gutierrez, it's already in the bill that even if applications don't exceed available revenue, everyone that applies is admitted. So if I'm wide open and transparent about the fact that everyone is admitted if applications don't exceed available revenue, let's say there's 100,000 spots and 29,000 applications, we're launching a program to see exactly this. In Texas, who needs these opportunities the most and who will come forward and apply? It's not that we're piloting this concept for the nation. We'd be number 32. So we've got data across the country that shows all of these fear-mongering types of hypotheticals just aren't playing out in all of these 190 empirical studies I have on my desk.
Yeah, Arizona damn near bankrupted itself with
Arizona's got a budget surplus.
Yeah, damn near bankrupted himself with their ESAs.
Okay.
And so let me ask you another couple questions, and then I'll move on to so that someone else can ask their questions.
Yes.
Is it true that SB2 allows ESAs to be used to pay tuition and fees for career-based education and for institutes of higher education?
That's correct up to grade 12.
Wait a minute. We have a lot of kids in our high schools that are taking, that's not quite accurate, sir.
Yeah, clarification, you become ineligible for the ESA when you graduate high school. So I interpret that as working on a career and certification license or taking an AP course or a dual credit course that it would apply towards a higher ed experience.
Right, because in your bill, not in the bill analysis, you have a section that one of the payees can be a higher education provider, and that's on page 6, line 29. To your point.
That's right.
Okay? Because a lot of kids are taking high school, college credits, and so on.
That's right.
All right.
That's right. We want to, we hope the most that for in-demand jobs and skills and trades and certifications, what our workforce is showing in Texas that these students and these kids could benefit from the most in getting an education and then entering the job workforce and really getting what they bargained for, getting a wage that is a generational change for their family, establishing a trade or a skill that can never be taken away from them. That's part of this plan.
You actually took my next question out of there. You said that establishing a trade or a skill, because in the program, it also provides training for industry-based credentialing, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So under your bill, ESAs can pay for college courses for those young folks that are so doing in high school. They're already doing that. And even under SB2, ESAs can already pay for obtaining an LVN certificate, correct?
Yes.
Or some other permit or license.
That's right. Yeah, there are amendments coming, Senator Gutierrez, that will clarify those in-demand jobs. You picked a good one when you just mentioned that one, but that will choose a list of in-demand jobs and skills that these programs can work towards.
Well, I look forward to visiting a little bit when we file our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Senator Gutierrez. I appreciate the commentary and discussion.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Colcourse, for what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Senator Creighton, do you yield for questions?
I yield. Of course I do.
Senator, you and I have had a lot of discussion about this bill.
Yes.
We did, 2 years ago. I don't know, we've passed this bill in different iterations through special sessions, regular sessions, and here we find ourselves again, right?
Yes. Passed it 4 times in 2023.
4 times. Always a separate funding bill from this. In the Senate, we've always done it separate from the funding for public education, correct? We've passed 2 different bills in Senate across the rotunda.
I appreciate that point. In the regular session in 2023, the Senate kept, for 90% of the regular session, public school funding separate, teacher pay raises for public schools separate, and a school choice opportunity separate. All 3 separate bills until mid-May of the regular session. That wasn't the narrative that was promoted. The narrative that was promoted is that the Senate chose early and all the way through the regular to combine all those topics. We did not.
So, you know that I'm a product of public schools.
You and I both.
I'm a Brenham Cub. We call it, the females are called Cubettes at Brenham High School. We're the Cubettes. Yeah. I even had a chance to be a state champion in 1983, bring home that beautiful trophy.
You sure were. That's why I will never play you in golf.
I love public schools. And this discussion is hard. Because I think Senator Huffman was the first to start questioning you and asking questions about, let's tap down the misconfusion or let's clarify it.
Of course.
And there is a lot out there. People who have my cell phone or post on websites or rather social media asking these questions. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions.
Of course.
Because I think that there's a lot of fear out there, and I share some of their fear, okay?
Of course.
You just mentioned how many other states have ESAs? I mean, ESAs or vouchers. What is it, 31?
Well, there's 32 states that have expanded school choice programs in the country, all different types, right? There are about a dozen that have education savings account programs because it's just looked upon as the new modern model that protects the taxpayer, enhances the student opportunities, and it's a list of choices instead of just a voucher going to the family to hope that they choose well.
So would we be number 32 or number 33 in having
We'd be
some
number 33, excluding Puerto Rico, we'd be number 33 on an expanded school choice program in the country. For ESAs, we'd be number 15, and I'll look at Court on my staff because this is one of the hottest things in America under both Democrat and Republican governors. It's changing daily. So again, as Texas continues to follow where we should have always led, we would be, for an ESA, number 15.
So through the years, we've discussed this, and again, I'm going to ask some questions that are not easy.
It's okay. Ask what's on your heart. What's
right.
good for your district?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Sometimes we look at our small rural schools, and they are the identity of those small towns. I mean, whether you're a Shiner Comanche, or you're a Navasota Rattler, or you're a Brenham Cub, a Belleville Brahma, you can go down there to the Cuero Gobblers. The Pirates of Rockport Fulton, and there's a lot of pride in that. And it's not only on Friday nights, but a lot of times we rally in the fall, those Friday nights. Your son is in public school right now, in Montgomery ISD.
Yep. Last night, your Brenham Cubs beat my son's freshman basketball team by 15, but we won't bring that up.
Go Cubs. I didn't know that. Thank you. Go Cubs.
Hurt and didn't play, so I'll just leave a caveat there.
Okay. But you see that.
Yes.
I mean, we have a lot of pride.
Absolutely.
I thought it was great at Christmas, before actually it was Thanksgiving weekend, and the Brenham Cubs were playing the Thomas Randall High School. Dr. Thomas Randall, a Brenham Cub who went on to be the superintendent of Lamar Consolidated ISD, was so beloved there that they have named a high school after him. That high school is coached by his son, who went on to win the state championship in 5A, Division II. Incredible. But when we went to that football game, Lois Kate had come in. Jake was home from college. Lois Kate's boyfriend went with us. And we went over to Waller High School where they were playing, and it was incredible. And Lois Kate's boyfriend, hard to say, but born in California. He's here in Texas now. But one of the things that he was amazed at was the camaraderie from all walks of life as we walked around that stadium. I sat by Tommy Sullivan, who was Jimmy's baseball coach in high school, an African-American product of Brenham, that just on the school board, the camaraderie. Her boyfriend was shocked when we were leaving, and one of Jimmy's former teammates said, "White Lightning, what you doing?" Because Jimmy was pretty fast when he played with football and had so much respect and so much camaraderie. We love all of that about our public schools. And so what I hear from my constituents is the fear that Senate Bill 2 or programs like this is going to destroy what we share with our classmates, with that rallying on that we saw there as we played Thomas Randall High School on both sides of the field. Do you think that's going to happen?
Not only do I not think it's going to happen, there's just absolutely no data in the nation that shows that school choice programs are anything but good for private school outcomes. This is a percentage of the total number of students in the state, a fraction. So a day in the life of Friday Night Lights as a Brenham Cub at a varsity football game changing because of this bill, there is not one provision in this bill that does anything of the sort. In fact, private schools have increased in areas of states where they weren't prevalent before, in other states like Florida and Arizona as far as choices, but the bill's not mandatory. So no one in this legislation, the fraction of students that it supports, has to change any way of rural life or a choice to leave a public school in any regard.
So we're not the canary in the cave. We're number 33 to do this. And in all the data, and I see that, I see your staff, I know that there's been tons of research done on this. You don't see this bill as destroying public education?
The NAEP scores for rural students in Arizona under 28 years of school choice got markedly better for rural students. And they attribute, many of those experts attribute that to school choice options and competition. That's
but the
same.
NAEP score, I mean, but not just those that were able to get one of the ESAs, but you're saying that all votes rose.
I'm only talking public school outcomes. Florida, the same. Florida public schools went from near the bottom to number one in several different metrics after school choice passed. So not only is it, as I mentioned to Senator Gutierrez, this bill helps rural Texas. If we've fallen into narratives and fears that somehow rural Texas isn't served, so we need, rural Texas members need to just step aside and keep status quo, that is not what the national data shows. The national data shows that it helps them. Separate from that, we have all these incredible funding initiatives for public schools like Brenham ISD and teachers in Brenham ISD that will take this fraction of what we're investing from the surplus, $1 billion, and apply the $96 billion that we have for public schools and $8.5 billion new dollars, which is normally $2 billion of new money, in ways that a day in the life of schools in your district will see a generational lift.
So that's my follow-up question. So Senate Bill 2 is here. We haven't seen the funding bill. We know it's in the General Appropriations Act. We're working through that in Senate Finance. But I'm going to ask that question. Of course. Is, last session we had a bill. It was different numbers, but we were investing in our teachers large amounts, $3,500, catching rural schools up with a $7,000 pay raise. Are you committed to do the same this session? Because we're just seeing Senate Bill 2 as a separate bill right now before we get to vote on that bill.
Yes, and I think, Senator Kolkhorst, to your point, that's where much of the fear comes from, is because this is an emergency item and we're out of the gate with it, and many stakeholders can't see all the other wonderful pieces of legislation and funding that we have to bring forward across this entire floor of the members that are here to fight for public schools. They can't see it yet. But you and I know, and the base bill is clear, that that's the base document that we will continue to work off of with the numbers I'm talking about today.
Well, and that's one of my questions. Can I have your commitment that the next bill that we're going to see for education is going to be an investment in our public school teachers and into the system that's going to educate you say this is 1.7%, so back that out at 98.3% of the children. Is there a commitment there from you?
My teacher bill of rights that has across the board teacher pay raises and funding initiatives for additional pay streams and bonuses and all kinds of incredible opportunities beyond that across the board pay raise. Yes, I'm coming back with that teacher bill of rights again that we passed off of this floor in 2023, and the House took it to the floor, bounced it around like a beach ball, and postponed it until 2029. Because teacher organizations and superintendent organizations came into our hearings and said, we'd rather not have new teacher pay raises, we'd rather not have new money for public schools if we can kill what was then 40,000 education savings accounts for special needs and free and reduced lunch kids. So yes, Senator Kolkhorst, I'm coming back with what DeSantis announced as a national model when he took my version that the House killed. I'm coming back again as we stand for the safety of teachers, the validity of the opinions of teachers, a reasonable learning environment without disruption for teachers, and strong compensation increases for teachers. But we're not there yet. You did see that the governor announced teacher pay as an emergency item.
I saw it, and I was happy about that.
To your point, we're going to be able to move even faster on that bill this session, but we need a full Senate unanimous on that bill to stand for Texas teachers, just as we brought that bill forward last session, separate from the school choice bill.
So let's go to strings attached.
Yes.
There's been some talk here from my colleagues, and that's one of the things. You know, I listen to teachers and hear from them. Just got a text message. I'm going to clarify something. But in this bill, as an education savings account, any private school that accepts these dollars, Senator Hall asked, there's not going to be any government intervention, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So we require our public schools to do STAR testing, and you know, someone once told me that the education code might almost have as many pages in it in Texas as the Bible. That's not a good thing, right? And so here's my question. We're going to take taxpayer dollars and we're going to let people apply. 80% are in different stratas of economically challenged, all the way to autism, disabilities, different things, and 20% is almost universal, right? Those private institutions that are accepting that money aren't going to have the strings attached, okay? So here's my question to you. Is it time for us to look at STAR testing? Is it time to take some of the strings that are attached to public schools that we say, you have to do this, 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 and finally say, hey, maybe we'll give y'all some freedom to educate people the best you know how. What's your answer to that?
Yeah, my answer to that is there may be an incredible amount of validity in reducing the requirements or strings or mandates on public schools that everyone on this floor can bring a bill forward to accomplish. An incredible amount of opportunity, but most public school stakeholders say they would like to get rid of the STAR test. Why in the world would a public school stakeholder then pivot and apply the test that they want to abolish to an entire different category of students in the state? That is absolutely without logic. So the norm reference test that private schools require now has been acceptable to public schools for decades. It's called the SAT and the ACT. There is no member trying to get rid of the SAT and the ACT being used in a public school setting by a junior or senior applying to college. We're not going to apply that string. If a ESA recipient chooses to take the STAR test, they can. But it's a choice because this is a school choice bill. That string will not be applied because it doesn't make sense if public school stakeholders want to remove it altogether.
Well, I think that's the question of, you know, how can we make public educators feel that they are getting fair treatment?
Right.
I mean, it's a great question. If we're gonna open up the can of worms, let's open it up and let's look at all of them. Sure. When it comes to testing requirements, teacher requirements, and other things, and I would challenge us, sure, Senator, that as we move through this process and say, hey, we want this 100,000 students to be able to have a choice to go somewhere, to be able to have the freedom of choice, that we look within where we're going to educate 5.2 million children to say, wow, maybe some of what they're doing out there is something that we should apply. Similar to, okay, when we had charters, and charters were doing some really innovative things. And the next thing you know, we have districts of innovations and policies that we applied there. So do you see that? I'm asking this as a question. Of course. You know, public school supporter and product. Everyone in my family is, being my family.
You and I both. I have 7 public school teachers in my family. Do we see that we can apply?
I mean, districts of innovations, we took the best of charters and said, look, man, they're doing some really cool things there. Well, let's take some of these ties off of these things that bind our public schools to let them innovate. Can this ESA program lead to that with public schools? I mean, an advantage that we're saying, like we say, STAR test. Maybe it's time for us to have a new iteration of that. We're not going to make this, $10,000 ESA follow that. What I'm saying is, can it one day help our public schools? I know you say that the scores have gone up.
Yeah.
Just asking it in another way, that this program could actually lead us to take some of the requirements off of public schools and let them operate more than with the stringence we put on them through these years.
I think the misnomer is that separate from this school choice initiative, we're all working on exactly what you mentioned, right?
I'm hoping
those absolutely. I mean, we're talking every day with public school stakeholders about removing STAR, for instance, but now in the halls of the Capitol, teachers and superintendents are saying, wait, now we can weigh in on STAR. Now teachers are involved with designing STAR. We're worried about what we might end up with. Hang on a second. If you abolish STAR, what are you coming up with next? So there's a hesitation among the public school stakeholders on actually what they want to have as a result, and we can't work off hesitations. We need a unanimous sentiment in that category. This program has brought up a lot of feelings about onerous requirements on public schools, and that ends up as a result as, let's apply all that to private schools as a red herring in the school choice bill. If any of those were applied, those that are voting no today would not vote yes. Those aren't genuine. So if they're not genuine objections, let's get this bill passed for the kids that need it the most, and then go to work in our committees with the list of requirements that we need for public schools as request and weigh them up. One at a time, yes or no.
I love that attitude. So let's do it. Let's go to it.
Let's do it.
So one other thing, and I know that Senator Huffman asked this question, but I received this text message long after she finished asking her questions. And it says that there is a section in the bill that could potentially harm teacher retirement. True or false?
There's a concern by the teacher retirement system that they put out in emails all across different stakeholders, that if for some reason teachers leave the public school system, that it can affect the numbers and the math that support TRS. There's no data in the country that shows that. Without this school choice bill, we all know, and we're addressing it through my Teacher Bill of Rights and the pay and safety that you mentioned we need to come forward with again. We all know that many Texas teachers are considering leaving the profession. Folks, by survey of 370,000 public school teachers in the state, compensation is third and sometimes fourth. School choice isn't on the list. Safety is number one, and validation from administrator after compound effect on the hiring of administrators is number two.
Well, to that point of the teacher pay raise, and I know many of us who've had the opportunity, the honor of spending a lot of time on Senate Finance, House Appropriations. We've put a lot of money in the teacher retirement system. I think it's the 5th largest retirement system in the world.
And we continue to bolster it.
Well, and we should. I say I'm a product of Mrs. Condra in 2nd grade when she told me I could grow up to be anything I wanted to be, right?
And she was right.
So as we do a teacher pay raise in an upcoming bill that you've said, emergency item.
Be careful on the hand gesture there.
Yeah, well, as their pay goes up, we put more money into the teacher retirement system, correct? And then this is the other thing I want to clarify. if someone leaves a public school and they're in TRS, but if they leave and they choose to go to a private school, they're no longer part of TRS, which is a concern for those.
Of course, which happens right now all the time.
Right, it does.
And we're going to see incredible enrollment growth with students. We're going to see an incredible new generation of aspiring teachers come out of their education experience wanting hearts and minds to get in that classroom. There's not going to be, and there is no data in the country to show that a school choice program has hurt a public school or a retirement pension fund. In fact, it shows the opposite.
So in my last question, I saw where one of my daughter's teachers, remember her in 7th grade, and she was also a cheerleader sponsor, which was great. She was wonderful. And she said something on social media that really stuck with me over the weekend. And she said, if something doesn't change within the public school system, I can guarantee you good teachers will continue to leave this profession. And so I know that, Senator Perry, you have a discipline bill that's going to help teachers, hopefully. Senator Creighton, I know that you're working on some things, whether it's teacher pay raise or, as you say, security and making sure that they're safe. This is a new day for Texas. Now, we're not the canary in the cave, as you said. We're number 33 in the nation of offering some kind of school choice, correct?
Correct.
A lot of programs out there. But I look forward to working with you and other members. I'm not on the committee, but public education is Fortune 1 in the state of Texas. As you said, it's $96 billion and growing.
Yes.
So this session will go over $100 billion.
Absolutely.
Okay. That we continue to work and to give them the tools to hire the best and the brightest, because what we're talking here is 5.2 million versus 100,000 that might avail themselves of this. Is that correct?
And the funding will reflect that. The ESA funding is a fraction of what we are putting into public ed, or if you want me to relay the fraction, it's just at or just over 1% equivalent of the total dollars we're going to put into public education funding. If we are not all telling our school districts that, or conversely, your school districts are telling you something other than that, they are being misled. Why would they be misled when everyone in the Capitol that's paid to represent school districts understands these numbers? Why would they not be putting out charts all over your social media that say $100 billion is headed to public schools? Why is that? Why would they take a chart, build it, and take the new money, a portion of it, divide it by all of the public school students and say $600 per student is headed to Texas public schools? Why is that? Are they looking out for the kids?
Well, I'm glad we had this exchange. You know, it again, there's a lot of misinformation out there.
You're clarifying quite a bit of it.
And our commitment to public schools is there, as they will educate 5.2 million of our children if this bill passes for 100,000.
Senator Colcourse, you've been a public school champion since you arrived in this building. I served with you in the House for many years. I've served with you in the Senate now, somehow to believe, for 10 years, or a little longer, actually, because we came in at the end of 14. Your advocacy for public schools and your assurances are going to be reflected in our work through this session. And at the end of the day, when we're finished, this is going to be a commitment to all students in this state, including teachers and public schools themselves.
And a commitment to the children.
Absolutely.
That's our future.
All students in this state.
That's our future, is our children. I once heard the only thing that you can take to heaven is your children. You can't take your home, you can't take your riches, your fortune. All you can do is all you can take to heaven is your children. And that is what we're talking about today, is our children. So thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator
Colcourse. Just to clarify, Senator Colcourse, teacher pay will be a low priority number bill because I still have 15 left. And to clarify, this body unanimously passed the teacher pay raise multiple times last session. We purposely, remember members, separated from the school choice bill so we could not be accused of teachers not getting a pay raise if school choice failed. And on the last day in December, after we knew school choice had failed, we still pushed a teacher pay raise bill. And Representative Allison, I believe his name, from San Antonio, he's not here anymore, he begged for that bill to come to the floor. It would have passed unanimously. And correcting the record, the Senate did that. We passed a $10,000 raise total for rural teachers to close the gap. That's what we did, you all did, time and time and time again. And so that narrative needs to be correct. We also, with Joan Hoffman's leadership, put $4.5 billion into a COLA for retired teachers and gave them a $7,000, $7,500 for any teacher 70 and over. So this body, bipartisan, has done everything that you ask, everything that you've asked. And we are committed to that. And if the governor wants to put teacher pay as a new emergency item, we'll pass that bill in 2 weeks. Okay? Next up, Senator Menendez. For what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton?
I yield.
Yeah, and as we go through, by the way, members, if your questions have been asked before by other members, please take some notes. You may want clarification to ask a question again, of course, but I have 10 senators on the board, and so that puts us at around 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. So at your leisure, I have no place to go. Senator Menendez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We've been debating, asking questions of the author of the bill, and Chairman Creighton, you've chaired this committee, the Education Committee, for how many years now?
2 sessions combined, higher ed and lower ed, and a session before higher ed.
About 6 years?
Yes.
So obviously, I don't need to, you're aware the Texas Bill of Rights equivocally states that equality under the law should not be denied or abridged because of sex, race, color, or creed, or national origin. Article 1, Section 3A. You're aware of that in our Constitution.
The Texas Constitution,
yes.
correct. Yes.
Similarly, Section 1.002 of the Texas Education Code states that equal educational services or opportunities, an educational institution undertaking to provide education services or activities to any individual within the jurisdiction or geographical boundaries of that institution shall provide equal opportunities to all individuals within its jurisdiction, geographic boundaries pursuant to this code. And in B, it says, an education institution may not deny services to any individual to participate in the school district's special education program as provided by Section 29.003. And it says there, but the educational institution shall provide individuals with disabilities special education services authorized by law or expressly authorized to assist and contribute towards the provision of an appropriate special education services. The reason I bring it up is I'm sure you're aware of those protections when you were drafting your bill, correct?
Correct.
So my understanding, though, under your bill, that if a family who is a special needs or has a special education student receives an ESA and they present it to a private school, that school does not have to accept that student. Is that correct?
That's correct. There can be rejection.
They can deny that student, even though a public institution could not deny that student. The private school could deny admission to a student for any reason, right? Any reason they choose. And so that's one of the concerns that I have, is that whether it's be their religious practices, their identity, disability status, they're not required to provide language access services to emergent bilingual students. So it's true that a private school can deny admission on the basis of sex, gender orientation, gender identity, a multiple, often intersecting ways that these tax dollars that you mentioned came from the surplus. But the surplus, they're still Texans' tax dollars. They just happen to be above and beyond what we normally have. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So you're telling us that this bill would allow hardworking Texans' tax-paying dollars the ability to be presented to an institution, a private institution, that could deny that student where the Texas Constitution requires equal educational opportunities. It has a mandate for us to do that. And so I don't understand how you reconcile the two.
Well, private school admissions is as it has been before this bill was considered, right? Just as with Texas grants, we have tax money going to public school students going to a private school university setting, and they have their own requirements at TCU and at Baylor and others that we've all supported those grants and the use of those funds. But no school, public or private, can discriminate on the basis of race. According to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, no private school can discriminate on the basis of race, color, or national origin.
You mentioned earlier the no strings attached for the private schools. My concern happens to be with these families with kids with disabilities. Isn't it true that in similar previous versions of this bill, parents with students with disabilities, if they move from a public school to a private school, they waive their rights to their protections from IDEA and free and appropriate education, accountability, and dispute resolution for those services?
Under IDEA, under the federal IDEA, there's two primary rights. There's evaluation, which is a right extended to all school-age children, not just those in public schools, right? And there's free and appropriate education, requires a process to identify the services that an ISD can and will provide in negotiation with parents. We also know that 87% of private schools serve special needs, and there are 50 main schools around the state that are nationally known for serving all special needs. So, of course, if a student with a particular disability, like, let's say, a need-based tied to autism, is accepted, but a student with another severe challenge and disability is rejected because that school either doesn't serve that type of special need, or maybe they don't have seats or capacity, that is seen as a difference between rejection and bias and discrimination, or worse.
Correct. Why is there any reason that 504 students are not included under the definition of disability? Because that leaves out children with dyslexia and other health issues that could require additional flexibility and or accommodations.
Senator Menendez, you have championed opportunities for students with special needs and disabilities and challenges, including 504, as long as I've known you in the House and in the Senate. 504, I know you've worked on through other bills, not just dyslexia, but other components of 504, but there are migraines included in that, there are peanut allergies included in that, there are just differences within that 504 and those challenges that are not quite through that threshold that you would, and maybe many of us would like to see.
I agree that we need to tread carefully, because I think that where public schools are required to complete special education evaluations for their students who request them, we've already seen an increase in these evaluations, the request over the years. So considering this program aims to provide even more money for students with disabilities, and it prioritizes them in the lottery that you've set forth, I'm concerned about the potential uptick in evaluations being requested of the public schools simply so that they can leave and take this ESA. So I want to ask you a question. Are you open to ensuring that public schools have the necessary funding for these evaluations? Because as you said in your layout, that this is about the children that are in the schools. So if you want to give everyone this opportunity, especially where you have set aside 80% for people with special needs or people who are at 500% of the federal poverty line or below. So that is the concern that I have, that they're going to get $11,500 if they have a disability, so $1,500 more than a student that does not have a disability. Would you be open to ensuring our public schools have the funding for the evaluations over the next few years?
Well, I'll be supporting significant funding initiatives, as I mentioned in our exchange with Senator Colcourse. I know Senator Betancourt is championing a bill for special education and has significant funding together with that. Last session, I led an effort on the Senate floor to uncouple the basic allotment so that school districts would have incredible flexibility in their diverse needs to be able to apply those dollars in different ways. That was rejected. So even though it passed the Senate floor, the House turned down that opportunity. And with that uncoupling of the basic allotment, we created a new teacher allotment, teacher pay allotment for compensation as a permanent budget culture in our budget. And that was also rejected in the House. Net of it is, yes, I'm committed. It won't be through this legislation for creating an ESA program, but with the different bills and the budget that I mentioned, I'll be working with you on those solutions.
Appreciate that very much. On page 9 of your bill, on lines 51, it states, number 1, states that that a private school is not subject to federal and state laws regarding the provision of educational services to a child with a disability in the same manner as a public school. What does that mean?
Well, just as I mentioned, if there's like the Thrive School in Magnolia, Texas, that is statewide known for assisting students with autism, right? They may not either have the capacity to take more students, or they may not have the ability to serve another student with a severe disability or challenge in that category or another category. So that rejection is possible. A public school would need to accept that particular student, and the significant and tremendous difference in the public education budgets that we bring forward are to apply federal, state, and local dollars towards the needs of that child. Private schools do not have that kind of help, even with the fractional dollars we're putting into an opportunity that they might have a fighting chance to get a better education there.
Yeah, that whole section is the special education notice, where the Certified Education Assistance Organization needs to post on their website so that people know that the private school is not subject to the same laws as a public school. So I see where the differentiator is there. I'm going to close with this
and thank you for mentioning the notifications in the bill.
Right.
The bill requires those specific notices to be on the master website for the ESA plan, of the differences in the service that's available between a public and a private. So again, as you and I would share together, we want these families to be informed. We want them to understand that there's options out there, but are they exactly the fit that they're looking for? And is it a better opportunity or path? And many of them will say, no, I'm staying right here in my public school because I love it.
So my last question for the opening here, we've got some amendments we're going to talk about. How did you come up with, when you said that you set aside 80% of the programs weighted for special needs, and then you go on to say low income, and you say special needs and low income. You've said, you referred to low income several times, but you define low income in your bill as 500% of the federal poverty level. So in the state of Texas, that would be over $160,000 for a family of 4. Is there any other program in the state where we define low income as 500%?
Well,
because I know free and reduced lunch is at reduced is at 185 and free is at 130, I believe.
Correct. And to clarify, it's up to that amount, right?
Right.
So any threshold at the poverty level and up to that amount, which is the cutoff of a teacher and a firefighter, which we had testimony in our committee where a teacher and a firefighter as a couple and their children. The firefighter died. He passed away in a firefighting situation, and the widow, the mother, sold everything to be able to keep her kids in a San Antonio private school because they were thriving. That would have included them in the top end of that 80% category, along with all other income thresholds. So I don't think we want to remove the middle class from an opportunity to be able to have a fighting chance, but what we see across the nation is the 100th percentile, 200th, 300th are by far and above those that are served through as ESA recipients in a weighted priority set like we have.
My concern is that when the bar is so high that it doesn't really weight it, because in your prior iterations of this bill, you had other ratios at a lower level that prioritize those people, and then you didn't have the sort of the upper level free-for-all until a higher level. So if you don't prioritize, then it's almost in name only. It doesn't really prioritize the very poor or the people.
Depending on who applies, right? It depends on who actually approaches and submits an application.
True.
But we know that our commitment is nothing beyond appropriating dollars to any income level but those and below. And I believe that it's going to be very impressive on that. Now, that other framework that you mentioned from 2023, that was rejected by many members on this floor that voted against the bill. So we took that as a signal that that was not a good framework. We still sent it to the House, and the House rejected that framework, and possibly it was too confusing. So we leaned it up. We made sure that all income thresholds at low income are covered, and then that is the priority set for 80% of the legislation.
I appreciate the explanation. I don't believe that the rationale for who was eligible was the reason why many of us voted against it, but I appreciate your time and your questions.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you,
Menendez.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Your questions were point on and to the point. Thank you very much. I recalibrated our time based on 40 amendments and growing, based on how much time we spend per amendment and how many senators speak. Set your clock for 4 a.m. this morning, so don't plan dinner. Senator Johnson, he's not here on the floor. Let's go to Senator Campbell. For what purpose?
To ask a question of the author.
I yield.
You yield? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. How do we know that Senate Bill 2 won't allow for high rates of fraud? How are we protecting against any kind of fraud?
Thank you, Senator Campbell. I couldn't hear you at first, but yes, how are we protected against fraud? There are some of the strongest anti-fraud provisions in this legislation that you'll find in the country. So not only can the contractor, the comptroller, contract with a private entity for investigation services tied to whether or not the ESA program is being handled in accordance with the expectations of the bill. If there are any improprieties found, the comptroller can call upon the local district attorney to assist with that investigation. There's also background checks, criminal background checks. Senator Betancourt has a bill coming soon on a do not hire registry list that he's worked on for years. There are many different protections in the legislation for the student, for the taxpayer, and for the entities that are involved that all want to be a part of a quality protected program.
And I think that's great for everyone listening today, that you do have protections in there against fraud. The last question I want to ask, a common criticism of school choice that we've heard is that rich kids in private schools will disproportionately benefit. Will you just touch on that? You said something about it, but just touch on that as to why it's not set up for any rich kid, if you will, to disproportionately be favored.
Yes, we've had some very good discussions on that, and I appreciate the question because it's important for the members and also those listening to understand our priority set. It's amazing to me in the channels and in the mediums and in the communications throughout our public school systems that it's still not known to them that this bill serves a fraction of Texas public school students. It's capped, and at the same time, your concerns are, well protected in the fact that the priority set is for income vulnerable students and students with a disability.
Yes, very good. Thank you. You've worked hard on this, and we champion the school choice. Thank you very much, Chairman Creighton.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Campbell.
President.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. Senator Middleton is Mace. There you go. I have to check with the desk again where everyone is. For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Thank you, Senator Creighton. Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a couple questions. One thing we wanted to clear up here, and this is sort of a point of information. Senator Creighton, there's a section of the government code, 556.005, and it's long, but it goes into basically prohibited practices, and it's actually a ban on state appropriations from being used on lobbying. Have you heard of this section before?
I have.
Okay, so that was brought up with Senator West earlier, so just want to be clear here. For example, charter schools right now cannot use their state appropriations to hire lobbyists, right?
That's correct under this provision.
And so what that would mean is under this program, under the ESAs, that this is a state appropriation, as Chairwoman Huffman said earlier. It would prohibit that state appropriation from being used to hire registered lobbyists either directly, or there's also provision B that says paying an association as well. So that's something I think needed to be cleared up here today. Obviously, there's another bill that would cover taxpayer-funded lobbying entities, because right now, local taxes, property taxes can be spent to hire lobbyists, and unfortunately, that's a lot of the misinformation that has been disseminated to a lot of our offices and to the Education Committee and around this building that are just not true about this bill. And frankly, they're lies about SB2. And unfortunately, right now, our tax dollars are being used to pay for those lies. And I think that's one of the reasons why this debate has gone on so long already. It's because we're trying to correct the record and make sure that our constituents and parents know what this bill really does. So thank you for taking the time to do that. I'm sorry you have to do that, but it's part of it.
Senator Middleton, I appreciate your comments and bringing this statute forward. I mentioned your bill earlier when Senator West brought up those concerns and that we should all be supporting it. At the same time, absent the trend in this building for the bills that are advanced and filed every legislative session, the advocates for this bill are moms and dads and families, not lobbyists. So the narrative can be as much garbage and innuendo and subterfuge as it needs to be. But at the end of the day, Texas moms and dads and their families and students that need help the most are the advocates bringing this bill forward, and they will continue to be.
That's right. That's right. And I had a couple other questions, hopefully pretty quickly here. So, we brought up the tuition equalization grants earlier. I'm glad you did that. It's a long-time program in the great state of Texas, provides school choice for higher education. So can you tell us more about those tuition equalization grants and how public funds are being spent there?
Yes, again, it's a program that Republicans and Democrats have supported for 51 years, since 1972 or 3 when it was created. I think it can be up to $5,800 in the amount that a public school student can take to TCU as a university experience at a private school, relying on taxpayer-funded dollars, and it's been incredibly successful. The threshold is financial need, so it is a very bland threshold, and it's usually tied to the delta between an average of state tuition costs and the cost at whatever private university there might be that student is seeking an opportunity with. So it doesn't cover that full cost, but we've all joined together for many, many years in supporting those opportunities with great success. There's no difference here.
So there's been about 50 years of an opportunity for a member of the legislature to have outrage of public funds going to a religious-based private institution, but we haven't really seen any bills to take that away, right?
And we haven't seen any bills filed to repeal those Texas grants, equalization grants, and we haven't seen any bills filed to place strings on those private schools through the use of those Texas equalization grants. Fascinating. Thank you for clarifying that, Senator Middleton.
So we're trusting Texans to decide how public funds are spent at private religious universities. We're trusting Texans to decide how public funds are spent with private doctors with their Medicaid dollars. We're trusting Texans to decide how public funds are spent at private grocery stores with food vouchers, which is food stamps, right? And we're just saying, look, we just want to trust moms and dads too in education. Same thing, right? It's the same concept.
That's exactly correct across many different strategies and disciplines that we fund every session.
And just one question on homeschooling. So this has been brought up to a number of our offices too, and I want to make sure that this is clarified because it's important as a homeschool dad. How are homeschool families protected from government intrusion under Senate Bill 2?
Page 23 of the bill itself speaks specifically to no state agency or state officer or official can interfere or overreach into, for religious purposes or curriculum or driving certain decisions and outcomes related to how that child is educated. They cannot interfere or impose additional restrictions or strings on those providers.
And it's very strong on and that's vendor autonomy and participant autonomy. So I think that's important to point out that it's not just protecting the homeschool parents, it's also protecting vendors where the state isn't going to go in there and regulate the providers under this program and have any strings on it or force them to modify. I think you actually have that word in the bill that they can't be required to modify their curriculum or method of instruction. And it's very strong on the language that protects religious liberties and religious values. As we know, religious reasons in Florida, I think, were one of the #1 cited reasons of why parents decided to choose school choice. So thank you for including that strong language to protect those values, those religious liberties, those academic freedoms in the curriculum for private schools and homeschoolers. So thank you for including that.
Thanks for those clarifications, Senator Middleton.
Senator Paxton, I missed you. Hold on. I'm going to go to Senator Alvarado first. I just skipped over you by mistake, so you'll be after Senator Alvarado. Senator Alvarado, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose?
To ask the bill author some questions.
Yes, I'll yield.
You're recognized.
Well, here we are again. Seems like just yesterday we were debating this issue. Speaking of clarification, I think that's the note you ended on with Senator Mays. I think it's important to be crystal clear and transparent when we're talking about funding, basic allotment, and what that number is versus the money that's going for this program. Basic allotment has been said to be at $6,160. You and I had a brief conversation about that earlier. And then in exchange earlier, the number of 15,642. That's what y'all are alleging that the basic allotment is at, right?
Yes, so we have 15,000 plus that we're relying on for our estimates in the current base bill and with the new funding that we have before us. Even Raise Your Hand Texas is published far and wide that $11,000 plus is the number. It's certainly grown since those published numbers, but referring to the basic allotment as what we give our public school kids, and comparing that to this funding stream for the few ESA recipients that we have included, that's not accurate.
Okay, let's talk about that 15,642, because that includes federal money, right? Okay, it includes allotments for special education, facilities. It also takes into account the money that's used to pay the principal and interest on bonds. So when you take that down, you're at about 11 to 12 per pupil. 11 to 12,000 per pupil. Okay? So again, going from that 15,000 and including all those things that are included in that number, and then you take out the federal money, which is about 10%, then we're at about 9,900 to 10,800 per pupil.
Senator Alvarado, we could take out everything, but I include bond money that's building new classrooms and facilities and bringing in chillers so kids don't sit in 104-degree classrooms. I'm including all of that as money that pours into the classroom. All funding disciplines, we'd be around that $16,000 number.
Okay, so the 10,000 per student, all of that is coming strictly, solely, only from state funding, right?
If you're excluding like a la carte, many of these different funding streams, sure.
The 10,000 that your program is going to pay, that's for each student, all of that comes exclusively from state money.
Yes, you have the basic or initial allotment, and then you have K through 3, and you have income, and you have special needs. You have all kinds of different allotments that average up to the number that I mentioned. That I mean, all the teacher organizations that support, campaign efforts for you and many others across the state, publishing an average of state assistance around that $11,000 number. The reason why all the teacher organizations are quoting that number is they're not excluding this a la carte menu that you're talking about. But at 16, I would agree that is total aid.
Okay. And the point I'm trying to make with this is that this program, the 10,000, again, is all from state money. But what we put into public education, it's a lot less per pupil. Because if you take the, as I went through the numbers, you take into consideration the allotments for special ed, the facilities, the bond, the federal money, then we're at about almost 10,000 per pupil. But of that 10,000, 43% comes from the state, only 43%. The rest is locally funded, okay? So then that means that the voucher program or your ESA program is 100% state funded. And then what we spend on public education solely from the state, after you take out all those things I went through, you're looking at 4,257 to 4,644. So that's the big problem that many of us have with this, is that you are giving more per pupil to the voucher program as opposed to what the state, if you dwindle it down to what the state is solely responsible to, is dramatically less.
Senator Alvarado, of course, federal funds flow through coffers just as ESSER 1, 2, and 3 went straight to school districts and billions of dollars showed up that who knows where it went. All I'm saying is that we have to consider that if we have a $96 billion budget for public schools and you spread that across 5.3 million students, I'm a lawyer, I'm not great at math, but I think that's north of $18,000 a student. So if that's the case, yes, you can a la carte exclude all these different items, but I think if you went back to your public schools and you said, I'd like to exclude all these different allotments from your funding streams because let's just reduce it to the ridiculous. They obviously don't matter for the debate on ESAs. They would absolutely tell you, stop saying that.
I think what is happening here, and I think it's spending in a very irresponsible way. I don't think you're comparing apples to apples when you dwindle everything down, okay? I think that there are some other things that haven't been taken into consideration in this. Recapture is one. I haven't really heard anybody talking about that, but recapture is going to be an issue in this because if you take into account the attendance that will be lost, okay, as student enrollment declines, a district will appear to be wealthier and push school districts into recapture.
Senator Alvarado, as the exchange indicated with Senator Colkhorst and I, we have 40 other bills that deal with propping up and lifting up public schools and public school teachers, including reducing our reliance on recapture, which Republicans on this floor have shown a budget culture of doing over the past few bienniums, and on STAR, for instance, where we've taken the test in previous sessions from 15 down to 5 and counting. We have so many different pro-public school funding initiatives and reforms that are on the list of the teacher organizations for us to accomplish, and we're completely aligned on them, and we're going to accomplish them. This is bill number 1 on the Senate floor for this session.
And I wish that we were taking up, and I know we're taking this up, it's an emergency bill from the governor, and that's why we're doing it right now. But it would be responsible, I think, and prudent if we were also having conversations about what those other bills are going to be and what we're putting into public education. The comptroller had said that the economy is strong, however, that revenue collections are set to return to normal levels of growth. And I think it was at maybe our first finance meeting that it was said to keep that in mind, cautious not to commit short-term spikes in revenue to new ongoing state expenses. So I think, there's potential for a very slippery slope here when it comes to the funding of this. And I'm going to save the rest of it as we take up some amendments. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado, you'll be happy to know that because of your support of property tax relief, that HISD pays zero in recapture. We have saved them over $200 million, and that was always the big issue, recapture. So your school district, where you live, you represent, pays zero in recapture. Just wanted to get that on the record. We've done a great job on that. Senator Paxton, for what purpose?
To ask a question of the author.
Okay, and after Senator Paxton, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So our ladies up front, anyone else can use the restroom up here. You all can walk off, but they can't. So we'll take a 10-minute break after Senator Paxton. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Creighton, thank you for bringing forth this bill. I had a question regarding the education service providers. And specifically, my question is, under this bill, could a public school, including a public charter school, be an approved education service provider and participate in all the activities that those would be eligible to provide?
Yes, I appreciate you working on this in committee with us, Senator Paxton, and making sure those clarifications are there. As you know, when we say public school, we also mean open enrollment charter schools, but it's good, especially for the charter schools, to know our intentions as authors and the way that these bills and provisions are evolving and moving. So as students can take courses a la carte from a public school or an open enrollment charter school, you can imagine a homeschool student wanting to take a chemistry class possibly at a public school. So a public school could allow that homeschool student to purchase access to that course as long in the bill as they weren't considered for average daily attendance and part of their day-to-day enrollment, right? So that's offered today without this bill. That is certainly included for charter schools, and I appreciate you clarifying.
Well, thank you. And as a parent who chose at different times public school, homeschooling, and private school for my children, and as an educator who also taught in all three of those settings, I'm really excited about this opportunity for all Texas families and being part of the largest, most innovative, and what I think will be the most successful school choice program in the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Members, we have 4 more senators who want to speak, so we'll take a 10-minute break. It's 3:25, or we'll just stand at ease till 3:35. So, Senator Creighton, it will depend on you. If you're here in 10 minutes, we'll start whether they're here or not. All right. Senate stands at ease until 3:35. We're through the bonus time above the 10 minutes. For those of you keeping track, I said Senator Nathan Johnson would be next, but he is not going to ask questions, so we'll go to the next person. Senator Betancourt, for what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I yield. Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Creighton, you've done a great job on the layout and the explanation. I want to go back over the history because I think it's important to recognize that guys like Court were teenagers when we started this process, right?
That's right.
Okay, your son Cannon, okay, has grown up watching the Texas Senate pass these bills, Mr. President, and because it really started back in 2015 and 17. I know I filed some tax credit scholarship bills that were rolled into omnibus bills. Those were passed, and then you picked up the ESA portion of the attempt in 2023. So my question is, sometimes it's okay to be late to the party because you learn things. We're now going to be number 32, and so really, what have we learned from these other 32 states?
Well, we've learned many different things, right? We've learned so much about how the ESAs serve a very diverse population of students. We've learned how different states have established their own priority sets for students that are served within a scarcity of dollars. We've certainly learned about outcomes and how there's just such incredible positives across these empirical studies throughout the country on these 74 programs for success. I think out of the 190 different empirical studies, almost 170 of them are a very overwhelming net positive, and then there are about a dozen past that are net neutral. They're still new. Of course, there will always be a handful of programs in the country that don't set themselves up correctly, so they have to recalibrate, make adjustments. We've learned from every single one of those as we launch this best model, best practice for the country.
Right, because that's really what it's all about. Taking SB2, making a collection of best practices, what we've seen that's worked across the country, and there's been lessons learned, but a lot of demonstratively good things have happened. You've been talking about Florida's tremendous rebound on their score testing. Would it surprise you to know that a majority of participants in the Florida school choice programs are low-income single mothers of color with a $40,000 a year or less, making $40,000 a year or less?
That would not surprise me.
No, because that's where the need is the greatest, right? When you're looking at someone that has got a family, that's a single wage earner, they're trying to make sure that the next generation has the best opportunities. And so that mother in Florida that makes $40,000 is a majority of the recipients of school choice. Now, you mentioned in Florida ESA, you've already talked about actually the tax credit scholarship, some of the survey results, which show, predominantly 2/3 majority minority usage of school choice. In that case, a tax credit scholarship.
That's correct.
True?
That's correct.
Right. Now, the other mathematics of this are really simple, which is the state of Texas, I think the last data I saw was free and reduced lunch is close to 57% of the cohorts of all the kids in the state of Texas. So
that's right.
Right. And it's not just that the public school system is that way. When you look at the parochial schools, they're also majority minority, slightly due to the fact that the Hispanic population growth is so high.
That is misunderstood among many of the stakeholders reviewing this program, and actually across the country, those numbers even grow on behalf of minority students that are served.
across these different states through ESA and expanded school choice programs.
Right, because that's the critical thing we've talked about the $15,642 expenditure that Texas has. We've done various myth busters today. But one of the big myths that has to be busted is that somehow these mathematics won't work out to be what Texas looks like now, which is a very diversified school-age population. Am I missing something?
You're not missing anything at all. In fact, you're hitting a bullseye on the target. We have a program in place that will serve students that need help the most. Our priority set is a heralded structure and model that the Lieutenant Governor even presented in the West Wing just a few days ago among the nation's leading school choice plans, and they were just going on and on about the Texas model itself. So I think this might be an America First model for success across the country, and we may see significant federal dollars flowing for that exact reason.
Well, and importantly, the population that is going to use the inescapably by any mathematics I understand is majority minority that's going to be using these ESAs, because that is the population that's being drawn from. Center West, it is. I mean, it's the public school system is majority minority from the standpoint of free and reduced lunch. The Catholic schools are, and importantly, so that's the group that's there because that's what Florida shows. It's so critical to understand that regardless of what the level is set, $122,000, $160,000. When you look at the Florida data, a majority of those families that use this are literally single family moms that make less than $40,000 a year. A majority, that's what the statistics show.
And across the nation, it's very consistent with that, and I know those are the statistics you're referring to, but among school choice recipients in a private school, so a student in a private school that's relying on a school choice plan, the Hispanic population is at 31%, and the African American population in use of those expanded school choice options is at 19%.
Right. Now, there's one issue that we haven't tackled yet: bullying. Okay? Now, Senator Menendez, I'm going to turn the clock back because I think it's very important. You had a bill that was on the floor in 2017. I believe that the sad victim of bullying, his name was David, right? And if you can remember, you were sitting over there at the time, and you made such a compelling story that I remember as the Republican caucus chair, literally going around and working for you because you had the right public policy, flipping votes on the floor. Because, David's story, and I don't want to go through the whole thing of it, but it's basically was enshrined as David's Law in 2017, and the co-authors of that bill, with you was myself, Senator Campbell, Senator Hinojosa, Chewy, not Adam because Adam wasn't here yet, Senator Huffman, Senator West, and just this morning, we got a note in from David's Legacy Foundation that they support Senator Creighton's bill. And I think it's very important to read this into at least the concluding paragraph into the Senate, okay? According to the 2023 CDC Youth Risk Behavior Survey data, there were approximately 1.7 million Texas students who have reported being bullied or cyberbullied. 1.7 million. Families whose children are unsafe on a school campus need to have options and should be able to explore moving to a school where they are safe. Students cannot learn if they are living in fear, School choice is a necessary option when it comes to keeping all students safe, and education savings accounts are a necessary component of the toolkit for parents to find the best school for their child. Signed, Maureen Molek, co-founder, David's Legacy Foundation. Now I submit, Senator Parker, that we haven't talked about bullying, but this is one place where a family and a student that feels like they've been bullied, Senator Flores, this is one way to apply for a program and get a fresh start. Because when Senator Menendez brought this bill to the floor in 2017, Senator Campbell and I, said, sign us on immediately because we had to do something about bullying. So I'm saying now, 8 years later, David's Legacy, literally his Legacy Foundation, just this morning supported school choice. How should the public feel about this, Senator Creighton?
Well, they should feel very confident that the investment in this education savings account program will bring good results. And those results aren't just positives in academics. Those results aren't just an increase in civic engagement and an overall enjoyment and an academic experience by the student and the family. Those results tie specifically to safety. And so the safety requirements and the reports that you mentioned that are so important, we find those also in studies that reflect among school choice families that have experienced the program, the school choice recipient matched to the public school student on agreeing strongly with a particular statement. The school choice recipient was 10 times more likely to say, my school provides a drug-free environment. My school is more likely to keep classrooms safe and orderly.
10 times more likely. See, we've talked a lot today. You've done a great job of the academics. I use the term iron sharpens iron. I know that this school choice ESA program will sharpen not only the ESA side of it, but the public school side and the charter schools and the parochial schools and the private schools and homeschooling even, okay, with this. But we haven't talked about a safe environment. We haven't talked about the legacy of David in this case. You know, the bill that we passed on the floor that was not going to be unanimous, but became unanimous because of a great, presentation by Senator Menendez, and also the rest of us encouraging all of the Senate to sign on against bullying. And here, this morning, David's Legacy endorses ESAs as a necessary component of the toolkits of parents to find the best school for their child. Is that not, I think it's probably one of your best endorsements that have come in, because this is a recognition of the obvious that bullied children and families have got to have some place to go.
It's one of the best endorsements, Senator Betancourt, and it's certainly not exclusive from many, many other examples and endorsements.
Well, it's also an example of how well written this bill is. And, we will become the 32nd state, and we've learned a lot. And you have done a great job of amalgamating all these best practices. But right here in Texas, we've got a clarion call from a group that was basically formed after the Senate passed a bill bipartisanly that said, let's do something about bullying. And so now we have their endorsement because they see the endless positive permutations from this. And this is just one that I felt like, Mr. President, that was important because you were here the day that Senator Menendez passed that bullying bill and that we went from a split Senate to a unanimous Senate. And now this morning, the Legacy Foundation in his name and his family, and basically started after Senator Mendez's bill, has just endorsed Senate Bill 2 as a necessary component to find the best schools for their children, and that ESAs are. This is a tremendous document. I'm going to be tweeting it out because I think the public needs to see it. And more importantly, Senator Creighton, you're providing hope to people that have their hope been extinguished for a long time.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Senator. Members, bear with us. Our two freshmen want to ask a question. And I said, this is very unusual for of course, we don't normally take a bill this significant this early. Normally they would have learned. So they've agreed to one question each. We're not going to haze you. This is too important to do that. But Senator Adam Hinojosa, you're recognized for what purpose?
Mr. President,
yes.
do I have permission to deny requests to yield?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
First of all, he has to ask. Let's see if he knows what to ask. What is the purpose? For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To ask a question of the chairman.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Oh, gosh. All right. You're recognized. Your one question. Not to be confused with the other Senator Hinojosa. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you. Senator Creighton, cybersecurity is a growing concern across all organizations. How does SB2 ensure that CEAOs are following cybersecurity best practices?
It's a great question, Senator Hinojosa. This is a new provision in the bill beyond the incredible anti-fraud provisions that we already had listed in the bill. Because of technology, because of leadership among our members, including Senator Parker and others in this space, we have incorporated the Texas Department of Information Resources CyberStar Certificate Program. And this program specifically will adopt risk management systems, appropriate training and information for employees. It will maintain consistency with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, for cybersecurity, and it will provide public service announcements to encourage cybersecurity awareness. Certainly a coordination between local and state governmental entities. The comptroller has rule-making ability to adopt even more stringent requirements than CyberStar, but we'll be working today through amendments on exactly that. And it's a great question on how can we protect the recipients of these ESAs and also be good stewards of the tax dollars.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Appreciate all your hard work on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Senator Hagenbu, for what purpose?
Ask a question of the author, please.
Do you yield? Senator Creighton?
I yield.
Senator Hagenbu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Appreciate that. When you were laying out the bill, you talked about this being a fully universal savings account. Can you explain that a little bit better?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a prioritization set in the legislation, Senator, that we've talked about quite a bit today on making sure that if applications in the program exceed available revenue, then we immediately go into a priority set that creates weights or priorities for first in line consideration for our students with disabilities and those with income vulnerabilities coming from a public school. Separate from that, we have a population within the bill and a priority set for a fully universal coverage population. Put a different way, just the $200 million in the legislation for that fully universal eligibility is the largest launch in the country for such a program, if you just isolated that out as its own program in and of itself. So we have our prioritization in line for students that need help the most, and then we also have eligibility for all of those students and families that have been waiting so many years for Texas to step up for our moms and dads and our students and their needs and finally deliver education freedom to all of them.
That's so good. Appreciate it. Just a quick follow-up. Does that mean that all 5.3 million students in the state will receive an ESA, an educational savings account?
It does not, but even though the program is fully universal, if applications into the program do not exceed available revenue. So picture, if there's a certain amount of 100,000 spots and 10,000 applications come in, well, then the bill is completely universal, right? All would be admitted. But we're assuming, because of scarcity of dollars and because of the tremendous amount of interest in school choice, right, we're hearing it from all of our families session after session as we go home. We see it in the polling at supports of 77% among Republicans and over 50% among Democrats. These families are eager to apply. So if the applications exceed the revenue that is provided, then it's a framework, and that framework will be strictly followed.
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you to you and so many others here that worked so many years to get this passed so parents can have a choice in their kids' education. Appreciate it very much.
I'm sure appreciate your questions and clarifications. It's been good, both of you and Senator Hinojosa, both chiming in and making sure that it's very important for the members considering this bill and this vote today to truly understand who they're helping and who they're standing up for or who they're not. Thank you. Appreciate your question.
Thank you, Senator. And I did ask our other freshman, Senator Cook, if she wanted to ask a question, but she's going to defer until an amendment, which she's already talked to you about.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator West, we don't normally come back around on suspension, but you asked for another question, so can you keep it to 2?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you yield, Senator Creighton?
Of course.
As it relates to issues concerning this bill, someone in this chamber always says, what gets measured, gets fixed.
I wonder who that would be, Senator West.
I think that'd be a guy right there. All right. And I think hesitation among some people that are opposing this bill is the historical perspective. And so I just want to make certain that we're able to measure what's going on, like in Florida and Arizona. And the numbers are correct. I've already checked those numbers. And somehow they got those numbers. And I just want to make certain, Senator, is the methodology that's being approved in this particular bill suitable in order for us to get the data that's been provided to other states to understand the demographic breakdown? That's the question. Is the methodology that you have in this bill suitable to make certain we can get the demographic breakdown that other states have been able to get?
Yes, I believe the framework that we adopted in 2023 that's in this bill now, in working with you and your office, that's a very sound framework. That's why we adopted it into the bill and approved it as the author to continue to get the information we need. It's identity protected, but on the other demographic categories, it will tell us quite a bit about the performance, about who is using the program and relying on it, and many of those different subsets where we can make decisions on who truly is being served with the ESA.
Now, there's no ban on DEI on private schools, is that correct? No DEI or book bans on private schools in this bill, is that correct? They can do what they want to do.
Yeah, legally, just in the same argument of why the Blaine Amendment is not applicable to this bill, in the law, the ESA money itself is awarded to the control of the family, even though they don't get those dollars and cents in their own personal bank accounts. And because it's going to the control of the family, they can direct it towards the educational provider that they see fit. It's not anything to do with reviewing their curriculum or their teaching methods or any of the like.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Creighton moves to suspension of the regular order of business. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 20 ayes, 11 nays, The motion is adopted. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2, relating to the establishment of an education savings account program.
Members, and be patient with our new messengers up here because this is their first day for a lot of them, and they haven't had the normal practice. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the motion. Members, we have amendments. The following amendments. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Creighton.
Senator, let them get all the way to the back row. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've just received the amendment. Appreciate that. And yes, members, we have a clarification in the legislation where the comptroller can decide on up to 5 education assistance organizations. And we don't have it clarified that among those 5, it can be a for-profit or a nonprofit organization. This amendment is making it clear that among those education assistance organizations that will help build the infrastructure, prop up the program, assist the comptroller with providing a framework that will serve 100,000 students, that it can be a choice of a profit or a nonprofit entity depending on who brings the best proposals and the best presentation.
Senator Creighton moves adoption of the amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Like that one, Jose.
Floor amendment number 2 by Creighton.
We'll wait till you get it, Senator. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment represents several requests from the comptroller's office. We've been working diligently with their office to make sure that, again, that we can launch a program and put a program in place that serves the students that expect to be served and their families without delay. The only major substantive change in this amendment is that the amendment gives the comptroller the authority to perform any duty assigned to an education assistance organization in the bill. And so that if they determine that because of fee structures or because of certain disadvantages in using even best-in-class opportunities for a provider, that the comptroller can do that service better, they have the authority within the bill to handle those duties and save the fees that can in turn be redeployed back into the program for the students. The comptroller is still bound by the up to 3% cap for their portion of the program overhead. The amendment further clarifies that interest generated by the program funds, money recouped from any fraudulent purchases that are discovered, or money from any closed student accounts that are returned to the program, that interest generated would be redeployed back into the program so that students could benefit from those monies. Senate Bill 2 requires that education assistance organizations be in good standing with the state. The comptroller considers that language to be too vague. Instead, those education assistance organizations under this amendment would be required to be registered to do business in this state with the Secretary of State's office and to be in good standing. Additionally, the comptroller has concerns with our provision that says that vendors and education service providers must operate in this state, as operate is not defined. To resolve this, we're requiring any vendors and education service providers to be registered to do business in Texas with the Secretary of State, while also ensuring that the education service providers are physically located in the state. That way there's nothing vague about what was in the bill, just doing business. Maybe they land an airplane, have a meeting. Is that doing business? No, we want them registered in the state, and we want them to be set up, physically located here in this state. We want to ensure also that Texas taxpayer dollars are being used for Texas schools, not schools in other states. Next, we're taking all references to comptroller website or Education Assistance Organization website and changing that to the program website. That way it's uniform and it's clear that when we refer to a program website for the ESAs, there aren't other websites that families may not be able to find, or it may be confusing because there are multiples that exist. We're also clarifying that in order to be eligible for program funds, the industry-based credentials must come from TEA's list of in-demand industry-based credentials. There's a broader list through the Texas Workforce Commission, and we have been moving as a culture in the legislature over the past couple of bienniums, especially with our education strategies and curriculum, to focus on in-demand credentials and jobs that the workforce of today pays a good living wage and also is plentiful in those positions being available. Some of the Workforce Commission's list is just quite frankly outdated. We're retaining the 5% cap for Certified Education Assistance Organization contracts, but we're getting rid of a cost-plus arrangement to further promote savings for the taxpayer. If there is a fee that's negotiated by an education assistance organization to work with the comptroller, let's say it's the investigation arm, or let's say it's Class Wallet to handle the transactions, they don't need to be double dipping. That needs to be a fee that's arranged and set, and any interpretation in the bill as drafted for cost plus, we took out. There are two more important changes that I'd like to highlight. The comptroller asks that we strike references to subtitles A and B of Title II of the Tax Code. This provision evokes the comptroller's Business Enforcement Division in recouping money from families. The comptroller retains the duty to be able to recoup taxpayer funds, but this change protects families from having their personal bank account frozen. Again, this change was requested by the comptroller's team to help them enforce the bill more appropriately and with guidance from us that is appropriate. Lastly, the amendment further clarifies that appeals to the comptroller don't constitute a contested case that could end up at State Office of Administrative Hearings. The comptroller on any contest or appeals would have the final say over the program. By clarifying that an appeal to the comptroller is not a contested case, we're again making sure that the comptroller does not have to go before SOA to defend every program decision. Members, this is the longest amendment I'm offering today. These changes are a series of meetings with the comptroller's office that we covered in one cleanup amendment so that we wouldn't take your time all through the day on long explanations from their office.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To ask a question of the amendment's author.
Do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. In the section, the 29.358, lines 13 through 15 on page 2, we had a conversation earlier today about concern over protecting Texas businesses and making sure that folks have a real commitment to the state when they're here. So I was very excited to see that in your amendment. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify, does that apply to virtual schools as well? Do they also need to be physically present in the state?
I wouldn't, let me consult with my team on that. I don't believe so, but let me ask. Yeah, it's very clear in the legislation that the campus of the school has to be located in the state to receive monies as a recipient or a participating vendor or education service provider in the bill. So if they're offering online courses and they're positioned in the state and operating here, then they would be eligible. Otherwise, the answer is they would not.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Alvarado, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Do you yield?
Of course, yes, I yield.
Thank you. So I was with you on your amendment until I saw the very bottom. And I just want to clarify, so if they are denied by the comptroller, the only recourse they have is to appeal to the comptroller, the person that denied them. Is that true?
That's correct. They would be the final arbiter of the program.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that, because for all other agencies, TCQ and others, you can go to the to SOA for your appeal. But in this case, you get denied by the comptroller, the only person that can deny you, then the only recourse you have is to go to that very person that denied you. Okay, I just want to make sure that I had that right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's quite an appeals process. Thank you. And again, I was with you until I saw that, so thank you.
I'll keep working on you, Senator Alvarado.
Senator West, what purpose?
Just a question of the...
Do you yield?
Yes, I
Senator
yield.
Creighton, would you check with your staff to see whether or not, even though you have the appeal going to the comptroller, whether a claimant can then still go to district court based on arbitrary and capricious? Or is it just the comptroller and that's it? You understand what I'm saying?
It's final with the comptroller's office, yes.
And the reason that is what? So, I mean, we're cutting off a person's, we've got a great comptroller right now, okay? But what I'm asking is, if we believe the comptroller is wrong, can't you go to district court?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator West. Yeah, if there's some sort of a request to take issue with the rules of the program, the final arbiter would be the comptroller. If there's some accusation of discrimination or there are other provisions in the bill that allow redress through the courts, just as there always would be. But for rules within the framework of the ESA itself established by the comptroller's office, that would be the final say.
The administrative rules. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Members, objections? I think there are objections. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
20 ayes and 11 nays. The amendment passes. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 3 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, they put it on your desk right there. You're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment removes the authority of the comptroller to approve education service providers that are not explicitly authorized by the bill. while preserving the authority of the comptroller to pre-approve vendors and services of products for education not explicitly authorized as pre-approved providers in the bill. Our original intent for this language is to ensure that homeschoolers have options to buy curricular materials or take advantage of transportation services from a wide variety of vendors. This language originally drafted was a bit broader than we anticipated, and so the bill already includes that private schools, public schools, higher education providers, we don't need a vague provision that would allow the comptroller to authorize different types of schools outside of the legislative intent. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment passes. Members, the following amendment, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 4 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 2 provides $2,000 for homeschool students that are awarded an ESA. This is a 100% increase in funding for homeschool families from where we left off last session. Each time we've come to the floor with an ESA bill, this body has taken additional steps forward for homeschool families, and today is no different. This amendment provides an additional $500 on top of the $2,000 for homeschool students with a disability to use towards educational therapies.
Any objection? Senator Menendez, you're recognized for what purpose?
Mr. President, quick question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir Creighton, so this $500, would this come out of the money that's already allocated in the program, or would it be new money?
It would come out of the money already allocated to the program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the following amendment.
Floor Amendment number 5 by Hancock.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized on your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And so the amendment we're offering, I wanted to make sure that Senator Creighton, because I know he's interested in this as well. I know you've been working with the Homeschoolers Coalition. As many of you may have as well, I've received hundreds of emails from the Homeschool Coalition, and so we reached out to them and talked with them. And one of their concerns in moving into the ESA arena was that going to eventually bring any requirements into those that are homeschooled? Because as I think Senator Huffman pointed out, as Senator Kokors pointed out, in the state of Texas, they have autonomy. They're homeschooling, and we do not have regulations there or requirements of any type of testing. However, those that participate in the ESAs, there is some accountability. And so this amendment simply seeks to clarify existing law and the points that have already been pointed out and that you've agreed to, that just puts into this statute and this legislation the fact that we are not going to require any additional testing for those that are not participating within this ESA program. So we're simply putting in language that clarifies what we know to be law, which you've already stated is the case, just to provide a little suspenders, you might say, of what we already know is taking place within the state of Texas.
That's
and
great.
I would hope it'd be acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
It's acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 6 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment caps the amount of funds that are allowed to accrue in a student's education savings account at $20,000. There are different needs and services that
a student awarded the education savings account might take advantage of in any given particular year. If they do not use the total amount of the education savings account as the bill states, that amount would roll forward. We also want to make sure that the recipient of the ESA is truly using the ESA as it's intended. So for that reason, if the student's fund balance would exceed $20,000 upon disbursement of funds, the comptroller shall only disperse an amount that causes the account to equal $20,000. If the account already has $20,000 within it, the comptroller shall not disperse additional funds. While families should be able to save program funds each year, depending on their particular education needs, in order to help afford dual credit courses and industry credentials when the student's in high school, we want to make sure that students have incentives to use the ESA funds each and every year.
Any objection, members? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment. The secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 7 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton, when you're ready on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in section 29.368C, there's a provision that allows governmental action if the governmental entity demonstrates that the application of the burden is in the furtherance of a compelling governmental interest and is the least restrictive means to further that interest. Think in terms of boilerplate language in American jurisprudence that if the health and safety of a child was at risk, or it was determined that a tutor that was approved, it was later discovered that they were on a sexual predator list, whatever it might be the case. I wanted to assure members that this language is not reducing in any way the autonomy of providers or recipients, because these are rare exceptions that the Supreme Court has allowed for when the government is allowed to consider infringing upon any religious liberties in other cases, such as protecting safety. This language is already located in the Texas statutes in the Civil Practices and Remedies Code, known as the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act. So in other words, this provision already exists in statute. In our conversations with the comptroller, we determined that it's not necessary to have this language in the bill, as the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act already protects homeschool families and private schools from this type of activity. Because the language is redundant and has caused some confusion for members of the public, we've chosen to remove it from the bill as it already exists in other statute.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senator Alvarado. Okay. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Boo, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, and Zaffarini.
Being 20 ayes, 11 nays, the amendment is adopted. Members, the following amendment, and the secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 8 by Creighton.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment makes it very clear on the prohibitions on the use of funds within SB2. It makes it clear that the program participants cannot transfer funds from their ESA to their private bank accounts. That's obviously boilerplate, already prevented within the bill, as Comptroller Hager will have rulemaking to establish frameworks like this, but we're being very, very prescriptive here. In the same way, we're making it also very clear that the program participants cannot be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses
under SB2. If they choose to enhance an educational experience with materials or technology or something else outside of what's provided for in their ESA, that's on their dime. Several other states have had major issues with reimbursements and some lag times, and parents purchasing unapproved items and expecting reimbursement. We're making it very clear in this bill, along with our anti-fraud provisions, that we're not going to put our Texas parents in any uncomfortable positions where they're wondering, waiting, or not sure exactly what this ESA program requires and expects of them. And that will again be very clear through comptroller rulemaking beyond these provisions. Lastly, in our discussions with state leaders in states with education savings accounts, there's a growing concern about the certified education assistance organizations that take a given percentage of each transaction. We want to prohibit that practice in Texas, and we've given the comptroller the ability to negotiate with an allocation of 5% of program funds towards contracts with these education assistance organizations that will help prop up and help administer the program itself. We expect those dollars to be used efficiently, but we also expect that our program recipients will not be nickeled and dimed 2%, 3% by transaction at a time. So we're making it very clear in this bill that those entities cannot do that to our families and our ESA recipients. This amendment keeps that from happening, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain the amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
For amendment number 9 by Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, senators like the legislature, not the executive branch or a state agency, controls state appropriations. This amendment prevents unilateral funding decisions made out of this chamber. Without this amendment, money intended for health care, disaster relief, or other essential services could be quietly diverted to this program without our consent. Taxpayers deserve to know that every dollar allocated to this program has been explicitly approved by their elected representatives. If vouchers are a priority, they should be funded directly in the budget, not through hidden transfers that evade public scrutiny. I move adoption.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I will oppose this amendment.
What purpose?
For questions of the author of the amendment.
Senator Alvarado, do you yield?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Alvarado, you were in this legislative body in the 88th legislative session in 2021, yes?
Yes.
Do you recall that session, what the regular session appropriation was for border security? How much that was?
I think maybe $1 billion.
That's my recollection too. I think the facts would check us out. It was $1 billion. Shortly after that, the comptroller issued a revised budget revenue estimate that freed up some additional money. Do you recall whether or not any further funds were appropriated to border security in a subsequent special session? Did we put more money into it in special sessions?
In the specials, I don't believe so.
Whether it was a special or the regular, do you recall that we had $1 billion appropriated, and shortly after that, it was $3 billion because we got more in the budget revenue estimate?
Yes, and I believe more was added after that.
But more was added after that. And then in the interim, another $2 billion went for border enforcement. And no, we are not talking about whether that was good or bad. We are talking about money that is spent beyond the initial appropriation. If your amendment is accepted, it would stop us from having some sort of interim appropriations to the program, wouldn't it?
That's correct. That means that only the legislature could appropriate money for the continuation of this program. Not the executive branch, not the LBB, not agencies. This means that only we and the House could appropriate money for future funding for this program. And it would have to be done in a regular session.
Aha, so that interim extra couple of billion that happened on the other topic wouldn't happen if we did the fiscally responsible thing and adopted your amendment. That's correct. And in fact, in I believe it was Arizona, I know that this was mentioned earlier about their budget shortfall, and I know Senator Creighton said there was a surplus now, but they did go through some rough patches where they had basically a budget meltdown of about $1.4 billion, a shortfall, and a good portion of that came from the voucher program. So what they had to end up doing was they cut about $333 million for water infrastructure, Senator Perry, and then they also made some cuts in highway expansion and repairs in congested areas, Senator Nichols. So there has been a budget impact, and so if more money had to be appropriated, and without this amendment, we would have no say. And so, Senator, hard word, in short, your amendment would hold us to what we're saying, what this legislature says it's going to do, which is a $1 billion appropriation. It says that's what we're doing, not some larger number that's going to take away from other funding. Correct. Thank you for bringing this amendment. I'll be voting for it.
Senator Creighton, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would move to oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 10 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, at the crux of the issue for many of us is the willingness to invest in this new educational program without us first fully supporting our public schools the way we feel they need to be. In my own district, many of my schools are facing steep budget deficits, and they have crippled their ability to provide services and resources to their students. Edgewood ISD, home of the historic Supreme Court case on school finance and equity, has closed the doors of many schools, cut staff and programs, and yet still faces a $17 million deficit. And while I'm eagerly awaiting the many other opportunities we will have this session to improve the financial situation in our public schools, this bill in particular has the potential to harm them. For example, I represent a highly urban area with several opportunities for students to avail themselves of these ESAs, and even if only the 2% that we've been hearing about of these public school students leave for one of the private schools or home schools, they leave their public schools, our schools would lose $142 million. And while this may not sound as harmful as you assume, that the cost of education also follows the child, however, many are fixed costs that our schools have to work around. Last session alone, we asked for increases in paying for school safety equipment. We've mandated a qualified armed guard at every campus. They have to hire the teachers, the employees to serve the number of students that started the school year. And they're also paying for increased cybersecurity and insurance costs to protect their infrastructure. So we keep hearing over and over that this bill is not going to hurt our public schools, and we have a budget surplus to make sure that it doesn't. So this amendment does two things. The first, it holds our school districts harmless for 3 years to give them time to adjust to any volatility in enrollment or attendance when this ESA program launches. Secondly, if the federal government decides to bring school choice and make it a priority themselves, as the president has indicated through a recent executive order, what this bill would say is that for every dollar that we receive from the federal government, that we take a matching amount and redirect it into our foundation school program. In doing so, we can make sure that our schools have the money they need. I was just asking how much are these increases in the evaluations for special needs students? They're at least $500. In the last few years, our public schools have been hit with record numbers of families asking their kids to be evaluated for special education. We have got to make sure that we give the public schools the tools they need. And some of those tools are going to help them maybe apply for this ESA program. This amendment would make sure that we don't hurt them in the process. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption of floor amendment number 10.
Senator Alvarado, what purpose? Okay, Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
You are recognized. Do you yield?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for this amendment, Senator. What's the current deficit for school districts in your community?
It depends. There are different ones running different deficits. Most of them are in the tens of millions of dollars. Edgewood, one of the smaller districts, is at $17 million currently. San Antonio Independent School District last year alone closed around 19 schools. And so a lot of this is already due to the fact that they have a lot of competition where it's pulling kids out of their urban schools. And so their costs remain fixed and they're having trouble maintaining their budgets.
Also in my district, I'm seeing school closures. Valley View Elementary School and the Eanes ISD, which is one of our best school districts in the nation. And the Austin ISD School Board is considering closing some of their schools as well. School districts are already taking extreme measures to raise revenue. In my district, we recently had a bond proposition generating $171 million in new revenue. $171 million. The school district got to keep $41 million, and it sent $130 million to the state. Asking voters to support a tax increase in which the majority of the funds, 2/3 of the funds, would not stay in the district was a tough choice, but it was the only option. So, precious dollars that taxpayers intended for their communities will be sent away. Recapture occurs in property wealthy districts when the property tax revenues exceed the district entitlements. What are the school districts in your area looking at for recapture?
Well, as you know, recapture occurs when these property wealthy districts have this tax revenue that exceeds the district's entitlement, which is based on the student population. So with fewer kids enrolled at the schools, the districts are going to receive lower entitlement, meaning fewer funds for the district. A dip in enrollment means the districts, which already are having to make do with less, are going to be forced to make cuts. That's going to mean laying off teachers, possibly closing schools, and you know, I think that if this goes on statewide, if 5% of the students leave public education for a voucher, it's going to cost the state possibly a little over $2 billion. And I just received some information. San Antonio Independent School District has a $40.8 million budget deficit at the end of this school year.
Wow. So we have heard Senator Creighton say that it is a myth that this proposal of his will take money from our public school districts. How much would it cost in your district if this provision passes?
If 5%, if you get to a 5% uptake in this, we would see about $178 million in losses San Antonio Independent ISD, inner city school district would lose about $18 million. So, you know, it could be devastating.
So without this amendment, we know that this will destabilize our schools, but your amendment would at least delay that destabilization and give them a chance to adjust?
Absolutely. I mean, and the reality is that if everything that Senator Creighton proposes works as he plans, then there is no harm, no foul, and you know, we move on. The 3-year hold harmless is just that. It's just in the event that you're not going to lose any more money than you're already losing. They're already running at a deficit. So we're not saying we're going to give them some sort of lottery windfall. It's just saying don't allow them to lose money while we see how this ESA takes place. Maybe there isn't a 2% uptake. Maybe it's smaller. We'll see how it works. But in the process, let's ensure that we don't hurt any of our school districts. And so this is an amendment that protects all of our public school districts around the state. And in doing so, the 98% of students, that 5.2 to 5.3 million kids that are in the school district. So earlier, Senator Creighton talked about helping the children, fighting for the children being there. That's exactly what we're trying to do with this amendment, is making sure that we have the resources in place so they can have the right number of teachers, so they can have appropriate classrooms, so they're not overcrowded. And so that's what we're trying to do, is defend the overwhelming majority of the kids who are going to remain our public schools.
Thanks so much for the amendment.
Thank you.
I'll be voting for it.
Thank you for your questions.
But my colleagues will too.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Menendez speaks of concerns about a school district in his district possibly losing $142 million in funding. We are advancing a base bill with historic, incredible funding for public schools, public school teachers, and their compensation. Separately from that, many of these school districts received billions and billions of dollars across all of these districts. We have at least 1 or 2 districts that received $1 billion just for that district in federal ESSER 1, 2, and 3 tranches. And that money is now gone. And that money was used in fiscal cliff types of decision-making by those CFOs against the advice of letters coming from myself and from the TEA, and declined workshops on how to avoid those fiscal cliffs that the TEA offered, and very, very few superintendents or CFOs bothered to show up at those workshops. This legislation, consistent with the rest of the nation, where you look at all school choice programs across the country, the nation's school choice programs in the aggregate involve 2.4% of public school kids. With incredible enrollment growth in Texas, with incredible budgets that we're bringing forward on behalf of public schools, this amendment is not only necessary, those budget concerns and fears are unwarranted. I move to oppose the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, and Zaffarini.
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 11 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member, Senate Bill 2 has been marketed as and promoting educational choice, particularly for low-income families and students who may be experiencing a disability, who are not being effectively served at public schools. If this bill passes, this amendment would hopefully ensure that advertising efforts would be fair and concentrated in areas where those students typically may be found. We typically don't typically find a state-funded advertising campaign for public education. So if we're going to be investing in an educational choice, we need to make sure to include all choices available to families. We'd like to see some fairness, including painting public education in a fair light as one of the many educational options students have. We should also be sure to secure investments in our public schools and require that these ads do not compel students to simply leave public education. Finally, I believe it's imperative for consumer protection that these ads follow the Deceptive Trade Practices Act. And with that, I thank you, Mr. President and members, for your consideration. I move adoption of floor amendment number 11.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I certainly understand the validity behind Senator Menendez's proposal here. We've allowed the comptroller ample funding through the 3% category that comes to their agency to foster a good plan, to prop up this plan and to promote it. And we expect them either digitally or across major media markets to do an exceptional job promoting this ESA opportunity so that all Texas families will understand it, will learn about it, and will have the choice to take advantage of it and apply. For that reason, I would oppose the amendment.
The question is on the amendment. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, and Zaffarini.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 12 by West.
Chair recognizes Senator West on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a pretty simple amendment. For government contracts of every size, from a few dollars to providing pens, we have a process in place. And frankly, the only thing this bill does is make certain that that procurement process is followed in procuring these services. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the practices, best practices that Senator West is suggesting through this amendment, it's already part of the best practices model that the comptroller follows, and for that reason and the redundancy of the amendment, I would oppose the amendment.
Mr. President, I was looking in the bill to see whether or not that was in fact in the bill. I don't see that in the bill, Senator Creighton, unless it's outside of the bill. Best practices.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Yes, I'm speaking about not the bill. I'm talking about the comptroller's current best practices within their agency on contracting.
Follows this state law. That means yes? Well,
The comptroller would already follow the framework that you're suggesting within this amendment, and because they would do so, there's no need for the amendment to be placed in the bill.
okay, I've tried to find out whether or not that is the case, and I assume that you want that to be done. And so what I will do, working with you as this bill moves through the process, let's verify that, and if that's the case, then this is not needed. So I'll pull it down at this time.
That'll be great. We'll continue to talk about this provision, Senator West. Thank you.
Members, floor amendment number 12 is withdrawn.
Members, floor amendment number 12 is withdrawn. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 13 by Campbell.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment simply clarifies how we would like the CEAOs to assist applicants, emphasizing the human element. It's acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment encourages the program and program recipients to be able to reach a live person whenever they're reaching out for answers and questions and not go through 40 steps of an automated system before they potentially might reach a person that can explain best on how this may serve them. And for that reason, I'm very thankful Senator Campbell's bringing this forward, and it's acceptable to the author.
Is there objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 14 by Parker.
Senator Parker, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment requires that certified education assistance organizations comply with reporting requirements for data breaches under Chapter 521 of the Business and Commerce Code, otherwise known as the Identity Theft Enforcement and Protection Act. This amendment requires businesses to follow best practices to protect sensitive personal data. It also requires CAOs to notify individuals impacted by data breach and authorize a civil penalty if a business fails to comply with the requirement. This amendment is in line with best practices that the comptroller already implements in all of its contracts.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Mr. President, thank you. Members, this is acceptable to the author.
Members, is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 15 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just telling Senator Creighton his original bill had some better parts than the sequel. So this amendment has 6 parts. And look, it's rare that we kick off a program, $1 billion program, without any type of strings attached. And so what I think this amendment will help to do is better administer the program. First of all, I believe that when the bill that passed out of here in the Senate in both special sessions, it prioritized economically disadvantaged, and this amendment would change it from the currently 500% of federal poverty to what we passed out of here, which would be 50% at 185% of federal poverty, 30% between 185 and 500, 20% for students with disabilities, and 10% whoever else applies universally. It would also require that a private school should be open for 3 years so that we can prevent the pop-up unaccredited private schools. It also has a conflict of interest provision so that a certified educational assistant organization should be required to honor conflict of interest provisions and not be directing people to private institutions where they have a potential conflict. We have a use it or lose it provision so that funds expire after the following year. And finally, we have some accountability through having the CEAOs, the education service providers and vendors, having them subject to the Texas Information Act, because these are public dollars. Members, these programs are not going to be universal without all school-age children, so this amendment adds licensed, high-quality child care and learning centers as pre-approved providers. I believe that these folks will be on the front lines of setting the foundation for educational attainment for the next generation. And in many of our big cities, most of the private schools are legacy schools that cost much more than this voucher. So we think that this amendment is some belt and suspenders. If we're going to be putting $1 billion of taxpayer dollars into this program, we should mitigate the risk that come without having accountability. So we want to make sure there's accountability. I want to make sure that there is public trust in our government. And so all elements of this program should be subject to the Texas Public Information Act so that people can understand and see where their tax dollars are going to work. With that, Mr. President, members, I move adoption of floor amendment number 15.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Senator Menendez, do you yield?
Yes, of course.
Senator Menendez, I'd like to ask you questions on just two portions of this bill.
Sure.
First, on the child care portion of the bill. We really are struggling with early childhood education and child care in the state of Texas. Do you know how much child care is in my county?
I can only imagine it's got to be at least in the $10,000 range. That's what about the average statewide, if I'm not mistaken.
It's $13,000, which approaches the cost of 1 year at the University of Texas. And recently, the county passed a bond initiative to subsidize child care for a certain portion of our residents. The bill in its current standing has a below 500 FPL eligibility for ESAs. How many children are living at 200% FPL in your district?
According to the Census Bureau, it's approximately 23,000, 36% of kids under the age of 6 who are at 200% of federal poverty levels.
So I know that Bexar County is not quite as bad as some of our other counties with regard to the expense of child care. Are you aware of which counties have the highest, counties and cities have the highest cost for child care?
I would imagine Austin, I would imagine Dallas, probably Houston, probably our most populated areas, because there is such a demand for it. And if you have a higher populations, possibly higher paying jobs, and therefore the market they're going to get whatever the market will bear.
So would your bill, would your amendment help us solve some of these child care deserts that we are seeing, where you simply can't find child care, you can't get a slot?
Well, if we include early child care, then you have people who are currently making a decision whether or not they can afford to go back to work because the cost is so expensive. So if they receive one of these education savings account applications at $10,000 and it's now only $3,000, now the job becomes, whether or not they can take the job becomes much easier. In essence, it helps the children get early childhood, get good education, get started on a good education at an early age, but also helps people go back into the workforce. So it's a workforce development issue as well.
And I'm going to now pivot to the FPL provision of your amendment, because this is so important, I think. As you talk about the workforce, I was looking at the 500% FPL. So how much does that work out to per household?
If it's a family of 4, it's a little bit over $160,000.
So at $160,000, I just did a quick glance at American Communities Survey. About 80% of Texans are at 500 FPL or below.
That doesn't surprise me.
We've heard Senator Creighton talk about teachers and firefighters. Do you know roughly how much the average salary is for a teacher or a firefighter?
I know starting teachers are in the 45-ish type range around there. I don't know firefighters and police officers at this time.
About the same range. We're talking, 40 to 60.
Okay. So then combined, maybe 100,000?
Yeah, so we're talking about, 200% federal poverty line for teachers and firefighters. At 500% FPL, what professions do you imagine would classify as low income at 500% FPL?
My understanding is a lot of engineers. My understanding is some software developers, some law school professors, some pharmacists, optometrists, folks who have got pretty good jobs.
So I see that your amendment would devote 50% of the available positions in the program to families who are at or below 185% FPL, which in your layout you mentioned was how this ESA passed out of this Senate last time. Why did you settle on 185% FPL?
Families who are at 185% of family poverty levels are the ones who qualify for free and reduced lunch in Texas. So this would assure that the bill accomplishes what it aims, what was set out by Senator Creighton in his layout, that it's going to give low-income families and families with disabilities a priority in the bill. My concern that is that if the bill at 500% is 80% of the population in Texas does not really, if everyone's a priority, then no one's a priority. And that's my concern.
And I'm just going to wonder out loud this question. If we did want to redefine low income in the state of Texas as 500 FPL, why not apply that definition of low income to Medicaid expansion?
I think anything that would help reduce the number of uninsured in this state, I would be for.
Thank you so much for your amendment.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're going to oppose this amendment.
The question is on the amendment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Nueces.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. Following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment. Floor amendment 16 by Gutierrez.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized on your amendment.
I have bad penmanship. I need to go back to school. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a really simple amendment. And we had a back and forth with the author of the bill earlier how high school kids are getting college credits. We all know these kids are in our own communities, and they're getting 40 and 50 hours of college credits in high school. And so what this amendment does, it allows students at higher education institutions and in career-based schools to also be eligible and to apply to receive an ESA. Real simple as that. Gives priority to those students in receiving the ESA such that college and career tech students will receive funding before the K through 12. The reason this is important for our economy, the reason it's important for our schools, the reason it's important for our families at home is because we all know that the price of higher education has gotten to be so incredibly high and difficult to attain for working class families. And so these ESAs are going to give that young adult, that young child rather, an opportunity to be able to also take part in the ESAs such that they were already taking part in the ESAs in high school when they got 12 or 15 or 20 or 30 hours before. And it'll allow them to finish their high school or their career technical based schooling. And so that in essence is my amendment. Members, I think it's a darn good amendment. I hope it's acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have not had this amendment presented to us up to now, and there are many different references to different sections in code. There are some very valid suggestions in the amendment, but at this time, we would prefer this be a separate bill, and for that reason, we would move to oppose the amendment.
Mr. President, will the author of the bill yield for a question?
Senator Gutierrez.
Will he
Yes.
yield? To
Senator Creighton, do you yield?
Sure.
For questions?
We'll yield.
Go ahead.
Senator Creighton, you said earlier that, well, and let's be clear, in the bill itself, in page 6, section 29, or line 29, it says that one of the payees is higher institutions of higher learning, correct? That's in the bill.
Yes.
Your committee is K through 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And all this does is it opens ESAs so that working class families will give their child, who's 18 or 19, the opportunity to continue their education at an institution of higher learning. And so it does nothing more to your bill than you were already anticipating. There's no definition in this bill one way or another what a child is. Do you understand all that?
I understand.
So what's so complex about this amendment that you just don't understand? I mean, I don't get it. Maybe you can clarify your confusion here.
Senator Gutierrez already clarified. We just received it. There are some redeeming qualities and good suggestions in the amendment, as I mentioned. Apparently, you're not satisfied with that, but I'm moving to oppose the amendment because I haven't had time to digest all of the consequences. If we decide that it is worth pursuing as a separate bill, we'll set it early in the Education Committee and have a hearing over it. But at this time, I'm not exactly sure what the consequences are or what we may want to add to these provisions.
Mr. President, may I close on the amendment?
Not at this time. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 16. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. Following amendment, the secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 17 by Middleton and Creighton.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is an amendment that is acceptable to the author. And what it does is it allows vendors and providers who have already been approved by the TEA through the Parent-Directed Special Education Services Program, known as SSES, to be pre-approved vendors under the ESA program. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you, Senator Middleton, for working with us well in advance on this. It obviously makes sense for that previous program to be eligible as vendors, as they are already pre-approved and in good standing. So for that reason, members, I would recommend adopting the amendment.
Is there objection to adopt, excuse me, is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Oh, let's back up. Senator West, for what purpose?
I just want to read it first. Give me 1 second.
Senator, the amendment's already been adopted.
And I was saying, hold it. I mean,
If there's an issue, could you bring it down front?
I just need to read it.
Thank you. It's been adopted. I'll slow it down a little bit. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 18 by Menendez.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you know, even though we've debated this bill several times, we cannot lose sight. This bill's gone from $500 million to $1 billion of taxpayer dollars. So with this amendment, we combined 6 requirements, expectations that currently exist for our public schools after years of policy making and case law. Much of what's in this amendment, many of you have already voted for. Our public schools spend a lot of money and resources in order to comply with these regulations. And just as Senator Creighton said that he did not want to lower the standards for our students, I too do not want to lower the standards. And so, what I'd like to see is that when we send tax dollars to any school, they be schools with certified teachers, employees that have been trained in minimum standards for school safety, minimum standards, the same standards we use for bullying. I want to thank my good friend, Senator Betancourt, for bringing up the bullying bill, because the bullying bill that we passed, these are the same standards we should have in all schools, because kids in all schools have bullies, not just public schools. And just as we have the governor of the state of Texas declare every year Holocaust Remembrance Week that is observed by our public schools, I believe that our private schools should also, that those who participate in the program should observe Holocaust Remembrance Week. I think that all schools need to be transparent about their curriculum and the materials they use, and that they should be able to share that with parents so that parents can make an informed decision about the best choice for their children. They should be able to access the curriculum the school uses to make sure that their values line up. And along those same lines, I believe private schools must be held to a similar standard in regard to oversight, data collection, monitoring, performance, and financial reporting to ensure accountability and non-discrimination for academic equity. Finally, when calculating cost savings from the program, all factors must be taken into account, including information about the number of school jobs and school closures. So it has 6 parts. I talked about teacher training parity. I talked about the Holocaust Remembrance Week, bullying standard parity, and parity and safety training, curriculum transparency, and additional reporting, because these are, after all, state tax dollars. A lot of our teachers around this state go through a lot to make sure that they have the standards, especially for their reading academies and the things that they have to do to get their licensure. And I want to make sure that children, regardless of the educational location that they get their education, if tax dollars are going to work, that they get the education the state of Texas gets their money's worth for the investment, and the parents do. So with that, members, I move adoption of floor amendment number 18, an amendment that just protects taxpayers and the tax dollars that are going to go into these educational opportunities for the children of Texas. Thank you, Mr. Member. Thank you, members.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Menendez mentions protection of tax dollars. We have the strongest anti-fraud provisions of any legislation in the nation in this ESA program. He mentions certain requirements to be placed on private schools, such as certification of teacher categories, but there's nothing in the amendment that forces public schools in their districts of innovation to cease requesting and receiving waivers on the number of certified teachers that they have to have in public schools. This is a list of strings passed on to private schools, and members, if we're going to turn private schools in Texas into public schools, we don't need an ESA bill. For that reason, I would oppose the amendment.
The question is on, there is objection to the amendment. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 18. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. There is an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 19 by West.
Senator West, you're recognized on your amendment.
Just a little short amendment. And members, the question is how long should these organizations, schools that our children are going to be going to, be open before they are able to accept these scholarships? This particular amendment says they should be open at least 5 years. And during our earlier debate, Senator Creighton mentioned that as part of the certification process, they have to go through at least 2 years. And I have no problems with saying that a part of that certification process should count towards that 5-year window before they can begin operating with the kids from this particular scholarship program. Move adoption.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I understand Senator West's concern here, but at the end of the day, we have a lower threshold for unaccredited schools participating with the ESA program at $2,000 instead of $10,000 for a reason. There are stringent background checks and other criteria involved in the approval and pre-approval of those unaccredited schools. There are also incentives in the bill to incentivize those unaccredited schools quickly to work for the 2-year accreditation process and to achieve that. And for that reason, I would move to oppose the bill.
Adoption.
Members, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 19. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. There is an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 20 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, while the annual norm reference test is a clear effort to measure outcomes, the language in Senate Bill 2 does not consider the experience of students with special needs during their test. In a public school, a student can receive accommodations and take what's known as an alternative STAR test. What this amendment would do would be elevate the concerns that we heard in committee on this issue and ensure that the student and the school convene and discuss accommodations to the standardized tests required by the bill. It doesn't call for any outside state strings. It calls for them to convene a committee composed of appropriate school personnel and the child's parent. In some cases, it may mean a booklet with larger font. It could mean more time to take the test. It just means take into consideration that some kids with special needs need accommodations. We just want to be sure that when they get those accommodations in their public school, that if they do go to a school, a private school, that they receive the same level of accommodation. It's something that was brought to us by the disability community, and we move adoption of floor amendment number 20. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we will oppose this amendment.
Members, the question is on floor amendment number 20. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 21 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want to thank Senator Betancourt for bringing up the bullying concerns that we heard. I want everyone here to know that I agree that children sometimes feel forced to leave their schools because of bullying, many schools. In the time that we worked on David's Law, in the year that we worked on that, from 2016 to 2017, about 13 children took their lives in Texas. This is a simple amendment that just means that we extend the same protections granted under the law that we passed unanimously off this floor in 2017 to the students, wherever they go. I think that a student who is bullied should have a pathway to report what their bullying is and have remedies. And, this is something that was passed unanimously here. I don't think that, I know that for a fact that private schools are not an exception to this issue. Bullying goes everywhere, unfortunately. And this amendment simply would ensure the minimum standards that we've identified and have addressed to responding to bullying follows the children. Those protections should follow them, more importantly even than the money following them. So with that, Mr. President and members, I move adoption of floor amendment number 21. Thank you.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, private schools already have protections in place for their students. National studies indicate that ESA recipients across the country report time and time again feeling safer in their private school experience than from where they came in their public school experience. For that reason, I would move to oppose the amendment and not impose these strings on private schools.
Members, the question is on floor amendment number 21. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. Following amendment, the secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 22 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I think it's very important to, when we hear Chairman Creighton affirm that there is absolutely no legislative intent to segregate students, I believe him that that is definitely not his intent. or otherwise subject a child or their family to discrimination, especially when we're talking about our public dollars. But I believe it's imperative that they be used in a way that does not cause harm. And as SB2 currently stands, there are no provisions preventing a private or religious school from discriminating against a student in who they decide to admit, as well as how they treat their student at the school. And while we know that parents have a right to leave if they find their school of choice not to be the right fit or somehow they get offended, we don't create safeguards from discrimination. And so while this bill becomes more about the school's choice in who they take rather than the opportunity of the parents, the amendment is about protecting a child and their family's civil rights. So it has two provisions. The first is a non-discrimination requirement to be pre-approved. It be a pre-approved provider, that you won't discriminate. And number two, a requirement that private or religious schools should post alleged violations and resolutions on their website. I believe these amendments would be critical to ensure that all students are given a chance to obtain an education that's best for them. And so even when they are going, they get in, that they don't get discriminated against, maybe because they don't agree with all the tenets of the school they chose. So with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 22.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, private schools do their best to accept the students they can serve. There is also situations where there are students they are unable to serve. Public schools do not have a requirement, as it's listed in this amendment, to post civil rights violations by those public schools on a website. We're not passing strings along to private schools, and certainly requirements on private schools that public schools don't already have as well. For that reason, and the reasoning knowing that private schools have to protect against discrimination, I would move to oppose the amendment.
There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails adoption. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 23 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you know, everyone in this room, just about everyone in this room, spoke about a week ago when Senator King brought forth the resolution. A few years ago, we unanimously, 6 years ago, the first time we passed the Holocaust Remembrance Week. We all fight to combat Holocaust denial. And so this amendment would simply ensure that any student who graduates from a public school has participated. We know that, as that's happened. That's what we've done in our public schools. So the Senate has stated a concern that we hope we never forget the Holocaust. And so unfortunately, we know that there are deniers out there. And I would think we should send a message through this amendment that the Senate stands firmly against any kind of denial. In fact, we know we passed this unanimously, so it's important that we make it clear so that anyone in any school, if public dollars are being used, this amendment would require them to participate in some way or form. They should know that there is free, high-quality curriculum that's issued by the state's Holocaust and Genocide Commission, and it's age-appropriate, free of charge. And therefore, when doing this, I know that we can honestly say we've done everything so that we will never forget. In talking to the Holocaust Memorial Museum of San Antonio, they were telling me that they've seen an increase in their homeschool and private school student participation, and they felt positive that an amendment like this would actually help make them more aware. This is not going to hold anybody, do anything other than make them aware of the Holocaust Remembrance Week, that they participate. I don't see it as a string. I don't see them as having to report anything. It's just that they would participate in what we already do with the state of Texas for all of our public schools. Simple amendment, to the point, something that we all value. And so for that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 23.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, a basic tenet of the choice within the school choice bill is not to impose public school curriculum on private schools as a string, and for that reason, I would move to oppose the amendment.
There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 24 by Paxton.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment clarifies the section relating to the pre-approval of public schools as education service providers. Since charter schools are public schools, this amendment clarifies that open enrollment charter schools may apply to be an education service provider. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Mr. President, members, Senator Paxton and I have been working on this for some time. It's most definitely a clarification point in the legislation that improves the bill and makes it clear to the families that this provision applies to public schools and open enrollment charter schools. Thank you, Senator Paxton. I would accept the amendment.
Is there objection to the amendment? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll. Did you want to speak? Let me ask this again. Is there objection to the amendment? There is objection to the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Nueces, Hinojosa, Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini,
There being 26 ayes and 4 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 25 by Cook.
Senator Cook, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this amendment would require educational service providers, the private schools, included in the program to make their budgets public. Currently, the Education Code Section 44.0041 requires a school district to publicly post a summary of their district's budget on their website or in the central administrative office. The budget summary has to include high-level data about instruction costs, instructional support, central administration, district operations, debt services, et cetera, as well as a comparison to the previous year's actual spending. Educational service providers receiving state dollars should also have to make their budgets public, so parents and families can make informed decisions about where to send their children, and so that we as lawmakers have a better understanding how a voucher may influence the finances of the educational service providers participating in the program. I think this is a pretty straightforward amendment promoting transparency and accountability, which I know is very important to this body. Thank y'all.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would oppose this amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 26. Is that Hinojosa? I don't know. By Hinojosa of Nueces and Creighton.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment expands the list of eligible expenses to include uniforms that are required by an education service provider. It also allows the purchase of technology or software that is required by an education service provider or physician, so long as the cost of the technology or software does not exceed 10% of the total annual amount paid to the participating child's account. We should ensure that students have the resources needed to be successful. This amendment includes a 10% cap to ensure families are making responsible purchases that directly contribute to their children's education. I believe this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption of the floor amendment number 26.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Hinojosa and I have worked on these provisions. We had uniforms covered in the previous bill that we passed, and this is a safeguard protection, as Senator Hinojosa explained, making sure that costs for technology don't exceed a certain amount of a percentage of the ESA. For that, it's acceptable to the author.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 27 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, although this seems like a long amendment, as we heard from Senator Creighton, one of his priority groups of this bill aims to support our students with disabilities. In order to make an ESA accessible for students with disabilities, it's critical that we ensure that disability-related services are allowable expenditures in these ESAs. Students with disabilities require resources, services, and accommodations, which is why they have access to that $1,500 more per child. However, the bill doesn't currently allow for the extra money to be spent on unique needs like translators, assistive technology, and other person-centered accommodations. As a reminder, our private schools are not subject to the federal and state law requiring free and appropriate education that ensure these students are included with their peers and served with dignity and respect. This amendment would help guarantee that parents have the power to ensure their child can have a chance at the educational options their peers have. Part of the examples of the amendments that I mentioned would be interpreters, the assistive technology, paraprofessionals, personal care attendants, specialized transportation services, scribe services, employment, independent living, transition services. And so basically, we're trying to make sure that students, regardless of their disability, have an opportunity to really be a priority in the ESA. And so with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 27, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're comfortable as we've worked through the provisions of this bill this session and all through 2023 that the services and the opportunities provided through the ESA are adequate. For that reason, I would oppose the amendment.
There is objection to the amendment by the bill author. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 28 by Perry.
Senator Perry. Senator Perry, you're recognized on your amendment.
Sorry about that, President. Members, this bill, or this amendment, simply prohibits the voucher money going to an online or virtual learning environment for a traditional student. I did not change what is available for those that cannot physically be in a classroom. I did not change for those that are disabled. But if we don't limit it to the traditional student that is in the ESA, we saw what happened in COVID with the anti-socialization and all the other things, and that could potentially, truthfully, have an impact to in rural districts. A district with 100 kids, if we have disengaged parents and 10 of those kids stay home, that's a 10% of their budget if they're doing it through online. So this basically simply limits traditional students going into the ESA program from not having access to spend the money on an online or virtual instruction. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've been working with Senator Perry's office on the framework that he's suggesting for in-person instruction, and it's acceptable to the author.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 29 by Paxton and Creighton.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2 requires that certified educational assistance organizations verify that each requested purchase is an approved expense and transmit payment to an approved provider within 15 days. The comptroller has assured us that we can actually shorten this maximum turnaround time to 10 days without constraining the comptroller's ability to administer the program. In the interest of expending payments to providers and ensuring that families receive products and services in a timely manner, this amendment reduces that timeline from 15 to 10 days. And I believe that the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Paxton and I have been working on this. It leans up and creates a more efficient process for ESA recipients to have their paperwork and expenditures processed faster, and because of that, it's acceptable to the author.
Members, any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 30 by Cook.
Senator Cook, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this amendment would add some clarification in the bill to ensure that the spending on promotion of the voucher program is included in the 3% cap on comptroller administration. We've talked about this already, and I heard the author's intent that it is included in it, but I just wanted it to be clarified in statute so that's clear to folks using the program. And I know how diligently we have all worked on this bill, so I just really appreciate y'all and our opportunity to meet with your staff to talk about this. I move adoption.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the comptroller's fees are up to 3% as described in the bill. They are fully committed to promoting and advertising and marketing the program within the framework and the structure of the ESA program they're establishing. For that reason, I would oppose the amendment because it's redundant.
The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. The following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 31 by Blanco.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, SB2 currently requires a notice to be provided to parents stipulating that private schools do not have to abide by federal and state regulations for special education students as required of public schools. What this amendment does is that it would expand this notice to require to make the same disclosures to parents in the bill for English language learners. This amendment ensures that parents of ELL kids, like parents of special ed students, can make an informed decision on which school setting is best suited for their child.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members understand Senator Blanco's intentions here, and although well-intentioned, we have the framework of the bill established as we prefer, and for that reason, we would oppose the amendment.
The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 11 ayes and 20 nays, the amendment fails. Following amendment, the Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 32 by Bettencourt and Creighton.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is an amendment that makes a clarification that is narrowly tailored to allow to support a student who's seeking to send their SAT or ACT scores to their college of their choice. Generally, this bill prohibits any sharing of student data, but specifically there's a narrow carve out here for parents to be able to, with parental consent, to be able to approve the sending of the scores. And this will, of course, help children in their application for a college or university. I move adoption. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's acceptable to the author.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Question of the author of the amendment.
Senator Bettencourt, do you yield?
Certainly.
Senator Bettencourt, do we subsidize these application fees for public education students?
I am actually not advised.
May I ask a question of the author of the bill?
Senator Bettencourt, do you yield
Sir,
for
I'd
question?
yield to Senator Creighton, certainly.
Yes, I'll yield.
Senator Creighton, do we subsidize these fees, sending SAT scores, ACT scores to colleges? Do we subsidize these fees for public education students?
Some public schools do, either one test or the other.
But does the state, out of state funding?
If the public school uses state funding and that's not within a certain guardrail that extends the state being given credit for the dollars flowing from our coffers, then yes.
Are you sure that they're not using PTA dollars to assist?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure they're not using foundation or other dollars to assist?
I'm not positive. We can certainly find that out for you.
Are you sure that they're not limiting this assistance to low-income students?
They who?
The public schools who are paying for these ATC and SAT scores to be sent.
Am I sure whether or not the public schools are limiting? Tell me that again. No, I'm not sure.
I can tell both of you from personal experience, my children did not have their ACT and SAT application fees covered by their public education.
And not all public schools cover that, so why would you expect that they would?
That's what this amendment is about, is covering those fees, correct?
Mr. President, if I may.
Senator Bettencourt.
Misreading the amendment?
No. Senator Eckhart, this is simply to allow, because there's a general prohibition in the bill on sharing any type of student data. This is a narrowly tailored carve-out to make sure with parental consent that the SAT or ACT scores can be sent on behalf of the student.
This amendment deals with confidentiality and allowing college boards to receive information to make sure that they're not prevented.
Then I'm good. We are not subsidizing the fee associated with the application.
So your comments prior were not relevant to the amendment, or they were?
It does not appear that they were, because there is no fee subsidy associated with it.
Certainly, absolutely none intended from the author of the amendment.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
All right, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 32. The Secretary will call the roll. I'm sorry, is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted.
Following an amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 33 by Middleton and Creighton.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is an amendment that was requested by the Comptroller's Office to protect student record confidentiality. Of course, that is their individual student records. And this amendment simply exempts individual student records held by the Comptroller or a certified education assistance organization from disclosure under the Public Information Act, and I believe that it is acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is acceptable to the author.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 34 by King.
Senator King, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. To be a party in a lawsuit, you have to have a close connection with the issues in that lawsuit. You have to have been harmed, or the outcome is going to have to affect you in some substantial way. This amendment simply provides that an eligible student would have standing if there is a constitutional challenge to the implementation of this bill. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and with that, I would move adoption.
Chair recognizes Senator Creighton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator King and I worked on this amendment and the additional legal protections for these ESA recipients. For that reason, the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Is there objection? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenvu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffirini,
There will be 20 yeas and 11 nays. The amendment passes. Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Amendment number 35 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is really a great amendment that probably Senator Betancourt should be co-author of this amendment. As you all recall, we have had issues in the past with public school teachers, and we called it pass the trash. Gypsy teachers who would have sexual misconduct with students or sexually assault students. And what they would do at that time was allow the teachers to resign and move on to another school and again assault or have sexual misconduct with another student. This went on until 1985 that I introduced legislation to try to stop this practice of teachers going from school district to school district without having it reported. And then in 1917, Senator Bentecourt passed legislation to prohibit sexual misconduct and sexual assault and have the practice of not reporting teachers to proper authorities stopped. And this is what this bill does. The main objective of this amendment is to make sure that all our students, whether in public schools or private schools, are protected from actual predators and pedophiles in the classroom. Recent headlines: former Dallas private school teacher accused of sexually assaulting child, June 2024. Former Plano private school teacher accused of grooming student, January 2024. Former Fort Worth private school band director arrested, faces charges of soliciting minor, December 2024. This is just a very small sample of sexual assault and sexual misconduct with students that's happening in our private schools. With this amendment, we will prevent the harmful practice of passing the trash or employing gypsy teachers at private schools. It promotes transparency, accountability, and safety in our classrooms to protect our students. This amendment establishes that private school administrators and teachers will be subject to the same laws and regulations as those that now apply to a public school system that protects our children. This is important to maintain consistent standards of safety and accountability across all our schools. Educators have positions of authority, have extensive access to students where no other adults or even other students, in some cases, are present, and have access to confidential information that could provide a unique opportunity to exploit students that are vulnerable. Educators must clearly understand the boundaries of the educator-student relationship that they are trusted not to cross. So what does this amendment do? It addresses the problem of gypsy teachers, a pass the trash problem that we face with public schools. We corrected that through legislation, but yet we have done nothing in this bill, Senate Bill 2, to address this issue. What this amendment does requires that parents or guardians of students in private schools receive notification about educator misconduct in a manner as parents of students in public schools are contacted. It strengthens the reporting requirements for misconduct at private schools to mirror the requirements that we pass for public schools. It requires administrators to notify the State Board of Educator Certification if a candidate resigned or was terminated and there was evidence the educator committed an unlawful act with a student or a minor. Requires notification to the State Board of Educator Certification regarding educators who possess, transfer, sell, or distribute controlled substance. That means, i.e., drugs in the private schools, like they did in our public schools. Instances of illegally transferring or appropriating or misusing school funds or property. Attempts to fraudulently obtain or alter a professional certificate or license for the purpose of promotion or additional compensation. Criminal offenses committed on school property or at other school-sponsored events. It also requires the chief administrative officer of a private school to complete an investigation on any of the above, regardless of whether the educator resigns from employment before the completion of the investigation, what used to be the practice in public schools. Lastly, it provides public schools equal access to reports of misconduct. This amendment is important to safeguard our students at public and private schools and to protect them from sexual predators that exist in our private school, as I just read some headlines a while ago, a very small example of what's happening right now in our private schools. All you have to do is read the newspaper. In many churches, there's sexual misconduct that's been exposed. So this is a way to protect our children that be attending private schools.
Chair recognizes Senator Blanco. For what reason? Do you rise?
Questions for the other?
Senator Hinojosa, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you, Senator. So just to be clear, what we're doing here with this amendment is that we're mandating the State Board of Education educator certification when a private school is involved in some kind of misconduct. That's correct?
That's correct, Senator Blanco, and as we all know, sexual misconduct has taken place in many of our religious schools and in many of our churches here in Texas and the nation.
Can you walk me through how it works? So who's required to report the misconduct under this amendment?
The administrator of the private school.
Okay.
It's called a principal or assistant principal or director or whoever's in charge of a private school.
So it creates transparency. Can you walk us through how it creates more transparency?
Well, for one, it provides that when there's any sexual misconduct by a teacher, that they be reported not only to the parents, but also to the proper authorities or the State Board of Educator certification, so they can revoke the permit.
Great. Thank you, Senator. I think this is an important amendment, and I think it's going to ensure that students are safe, no matter what educational institution that they're attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blanco.
Senator Creighton, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there's so much merit in Senator Hinojosa's well-thought-out amendment. There's also some redundancy with Senator Betancourt's amendment earlier on the do not hire registries that are imposed and required under the ESA program and in the comptroller's framework that's being developed. Imposing certain protocols on assault and other violations that protect students, imposing those certain protocols on private schools without a hearing or vetting more thoroughly through a separate bill. I would be hesitant to do that on the ESA legislation, but I will commit to you, Senator Hinojosa, to open up the discussion on these concepts under the guise of protecting students in Texas by giving this bill a hearing in the Senate Education Committee so that we can take our time with it and understand the consequences. For that reason and other reasons stated and the redundancy stated, I would move to oppose the amendment.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for just a quick question?
No, you had the floor. He spoke on the amendment. Now we vote. It wasn't a tabled situation.
Well, he did offer to help, so I just want to clarify that.
If you want to yield, you can.
President, I felt like I gave my answers.
Yeah.
I certainly don't want to cut off discussion by my colleague and friend, Senator Hinojosa, so I would yield.
But normally, just for the record, guys and ladies, as we're moving forward, unless it's a tabled issue, it does not come back to the person with the amendment. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Under senatorial courtesy, I would absolutely yield and let you finish your point, of course, Senator Hinojosa.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that. I just want to make sure I understood correctly that you're willing to consider a separate independent bill to address this issue, which I think is a very serious issue.
That's exactly what I said. We can review these concepts in a separately filed bill in a hearing in the Senate Education Committee, which I will certainly commit to giving you a hearing and priority to understand a lot of what you're suggesting here better, and so that our Senate Education members can take their time with these concepts. There are parts of this amendment that are redundant based on Senator Betancourt's amendment that's already on the bill, but separately there are some concepts we need to spend more time with. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
I accept a vote also.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I move adoption.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
11 ayes, 20 nays. The amendment fails. Members, following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 36 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, just so everybody knows, I pulled my last amendment and discussed it with Senator Creighton. We're going to work on it as a potential bill, and but this will be the last amendment for the night. Simple amendment. It's obvious to everyone that it's no secret that I'm opposed to this bill. But if we're going to be doing this education savings account program and it goes into effect, I think we need to ensure that there would be a period of time to evaluate its effectiveness. So the $1 billion of taxpayer dollars that we're going to be putting into this program are public dollars, and I believe that because of that, we need to ask the comptroller to produce a few extra metrics in the annual report to the legislature, and then ask for a sunset so we can evaluate its effectiveness. I think we need to show the number of students who were enrolled in the program, whether they remain in the program or return to public school at any point, and how often did they move schools. It's a simple amendment that asks for some data so that we can make an effective decision on whether this is a good investment, and with that, have a sunset. If, as the chair has mentioned, that this is going to be a huge success, if it happens that way, there is nothing to fear. So with that, I move adoption of floor amendment number 36.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's very clear within the four corners of the document, very clear within the legislation. There's no expansion of the program, either on the number of students served in the program or the dollars, unless future legislatures and appropriators and members decide to allow that to happen. So for that reason, I would oppose the amendment because future legislatures will have to make those decisions at that time. Move to oppose.
Secretary, recall the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 37 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the aforementioned amendment just recently. And basically, this amendment closes the loophole to ensure the safety of our Texas students by participating in the CSA program. It builds on the Do Not Hire Registry legislation that was passed and amended into HB3 back in the 87th session. Okay, and it was then built upon the following session, and it's been expanded many times to include private school access, Senator Hinojosa. But what this amendment does is give necessary access to the Do Not Hire Registry, the Interagency Reportable Conduct Search Engine, the enhanced background check information to educational service providers seeking to be included in the comptroller's list of pre-approved providers. In order to be included on the list, an applicant is required to verify that each person they employ that will interact with a participating child is not included on the Do Not Hire Registry or the Interagency Reportable Conduct Search Engine, and that they have undergone an enhanced background check. The amendment would also require providers and vendors to verify the same information if they hire a new person who will interact with a participating child. So this is evergreen. So once it starts, there's an initial check, and then if they hire any additional people, they have to run and pass the Do Not Hire Registry or the Interagency Reportable Conduct Search Engine. I believe that the amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Senator Cole Course, what purpose?
To ask the author of the amendment a question.
Please.
You yield.
Certainly yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for bringing this amendment. I had a very similar amendment today. This is building off of your original bill, and then Lieutenant Governor Patrick had assigned an interim charge about an interim committee 2 years ago after we had an incident at one of our residential treatment centers. And so through Senate Bill 1849, we built a registry for for what we say, those that have committed crimes or have had improper behavior with children throughout our state. And it's a very complicated issue. I want y'all to know what Chewy is talking about. It's important. And so through Senate Bill 1849, you started it. We're going to hopefully integrate the education TEA. And Madam Chair Huffman is working on those monies. We've looked at that so that we have it integrated so that everyone can utilize this database, again, to make sure that we are not harming our children. I always say people that want to do harm to our children fish where the fish are, or are most vulnerable. They fish where the fish are. They go to these sites. And so I want to thank you for carrying this amendment. It is a super important amendment and goes a little bit to what Senator Hinojosa was getting to. And if we can have interoperability on these databases, make sure that it's going in, we can protect our children in all settings. And the most vulnerable of our elderly in nursing facilities and other places.
And Senator Cole, of course, your bill was like the third legislative expansion of the Do Not Hire registry, because there was the initial one that was passed, then the private schools and the Catholic schools and everyone else wanted access to it. So we opened access up to that, and then you did basically the bill.
Nursing facility, we did
Right,
RTCs,
that basically goes for the interagency reportable
DFPS.
conduct search. So we expanded that out.
TJJD, because we were finding that they were going to various places and being hired. And every agency, they didn't know how to do all those background checks.
Right.
So
But they
we
do
have
now.
to keep working at this, and it is an investment by the taxpayers, because it is not inexpensive.
It's a fabulous investment
to create this
protect
database.
all the children, and to and for anyone to be a part of an ESA process, they have to go through this rigorous process.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo. For what purpose?
Senator Bendecourt, yield for questions.
Do you yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Bendecourt, I'm trying to read your amendment, floor amendment number 32, or 37, excuse me. And I understand the database and what it does and how it works. But does your bill require for the administrator of a private school to notify a parent when there be sexual misconduct of a student, of a student in a private school?
This amendment was designed to make sure that anyone that's applying as a vendor or as a provider, they have to verify that effectively their workforce complies with this, that if they have any participation with students. And then it's not just an initial run through, but the moment they hire anyone else, they have to check these registries as well. So it's an ongoing evergreen process to make sure that those people in their vendors or providers in the program have to maintain this constant state of vigilance. Because effectively, to your point, I think, Senator, we stopped passing of the trash in the public schools, and then we stopped passing of the trash to private schools. And now we're trying to make sure that there is an absolute prohibition against passing that trash into these ESA providers or vendors.
But realistically, the way real life is, you can pass a criminal background check the first time you apply for a job. That doesn't mean that you will not commit sexual assault or commit any type of crime or the use of drugs. So it's a real issue that while your amendment is a good start in that direction in trying to make sure we do a criminal background check on every applicant, the issue really here is allowing to notify the parents or notify the proper authorities and the State Board of Educator certification so they know that this person has conducted sexual misconduct, that they know this person has been caught selling drugs or using drugs at the private school. Your amendment doesn't cover that, does it?
Well, I think the conversation you had with Chairman Creighton is important, because obviously your initial amendment had some concepts that were quite broad. This one was to make sure that we had the Do Not Hire registry as well as the interagency registry part of the process from the beginning. And with that, I mean, I certainly will work with both Senator Hinojosa and Senator Creighton on that task force to continue that process if we've got anything that's
One
needs to
more
be-
point.
Okay.
My amendment, what it has in my amendment is identical to what you passed in your legislation dealing with pass the trash and gypsy teachers. In the legislation you passed in this chamber for 31-0 a couple of sessions ago. So it's no different than what applies to the public schools. We're trying to apply that to private schools. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is provide the proper protection for our children from sexual predators that may get through the system and criminal background end up assaulting a child and then not reporting that assault to the proper authorities or to the parents, or allowing that teacher to resign and move on to another school.
Senator, I completely agree with the theory on it, and we were working on two different set of amendments. Quite frankly, I didn't know you had an amendment because we had so many. This was 4 iterations to get this out this afternoon, so I didn't have time to look over your amendment.
Well, I know I don't have the votes to attach this amendment, but at some point we need to address that issue.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bendecourt.
All right, thank you for your questions.
Senator Creighton?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Senator Creighton, you're recognized on a motion to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
19 ayes, 12 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. We'll hold right there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes the Dean of Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 6:38 today.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands adjourned until 6:38 today. Members, it's a new day. The Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa.
Members of quorum is present. Senator Perry will do the invocation. If you are in the gallery, please stand. And on the floor?
Thank you, members. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, it's us again, all sinners with the opportunity to save by grace. We started this session. It's our first bill with many more to come. I just pray that as the times get long, the days get long, and the emotions get high, that we always temper our responses and our debates as we always do, with your will in mind and your love and grace that you extend to us every day. I just ask that I thank people on this floor for their servants' hearts. They're dedicated to serve the people of Texas. And I thank you for big thinking. You gave us a mind that's big enough to handle the challenges we face today for the Texans that we serve. But I'm also reminded we're not bigger than you. I just pray that we keep your will, your way, as we go throughout this session and this day. Travel grace to and from our districts each and every weekend. And thank you for the God that you are. And I remember the ultimate sacrifice that you made, that is a representation that we all should ascribe to through your Son, Jesus Christ. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Perry. Good prayer as always. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal, which was just a few minutes ago. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Members, if there's no objection, I'd like to postpone the reading and referrals of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Creighton, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. To take up and consider Senate Bill 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckert.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays that on third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2, relating to the establishment of an education savings account program.
Senator Zaffarini to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, consistent with my voting dating back to Senate Bill 10 in 1999, today I will respectfully vote against vouchers, which are referred to as education savings accounts in Senate Bill 2. My vote reflects my commitment to ensuring the integrity of our public education system and to protecting equal educational opportunities for all Texas students, regardless of their zip code or financial background. Although some statewide polls indicate support for vouchers, I believe responses were colored by the questions asked and that results would be different if questions were framed differently. Counter to those poll results, my constituents consistently have expressed their preferences for expanded educational opportunities within the public school system and their opposition to diverting taxpayer dollars to private schools with little to no accountability. More specifically, members, this session, 459 constituents in 355 emails and 104 phone calls have contacted me in opposition to Senate Bill 2, and only one constituent in one letter has asked me to support it. Because this is representative government, my vote is based on the needs and interests of Senate District 21, balanced with those of our great state. Education in all arenas and at all levels is my highest priority. As a graduate of Ursuline Academy, the mother of a St. Augustine High School graduate, and the grandmother of students at Austin St. Michael's Catholic Preparatory School, I strongly support private schools. Parents who choose private schools, in our case for religious education reasons, also choose to pay tuition to educate our children. They do not, we do not, or should not expect the government to assume their educational financial obligation when public schools are inadequately funded and public school teachers are inadequately paid. If they were, I would consider supporting this kind of financial assistance for private schools. on the condition that the funding be in addition to, not in lieu of, funding for public schools. Although public schools are the foundation of Texas communities, Senate Bill 2 would divert their critical funding to private institutions. This threatens to widen educational disparities, particularly for rural and underserved students who do not have access to private schools. Senate Bill 2 also does not ensure that private institutions accepting voucher funds would accommodate students with disabilities or those requiring special education services. It would require parents who accept ESAs to waive their federal and state special education rights, leaving vulnerable students without necessary support services. Equally disturbing, private schools receiving these funds would not be subject to the same curriculum standards, admission and expulsion policies, or non-discrimination requirements as public schools. This lack of regulation means taxpayer dollars would support institutions that do not adhere to the same accountability measures as public schools, creating an inherently inequitable system. As legislators, our highest priority should include adequately funding our public schools. Strengthening public education means prioritizing resources, supporting teachers, and improving access to quality education for every student in Texas, not only those pursuing a private education. I hope to continue to work with my colleagues to develop policies that enhance educational opportunities for every Texas student and ensure taxpayer dollars serve the public good. Accordingly, I will respectfully vote no on Senate Bill 2. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson. What purpose?
Statement on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. What if we were to try to improve the public highway transportation system with toll vouchers or toll savings accounts? We could call them TSAs. And we could issue them to, 2% of the people. It happens to be that maybe 90% of the people who would take those toll vouchers or toll savings accounts have already been driving on toll roads. And what would you think if you lived in a district that didn't have a toll road and that was likely never to have one, and yet your tax dollars were going to be used to subsidize somebody's comfortable ride in their comfortable car from their comfortable suburban house on their toll road to their comfortable office building? I think that you would think that was not a very good idea, and yet here we are doing kind of a lot like that, with our public education system, that we're going to give money to a very small percentage of the people to somehow improve public education overall, and I'm not buying it. So I'd like to examine a couple of things that are clearly not true about the bill as presented. We've seen various iterations of education savings accounts and school vouchers over the last few years, but this one in particular is the one that's on the floor, and I want to talk about that. Some things that aren't true about it. It's not about parent choice. It's not about parent choice of schools. Again, only 2% of today's public school children are expected to make the move from public school to private school. So 98% of the people aren't making a choice. 95%, this is according to the analysis we have on the bill, 95% of the kids who will receive the vouchers are already in private schools. Where's the choice? It is not about school choice. So that's what it's not about. It's also not about saving kids from failing public schools. Again, 2% of the students in today's public schools are going to wind up in the private schools. So maybe it's about 2% of the kids being saved from public schools. Maybe there's better ways we could save them, but let's grant that. 98%, that can't really be what the bill is about. I just generally don't say the bill is about something that 98% it isn't. Finally, it's not about money following, I'm sorry, I want to go back about it not being saving kids from public schools. This bill has an income threshold of 500% of the federal poverty level. That's about $160,000 a year. Ask ourselves, how many kids whose parents are earning $160,000 a year are finding themselves in failing public schools today? How many kids whose parents are earning $30,000 a year are in failing public schools today? If it was really about pulling kids out of failing public schools, it would not be aimed at more affluent families. And finally, about the money following the student. As I mentioned, 95% of the students and 90% of the money is going to go to kids already in already in private schools or homeschooled. You can't follow the kid. The money can't follow the kid if the kid is already there. So let's look at some things that are true about this bill. It is true that school vouchers and education savings accounts have been a years-long campaign that represented to the public that was about the very three things that I just explained that it isn't. It's been represented to the public that it's about school choice. It's been represented to the public, it's about the money following the student. It's been represented to the public that this is about saving kids from private schools, and we just established that it didn't do that. What it does instead is redistribute wealth to a large degree from urban areas, from suburban areas and rural areas to urban areas where there are private schools, and moves money into private schools, 75% of which in Texas, 75% of private schools in Texas are religiously affiliated. Many of them are fantastic schools. But make no mistake, we are moving public tax dollars into private religious schools, which should give us some constitutional concerns. Historically, we haven't done it, and that's a reason. Finally, Senator Creighton, I think you've made a good case that this bill does not destroy the public education system. I agree with you. It's 2% of kids. It's not that much money. It's not taking 95% of the money out of the public schools. It's really doesn't do a whole lot of anything except take public tax dollars and transfer them to private schools for kids and parents who are already using the private schools, many of whom are making a pretty good income. So I want the record to be clear what this bill is and isn't. I know there are good intentions by the bill. I know there's some analysis behind it about what effects it might have. I actually wanted to challenge one of those. Senator West and Senator Creighton had a discussion about racial disparities that may be associated with this bill and other bills like it. Senator Creighton and many people who've worked hard on this bill, I know you've reviewed studies of other states' experiences. The state of Florida was cited for its success at promoting non-Anglo students. If you look at Florida's income threshold to qualify for an education savings account, it's 185%, not 500%. And as I was discussing with Senator West, I don't think it would be controversial to suppose that the demographics of the average family with a 500% FPL, federal poverty rate income level, is different than the demographics of a family at 185% of the federal poverty level, which equals about $55,000. I don't think there's racist intentions to the bill, but there may well be racial effects that are bad for our society. And finally, although this bill, I think very certainly won't take down the public education system, I hope we all still value the public education system. I'm certain most of us do. I think it might be fair to say that at the point at which this truly becomes a program about school choice, where some significant number of our public school parents and our public school students are making the choice to leave the public schools to the private schools. At the moment it's really about school choice, that's when it really destroys the public education system. Because if we have half of our kids leave our public schools, they will crumble and they will fall. And I don't want to see that happen, so I will oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Miles, you're recognized. For what purpose?
Statement on the bill, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you. You know, colleagues, last week during the Holocaust Remembrance Day resolution, this body made it clear in stating that if you forget the past, you're doomed to repeat it. So it kind of pains me that we're here right now on track to do just that this evening. It's also ironic that we're here debating this issue on the 5th day of Black History Month, on a month that some people today say we no longer need. Time and time again, I stand before this body as a minority trying to explain things that are discriminatory and somewhat with a racist tone for people like me, that look like me. So members, let me hold your hand and remind you of the history of when vouchers were created to resist integration. It is history that we are doomed to repeat because of the systematic erasure of DEI and critical race theory. In 1954, the Brown versus Board of Education, in many states in the South set up school voucher systems to allow white families to escape integration schools so that they can go back to their life under the Ferguson versus Ferguson, separate but equal. Think about that. States also began to defund public schools at that same time. Schools that served the children of color and closed down black schools, which eventually closed and crumbled black communities. You know, Senator King, you use the principle that if it happens, then believe it can happen again. So hear me when I say to you, it will happen again. If we pass this voucher bill, let me repeat it, it can happen and it will happen again. School vouchers divert much needed funds from public schools, which serve as majority of the students. These schools are already underfunded, overburdened, outdated resources, and insufficiently funded and supported for students with special needs all day, every day. Vouchers only exacerbate the inequities of the public school spaces. Listen, leading to the future decline of quality education for students who cannot afford to leave the public system. Everybody won't be able to go to a private school, y'all. Please understand, the public school will close and the communities will fail. They will fail. Senator Hall, you said it, it's important that we do. That we don't forget the culture of hatred of the past. That was your word, sir, just the other week. However, at every turn, this body proposes and passes legislation that does just that. Forget the culture of hatred of the past. We forget about it. The question should be that we're all asking ourselves is why? And why now? Why are we bringing the ghost of segregation back to life today? We all know why. It's the political culture right now. The modus operandi of this country, as of late, has come down to party lines. Look at the bill today. It went right down party lines, which obviously is not excluding our great state of Texas. It comes down to who is the deepest pockets instead of what's best for the people and what's best for Texans. School choice is not a choice of the family. It's a choice by private schools to select who they want to allow in. There's no transparency. There's no security. There's no accountability. Private schools that accept vouchers are subject to the same level of oversight, are not subject to the same level of accountability as public schools. This means that they don't have to meet the same standards for our teacher certifications, curriculums, students' outcomes. For instance, this body passed the Crown Act last session, which was signed into law by the governor, Governor Abbott, to prevent students from being discriminated against because of their hairstyle or the texture of their hair. By approving vouchers, we will be providing taxpayer funds to institutions that are not required to comply with the protection of these kids that we just worked hard to ensure for all those kids. Also, with public funds going to private institutions, there's little transparency about how effectively those funds are being spent. I hope that by now you have a map that they have passed out to you. The other day, I was looking at this map. This is a map of private schools in Harris County. Senator Betancourt, I want you to stay with me on this one. Is he here? Private schools in Harris County. This map right here, if you take 288 from the south to join 45 going north, straight through downtown and straight through the middle of Houston, Texas, and divide the city east and west, all the dots you see on the west side are private schools. on the west side, which is an affluent white community and white area. The little bitty dots, the few dots that you see on the east side are black and brown communities. Take a look at that. It's pretty clear. It's pretty clear. The west side is historically wealthy and predominantly white. Looking at this map, who do you think is going to benefit from this bill? I think it's pretty easy to see, easy to tell. These are the private schools that exist now in Harris County. Vouchers will widen the gap between the wealthy and the poor, as families with more resources are better able to take advantage of private school options. This can lead to increasingly segregated by race, class, and ability to undermine our efforts to create more equitable educational opportunities for all students. According to the National Education Association, in Arizona, only 5% of the students that took advantage of the state's voucher program came from zip codes where the median income is at least $49,000 a year. The majority of the families that took advantage of the vouchers came from zip codes where the median income was between $81,000 and $178,000. So basically, the same map, different state. Further, in other states that have created voucher systems, the vast majority of recipients were already in private schools and had never attended public schools ever. In Arkansas, 95%, Florida, 69%, Iowa, 80%. Are we starting to see a pattern here? Do y'all start to understand a little pattern? Focusing on family income alone does not quite touch the central problem of this bill. Why are our tax dollars to pay for vouchers? What does it ever cover, even cover? It doesn't even cover the full cost. Private school tuition. The average private school tuition in Houston is $25,000. Where do you expect to get a working class family to make a household income of $35,000 to get the other $15,000? That's why it's not necessarily a low income benefit. It's definitely for a family of three, as up to almost $134,000 a year. It is the only way for legislation proponents to say with a straight face, we're helping low income families. The taxpayer money that we propose to use to fund these vouchers could go to much further if we focus on all our students rather than the 2% of our school children. The average public education teacher's salary is $57,000. If you divide that by 1 billion, the voucher appropriation, by the average teacher salary, you get 17,000 teachers. TEA states that around 9,000 public schools and school campuses in Texas. So for the same amount of money, we could put at least one teacher in every public school in the state right now. Going further, by 2030, this program is expected to cost $4.6 billion. That's billion with a B. And that $4.6 billion, current average salary would equate to 79,000 teachers that we could pay for almost 9 new teachers in every public school in the state of Texas. In some rural communities, that's a full school. 9 teachers? Let me bring it a little local to Harris County. What happens if only one kid in Harris County in HISD district participates in the program? The district will lose more than $15 million per year. That equates to a salary of 234 HISD teachers. HISD has 274 campuses. So that's a loss of almost one teacher at every campus. And I'm willing to bet that instead of the one teacher at every campus, the district will save money by merging schools instead. This could put teachers directly in danger of losing their jobs, y'all. Think about it. If we pass this legislation, we'll be robbing around 98% of our children's futures in public schools. Possibly even schools to make sure that around 2% of the children get a private school education. So we're going to sacrifice all this for 2% of our children in the state of Texas can get a private education, Texas education will be two-tiered, separate, but I guarantee you it'll be unequal. I believe we should fund our public schools for all children of Texas by raising the basic allotment before we even consider additional handouts for our wealthy. How can we guarantee the pension of existing retired teachers? Common sense, just strictly common sense, says that if there are less teachers contributing to the pension, the only way to keep the pension stable without costing taxpayers more money and hope of population, is the hope of population growth, or take more contributions from existing teachers. We could not in good conscience put teachers in a situation without seriously investing in them every biennium from here on out. I just want to say this out loud and make sure it's sound, because it sounds really perplexed in my head. We're going to give Texas taxpayers, affluent families across the state of Texas in cities like Houston and Dallas, and our rural areas, that national statistics already say those kids are probably already in private school. $10,000 for private tutors, for SAT prep, transportation, and other ancillary items. Also, let me repeat, look at the fiscal note, $4.6 billion per year by 2030. We're going to spend $4.6 billion by 2030 on SAT preps, private tutors, transportation, and other ancillary services. This makes no sense in my head. I don't know about anybody else's. If we go through this with this program, we'll grow to cover about 8% of the students by 2030. What's going to be left of the 92,000? We're designing a separate but definitely unequal system by which we will all cost the state more money and resources. We're deciding between the haves and the have-nots. All we have to do is invest in our people. I repeat, the greatest strength that I always sit up here and say that Texas has is its people and its diversity. Texas has relied time and time again on the strength of the people and its diversity. All of our districts may look different, their needs may be different, but one common thread that they all desire to have: equity and equality when it comes to the teaching of our children. That's all anybody can ask for, because quality education has always proven to be the great equalizer. I'm sure that history is going to show that this body has created a separate but unequal education structural system and made it law by sacrificing the masses for the very few. Highlighting all the negative consequences of the vouchers and ESAs, our public education system, and long-term society impacts may have. Diverting public funds to private schools through vouchers and ESAs undermines the very system that guarantees the right for every child. Just as we would not tolerate erosion of acceptance or any other public provision, we should not implement policies that weaken the public education system and limit opportunities for every student who needs them the most. The students who need them the most, we're getting ready to limit the opportunities. In the end, school vouchers and ESAs will make it harder for all students to succeed because of its educational inequalities it creates. That's why I will be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blanco, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise today respectfully in opposition to Senate Bill 2 because, from my perspective, it does not expand real choices for Texas families. Instead, it drains public schools from critical resources, leaving rural communities, English learners, and working families in my district with fewer choices, not more. Many of us here, as I do, represent communities where the public school is the backbone of the community. In places like Presidio or Van Horn, Fort Stockton, there are no private schools there. No way to transfer to a private school down the road in those towns. These communities rely on their public schools, not just for education, but for meals, for special education services, for after-school programs, and for many, even healthcare. So if we start funneling taxpayer dollars into private schools through vouchers, we're pulling away resources from Marfa ISD and pulling from Alpine ISD and Terlingua ISD, leaving teachers with fewer resources and with less support. I don't think that's choice. This bill may negatively impact the very schools that educate vast majority of our children. And it diverts taxpayer dollars to private schools that, as we heard in today's debate, that are not required to accept all students, that are not held to the same accountability standards, and do not provide the same bilingual or special education services that our public schools are required to do. So what does that mean? That means for rural schools, which are already stretched thin, they're going to lose funding. We're forcing them to cut teachers. We're forcing increased class sizes. We're eliminating programs that give students a chance to compete. So members, Senate Bill 2 does not do enough to support Texas English language learners. I try to add that in one of our amendments. And one of three students in my district is an English language learner. And public schools serve them. Private schools do not serve them. They do not have to serve them. So from my perspective, it's not school choice. It's the school's choice, what we're doing here. Public schools are legally required to provide bilingual education and English language support. Private schools receiving vouchers funds will have no such requirement. So that means thousands of Texas children who are working hard every single day to try to learn English are going to be left behind without the support that they need. So this bill doesn't give those English learners more choices, it gives them fewer choices. It takes away the funding that public schools rely on to hire those bilingual teachers, to provide those specialty programs that they need, and to close those achievement gaps. If we believe in choice, well then let's make sure every child has a fair choice, a real choice, because those rural kids don't have that choice. And that means investing in schools that support every student regardless of the language that they speak and where they live. It hurts the very schools that serve the most students, leaving those kids behind. It sends taxpayer dollars to these private schools that are not accountable to Texas families. It fails English learners, it drains rural public schools, and it makes the problem in our education system worse, not better. So, colleagues, I know we all want a strong education system. I don't doubt that, but I am concerned about diverting these tax dollars to private schools that pick and choose their students. I don't think it's the way to get there. Stripping rural schools from resources, I don't think it's the way to get there. Instead of picking winners and losers, we should make greater investments in all our students. I think we should fully fund our schools. We've got the money. We should pay the teachers what they deserve. And we should ensure that every single child, whether they live in my district or in your districts, they have real opportunity to succeed. I think that's a promise of a public education system. It's in our Constitution. And I think it's what Texans believe in. So for my rural schools, my ELL students, and the public schools that shape me, I will respectfully be voting no on Senate Bill 2. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
I rise to speak in strong opposition to the bill.
You are recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. There is no mystery about how this is going, and we all knew what the vote was going to be. We have so thoroughly self-segregated our body that Republican Senator Creighton could not accept a single Democratic amendment. Not a one. We are so thoroughly self-segregated that any amendments had to come under his name or one of our other Republican colleagues' names. And it had to happen before we hit the floor. That is how segregated we are. And this bill itself acts to further the self-segregation of the state of Texas. We have a constitutional obligation to provide a system of free public schools. And yet a majority in this chamber neglects the essentials to lavish money on a tiny segment of Texans who send their kids to private school. Nowhere in the Texas Constitution does it say that we have an obligation to subsidize private schools, and nor should we. When the state is failing on so many of our constitutional obligations, we are dead last in the number of Texans with health insurance. We are dead last in access to mental health care. While 140 Texas counties don't have a private school, half of those counties also don't have a hospital. We are among the 10 worst states in criminal justice, among the 5 worst in protecting our environment. Our grid failed, even though we are the largest producer of energy in the United States, and we may run out of drinking water if we don't act decisively this session. But miraculously, our system of public education is not ranked at the bottom. We are actually pretty average, despite our overall funding being flat or declining since 2019. Despite teachers being paid $9,000 less than the national average. In spite of per pupil funding being $4,000 less than the national average. And don't be deceived by the creative accounting of $14,000 to $16,000 per student. The actual number that is an apples-to-apples comparison is the $6,160 per student that's truly comparable to the $10,000 that we're proposing to pay to private schools in this bill. And while Senator Creighton says it's a myth that this plan takes funding out of public schools, his assertion runs into some problems, let's say, since schools in my district alone will lose $35 million for a 1% transfer to private schools. $35 million translates to 538 teachers. and recapture will increase due to this transfer to private schools. AISD recapture alone last year was $693 million. The statewide recapture, $2,873,985,918. We won't stay barely average if we move $1 billion to private schools and siphon off 1% or more of our students from our public schools. And I want to speak to the race issue, which is kind of weird for me, right? I am a white woman representing a district that is, like private schools, over 70% white and wealthier than the average Texan. But this bill is not for low-income Texas students. At 500% FPL, it's available to kids of engineers, economists, law professors, dentists, orthopedists, 80% of all Texans. This bill is not for kids of color. Under Senator West's questioning, Senator Creighton admitted that 70% of private school students are white. Under Senator Gutierrez's questioning, although Senator Creighton was uncomfortable with it, it's corroborated by the LBB analysis that more than 75% of the recipients of these vouchers will be students who are already in private school, meaning that private school enrollment is not going to get any less white with this program. I have no problem with private schools. Like I said, my constituency looks a whole lot like private school attendees, more than 70% white and wealthier than the average Texan. I have no problem with private schools, as long as they don't take all the advantages of public funding with none of the obligations. They don't have an elected school board binding them to their community. They don't have any open meetings requirements. They don't have to publicly share their budgets. They don't have to use certified teachers. They aren't subject to state testing requirements. They can advertise to lure students away from public schools. They can lobby with their private funds, just as charter schools do now. And most of all, they don't have to educate all Texans because they are private. They can cherry pick their students from among the families that can afford tuition. They can cream. They can pick the trophy kids, the legacy kids, the kids that are most profitable. And that is their private prerogative. But not if they're publicly funded. So in closing, I want to speak directly to my constituency. As I said, mostly white, mostly wealthier. 97% of my constituents who reached out to me on this bill oppose it. When this private school voucher ESA passes, my constituents are going to be inundated with advertisements from private schools attempting to lure them away from their neighborhood public schools. Inundated. Because my constituents are the perfect target. But I am begging my constituents to stick with our neighborhood public schools. Engage, 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 stay engaged. Because if we lose our public educational system, we all lose. All of us.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
To speak against the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Much of it is said, so I'm not going to be repetitive. Mr. President, members, you know, we've heard advocates of this bill have said the program offers students an education that best fits their needs and interest. And while we can all recognize that not all students come from the same mold, background, or zip code, that not every student can thrive in an ordinary educational setting, some require more resources, services, or specialized curriculums. Some public schools cannot accommodate the needs for all their students. And currently, parents do have the power, with or without this bill, to explore their educational options, whether they be the neighborhood public school, a charter school, homeschool, or even a private school. We know that public schools are not one size fits all, and we can't ignore the innovative programs but we cannot ignore the innovative programs that public schools have taken to suit the needs of their students and their communities. In my district, the Edgewood Independent School District has Las Palmas and Roy Cisneros leadership schools that are built around making leaders in an all-girl and all-boy schools, respectively. They offer two-way dual language instruction. They partner with the Texas Council for International Studies and foster empowerment in young people. Northeast Independent School District has ICSI School, offering students concentrated lessons in cybersecurity and networking that prepares them for college and in-demand, high-paying careers. Northside has a Cass Tech High School, who just visited my office this week to tell us about their dedication to graduating passionate educators in a state with significant teacher vacancies across every area of specialization. On the subject of special education, we absolutely need to do more for those children. We have filed several bills to improve their funding, policies, and supports available to those students. And I hope that my colleagues here in this chamber and across the rotunda who vote for this will keep their doors open to discuss and support how we support our special education children. But rather than addressing the root causes of why these students struggle, this bill just leaves money on the table and opens the door for discrimination. Public schools do not get to pick and choose who they take, no matter what their religion, nation of origin, test scores, whether they have documentation. They can't turn away a child with disabilities because they just don't have the resources to serve them. If a public school cannot provide services to a child with special needs, schools legally have to pay for their placement in a place that does. One of my school districts is paying millions of dollars a year for a single student. This ESA bill offers $11,500 if you can find a school that'll serve your child, and in the fine print, you sign away your rights as a parent for children with disabilities. Then there's the argument of school choice that the bill provides students and parents the opportunity to choose the education that best fits their needs. But Texas already has school choice. Private schools offer scholarships to students. School districts, as I mentioned, offer specialized schools, and our homeschoolers have some of the least regulated policies in the nation. So much so that they came and testified against the bill because they were afraid of government intervention. In my opinion, SB2 seeks to spend $1 billion to build a separate but unequal education infrastructure. Members, public schools are closing left and right in my district because they can't afford to stay open. This $1 billion could be spent to invest in our public education system. It could be used to fund fine arts, mental health programming, to improve all students' outcomes and safety. It could be used to fulfill half of the special education deficit our public schools are trying to fill without funding. It could be used to feed every public school student free lunch. Instead, we're injecting the largest, first ever investment, as we heard from our chairman, in the nation into a program that very well is going to potentially destabilize our public schools. Members, The reason I believe we make a mistake today with this bill is because we jeopardize the future of so many communities across this state. As we've heard, 98% of the students will never participate in the program. For that 1.7, 1.8%, so they can have an opportunity to potentially try something different, even though we've heard that many of them already are in private schools. And in many ways, it goes counter to our Constitution. I'm holding here Article 7, Education, titled The Public Free Schools. In the very first section, support and maintenance of a system of public free education. These are the words of our founding fathers. A general diffusion of knowledge being essential to the preservation of the liberties and the rights of the people. It shall be the duty of the legislature of the state to establish and make suitable provisions for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools. That should be our North Star. This should be our guide. Providing $1 billion for people to potentially offset the expenses they're already using, when, as we've heard, very few have asked us for. This does not show our commitment to the future, and it concerns me. And for those reasons, I respectfully will vote against Senate Bill 2. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To provide a statement on the bill.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to share my heart and my mind with y'all tonight. As a new member, I have not had this conversation multiple times with y'all, and quite frankly, opposing this bill and my dogged support for our traditional neighborhood public schools is a primary reason that my district sent me here. I want to address one thing before I start. There was a lot of statements made about the guaranteed or supposed guaranteed success of this program. But I'm looking at multiple studies from multiple states that show the students who received vouchers and moved to private schools saw significant declines in math performance and lower scores in reading, science, and social studies. The negative effects persisted past 2 years. Many students who initially leave public schools for private voucher schools end up returning to the public school system. I don't believe that the success of this program is at all guaranteed. And I also fear that it will chip away at our traditional public education system. In the emergency department, I provide the gold standard of care to every single person who comes through the door, no matter how sick they are, no matter how injured they are, no matter how badly they need me. We do whatever it takes. No matter how many people show up to my emergency department, we do what it takes to provide the gold standard of care. And I'm so proud of that. And it's good and life-saving policy. Public education operates on that exact same principle, serving every single child regardless of what their families can afford. School vouchers or education savings accounts threaten to dismantle that promise. My office has heard from students, parents, teachers, staff, from public schools, private schools, and homeschoolers. And all of them have expressed discontent with this bill, and the people of SB15 do not support it. Constitutionally mandated public education is a primary pathway, sometimes the only pathway, for students to achieve financial security and opportunity. ESAs or vouchers divert resources from our public schools, from our general revenue fund, which is what we use to fund our public schools, and create a two-tiered system. Well-funded private schools for the select few, and underfunded public schools struggling to meet the needs of the majority of Texas children. I take care of these parents, y'all. I see them. I see the emergencies and the difficulties and the burdens that they face every single day. And we should not be asking them to do more, to apply, to jump through hoops, to navigate red tape for their kids to maybe have access to a good education. Our job is to take one thing off their plate. Make sure that they have access to a nearby high-quality school for their kiddo. We should be fully funding the systems that already exist and are guaranteed to serve them and all Texas kids. We need to fully fund our public schools. We could be using the hard-earned taxpayer dollars of every Texan to fund smaller class sizes, higher teacher pay, school safety, everything that my colleagues have talked about tonight. And instead, we're about to take that money and give a coupon to the rich. The truth is, public schools in Texas have never been properly funded. And that's the only reason that we're having this conversation here tonight in the first place. But this program is gonna make the problem worse. Instead of benefiting the few, we gotta work together to serve all. And it is with Texas children, public health, and my district in mind that I'll be voting no on SB2. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Campbell, what purpose?
I rise to speak for SB2.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, segregation most certainly is a history that cannot be forgotten. And as such, we employ options that do not produce segregation. Many discussions are led by passions from the heart, but feelings have no intellect. And this discussion must be guided by wisdom. That being said, Thomas Sowell, a great economist and social theorist, speaks to the point that school choice does not inherently lead to segregation and says, in fact, school choice can provide opportunities for students from diverse backgrounds to access better educational options. Parents choosing schools, regardless of their location, can help break the link between residential segregation and educational inequality. Thomas Sowell, his position emphasized the potential of school choice to actually disrupt existing patterns of segregation by providing families with more educational opportunities. Children with this bill will have a choice. And a choice, members, is a choice. Chairman Creighton, thank you for bringing this bill forward. Members, I urge you to vote for this bill. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion. And you may speak if you wish on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make a motion to suspend make a motion for final passage of Senate Bill 2, but I would like to reserve comments for closing.
That would be now.
Mr. President, I had a short, somewhat bland, and celebratory closing. I've changed my mind. I'm not keeping up with the time. That's probably a little rude. But who are we here for? Who are we spending all this time for? You hear comments and the rhetoric that we just heard that are the talking points of the American Federation of Teachers, emailed straight from Randy Weingartner, right out of Washington, D.C. Is that fair of me to say? Yeah, because I can print them. It's incredible. It's incredible after all of the facts that we've laid out today that are irrefutable about the budget that we're advancing in the base bill for public schools and new public school money, historic historic new dollars for public schools in Texas and our Texas teachers. It's incredible that we would hear the rhetoric that we just sat through. I want to thank Governor Patrick for leading all over this state on this issue and standing for families, listening to families. Lieutenant Governor Patrick, thank you for that. I want to thank Governor Abbott for naming this an emergency item. 2 sessions in a row. An emergency item that we should work with urgency together. We have plenty of issues that we could oppose and vote opposite one another, separate from a bill that is weighted 80% within a framework to help special needs kids and income vulnerable kids have a fighting chance at a better education. That's amazing that this center aisle that doesn't divide us by party has nothing to do with a bill that helps kids dividing us by party. That's incredible. After all that discussion and debate, Senator Johnson quoted that 90% of those helped within this framework will come from private schools, even though the framework is 80% weighted for special needs kids and income vulnerable kids coming from public schools. How's that possible? That we would inject that kind of chaos into the media and on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it, after we had all of those discussions about our intentions and what we've been doing for years to help kids that need help the most, when all of these national studies I'm depending on and conveying today that I've brought and cited, they're on my desk, show the incredible success for everything that was just refuted with no studies. Academic outcomes under school choice across the nation, better. Safety under school choice across the nation, better. State budget savings with school choice programs, better. Disabled students, families surveyed for their experience, better. Civic engagement, and these students becoming more and more involved in their community, better. Integrated students and diverse student outcomes, better. And by the way, those numbers for 74 school choice plans across 32 states are 50% white, 20% black, and 20% Hispanic, and growing on those numbers. Incredibly impressive. College readiness, better. How can we toe the line for teacher unions and lobbyists paid $850,000 in this building at 141 days to create chaos among us when we're talking about kids and students? Governor Abbott's not traveling the state in every little town across Texas, gauging support for education options for students from families that may never vote for him because he feels like it's not urgent. It's unbelievable that we just sat through all of that commentary when for 51 years we've been voting as bipartisan, as members, to support Texas equalization grants that take Texas tax money and apply that Texas tax money to a public school student that is seeking a private school opportunity. Over $1/10 billion that everyone on this floor that's going to oppose this bill today consistently votes for.
And where are your bills to repeal it? Can't find them. Where are your bills to apply strings and requirements on all those private universities where those public dollars are headed? Where are they? We're pretty good at research. Can't find them. Incredible. Incredible toeing the line for politics on marching orders from a teacher organization that takes automatic dues deduction from everyday teachers that don't have the time. They have 11 minutes for lunch in Texas public schools, and they're responsible for a bunch of little humans during that 11 minutes. They don't have time to advocate like you can. But their automatic dues deduction is taken for that purpose, to pollute the corridors of this building and to create a bunch of manufactured fake garbage narrative that ultimately hurts opportunities for kids that we're trying to create out of the surplus. Schools have never properly been funded. I worked 4 special sessions on school finance as a 19-year-old in this building on the Senate Education Committee when I was in college. We had 40 years of drama and litigation tied to school finance, and public school stakeholders said for 40 years, until that litigation is over, they would not support school choice opportunities. That litigation's over. The funding we put forward last session, historic money on a 3X factor for what we normally do for public schools. Those same teacher organizations came into our hearings and said, if we can kill 40,000 school choice education savings accounts for special needs and income vulnerable kids, we'd rather not have new money for teachers. We'd rather not have new money for public schools. And my teacher bill of rights that many of you that are opposing this bill today voted against was graded bipartisan by many different sources and offered not only safety in our classrooms in this day and time, but offered a $10,000 pay raise for 83% of the teachers in Texas. And the rest of the delta was those teachers that were not getting the full $10,000 are already at the top of the pay scale. And you opposed it. And then it went over to the House, and it was killed by a Democratic member on the House floor by postponing it to 2029 after bouncing it around the House floor like a beach ball and having fun with it. Big smiles, big laughs. And our teachers were the ones that were hurt from it. Why does that matter when we're talking about a school choice bill? Because we're standing for public schools. That's fact. This is just a big old spoon and helping of truth. We're standing for public schools with incredible new dollars. We're funding enrollment, new growth, and incredible tranches for safety, special ed, all kinds of different funding initiatives that is just irrefutable as you close on this bill to create doubt and chaos at the expense of an 80% prioritization schedule for income vulnerable and the disabled. How? What are we fighting for? Mediocrity? Of course, our families are looking for choices. Of course, our families are asking
And isn't it amazing that they have to beg with the wealth of this state and the surplus that we have and the fact that we're putting nearly $100 billion into public ed and the fact that we put $39 billion new dollars into public ed over the last decade, while 76% of administrators were hired new and 6% new teachers were brought on board. If you're voting no today, are you in your school districts talking about that? If you're not, it's a problem. Self-segregating. And you can't find a way to join in supporting this bill. That is lunacy. Standing for kids. We're going to provide more money for public schools. But in Houston Independent School District, without new funding and with 2,000 less administrators, since the state has taken over the district, with new processes, new curriculum, incredible accountability, teachers that are bought in because those that weren't are gone, and everyone working together as a team, 139 DNF-rated schools a year later, 121 DNF-rated schools, and a year later, less than 39. Oh, and a bond went down. Don't forget that. I think the classrooms that I've been sitting in were built in 1949 and have had a couple of chillers since then. Yes, they didn't need that help. But with 2,000 less administrators and not much new funding, the outcomes for those kids that have been left behind for years and years are skyrocketing. And we have a chance to provide opportunities for more that are trapped in a zip code because politicians arbitrarily decided that. Even though public schools are allowed to charge an actual tuition bump if a public school student transfers into another public school. And they can require additional academic performance or say no. You want to talk about parity? A charter school, if it fails 2 years in a row, it closes. Does a public school? Who's fighting for that parity? Anyone got that amendment? I didn't think so. Members, each and every one of us on this floor are passionate about education. I'm showing my passion. This isn't a billionaire brought bill that I'm just hoping for a campaign donation. I'm okay to be sent home forever if my district doesn't care for this bill. I know what I'm doing here. I know why I was sent. And I know that I'm at peace if I'm on the front porch instead of another session. But that's not going to be the case. 77% of Republicans in Texas support expanded school choice. 51% of Democrats. Our offices are full of families begging us to get this done. But the teacher organizations don't want it. Yeah, less than 2% of public school students served. And across the nation, 32 states of school choice programs, 2.4% of public school students are currently served. This concept that it is somehow an effort to defund, destabilize, or
create discrimination or essentially destroy a public school, I can't imagine in a bill that we're talking about in helping those that need help the most with a path in education that that kind of rhetoric would be used. I can't imagine it. I've been here a little while. I've not seen that, and I've seen a lot. A white kid bill, a rich kid bill, a coupon. Members, we're empowered by Texans to provide choices with the wealth of this state and to make decisions on their behalf in a responsible manner, being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And we've got the framework. We've got a framework that other states that just passed ESA bills are regretting that they didn't have this model. This bill does not jeopardize public schools. In fact, the data shows that public schools have gotten better in other states that have expanded school choice. It is a tenet in American history that there is no greater way to improve a service than for those that may use that service to have the opportunity to exit. That is America. That's absolutely Texas. I hope that the House takes this legislation and passes the Senate bill quickly, and we go to conference and we continue to work to improve this bill every way we can. Every day thinking more and more, how can we be better? I promise you, I'm doing that. I had hoped that we would have 31 votes on this bill. Again, we have plenty of opportunities to oppose other bills throughout this session. I want to thank the members of the committee that worked so hard to bring this bill to the floor, that worked so hard through 2023 to stand up for these kids, to listen to their testimony and the plight of their parents in committee. The work of our education committee and the work of this body, it matters. And it's sending shockwaves across the nation. States want to follow Texas. Texas should follow no state on education opportunities for those that need help the most. I appreciate your patience with my passionate remarks. Mr. President, members, I move final passage of Senate Bill 2.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colkhorst, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
There being 19 ayes and 12 nays, Senator Creighton, your bill has passed, and we now look for the House, after this being the sixth time we passed school choice, to finally step up and give this opportunity to every child in Texas. Thank you, Senator Creighton. The bill is passed. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 11.
Following motion in writing, Secretary will read the motion.
Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.13 so that committees may meet during the reading and referral of bills. Motion by Zaffarini.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Member, the President's desk is clear. Any announcements? And I knew when I said we'd be here till 4 a.m., which was really the math I figured that would get people moving a little quicker. So good job, everyone. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 11 a.m. Friday, February 7th, for the reading and referral of bills. Upon the conclusion of the reading and referral of bills, I move that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Tuesday, February 11th. Thank you.
Is there objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands in recess until 11 a.m. Friday, February 7th for the reading and referral of bills. Upon the conclusion of the reading and referral of bills, the Senate will stand adjourned until 11 a.m. Tuesday, February 11th. Good night, members. Thank you.